Last year, I started a news-centered spin-off of regular car reviews that I call the Roman Report. And over the time, I got to report on the stories in the auto industry that I thought you might find interesting. Everything from the troubles facing Stellantis to the troubles facing Jaguar to the inexplicable comeback of Carvana, right on down to the potential merger between Nissan and Honda, and other matters like the decline of the manual transmission and the sedan market. And we also got into the recall of the Cybertruck and the epidemic of dealership markups, which may just be worse than they've ever been. Not all of those videos found their targeted audience, so I thought I would offer viewers the opportunity to catch up with the Roman Report by enjoying a brief, nearly 6-hour compendium of every Roman Report from 2024, starting from the first one in March when I initially had this goofball idea to do my own news show. So grab a snack, or if you use these to fall asleep, snuggle up in bed as I go over some of 2024's biggest automotive news stories. Thank you for making this all possible. And thank you for making this all worth doing. Enjoy. The automotive world is awash in news at any given moment, even as the age of print media wanes like the moon in an astrology girl's horoscope. But that's why digital media is here to pick up the slack to tell you everything you need to know about what other classic nameplate is going electric, and what other iconic cars are being discontinued. And hey, look at this F-150 Raptor go head-to-head in a race against a screen-used animatronic Raptor from 1997's The Lost World Jurassic Park, or whatever headline-grabbing special interest post gets the algorithm moist. Well, in the automotive world, if you can count on nothing else, you can count on GM making a completely unforced error, Elon Musk promising an exciting new technology that we've had since 1996 or earlier, and Nissan continuing to be the standard bearer for the contemptuous eyes of enthusiast car culture, at least until Mitsubishi steps up enough for people to notice, or care. But more than any of those constants, one stands out, and that's American muscle wreaking havoc at car shows across the nation. Except, not all of them, as one famous Texas car meet has decided. This is the Roman Report for March 2024. Man, I need to think of a better title than that. The Roman Report isn't really all that original. It's basically just Colbert. Roman Report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. Cars. Earlier this month, Houston's renowned Coffee and Cars event made the decision to permanently ban all modern Mustang, Camaro, Charger, and Challenger models from attendance after owners did exactly what you'd expect modern muscle car owners to do at a car show. There were reports of reckless driving, burnouts, general chaos disrupting at an event whose entire duration completes an entire hour before noon. Granted, that isn't strange at all for a Cars and Coffee event, much less a Coffee and Cars event, but I don't know, that felt important to note, you know? In a now deleted Instagram post, the organizers of the event justified the ban by stating, quote, "These are the so-called enthusiasts who have ruined our car gathering. Don't complain when we do invitationals starting from today." End quote. What's wild is that this isn't even the first ban that Houston's Coffee and Cars has enacted on modern muscle cars. Back in November, they temporarily suspended Mustangs, Camaros, Chargers, and Challengers from attending, essentially putting them in timeout, with the hopes that if they sat in the corner and thought long and hard enough about what they did, they'd be on best behavior once the suspension was lifted. But once the time came, it was like going to a cookout where I'm working the grill. Burnouts were back on the menu, baby. Mustang S550. Sponsored by hiring a DJ for the gender reveal. There were reportedly muscle cars zipping around the lot like a kid gassed up on Red Dye 40, revving engines like an invisible timer is counting down and they get a speed boost if they let go before it hits 0. It was disruptive behavior, but dangerous as well, given the worn-out trope of Mustangs being a public menace at car shows. Signs were posted, signs were ignored. Bad behavior was discouraged by those in charge. Bad behavior was encouraged by those gathered around to watch angry face car go vroom vroom. Long story short, it was a recipe for disaster. Now, this is the 20th year of Houston Coffee and Cars, as the event dates back to 2004. As the official website states, the inaugural event hosted just 12 cars, but now over 6,000 attendees participate on the first Saturday of every month. It's grown to become an event where automotive brands will actually unveil new models and coordinate with event organizers for various specials like giveaways and limited time promotions. Sponsors for the event include Red Bull, Autobahn, Rafa Racing Club, Indigo Auto Group, Ferrata Wheels, Aston Martin Houston, Haggerty, and Post Houston, whose venue hosts the event. And those are just the sponsors. Official public supporters include the Houston Rockets and the Houston Astros. So this is no small town car show. This isn't even a bog standard big city car show. This is an actual event with actual sponsors, not just Kunkelman Chevrolet and Boomerino's Pizza. These are sponsors who would presumably need to be kept happy with the show's operation. Which is not to say that the organizers don't care about the safety of attendees or the general atmosphere of the show first and foremost. Obviously they do. But this show doesn't happen, at least not to the level that it's achieved, without sponsorship. And I can see how this muscle car ban might not have been a permanent one if this weren't an event backed by global sponsors with real-ass money. Dodge Charger. For the man who thinks he's hitting that bittersweet symphony walk everywhere he goes, just imagining how cool he must look in his leather jacket and his aggressive carelessness. But how cool is anybody going to look in an Ed Hardy shirt with brown mustard stains? In a press release to the Autopian following the suspension back in November, the organizers proclaimed the significance of safety for all attendees, adding that they, quote, take significant steps to ensure it, such as hiring security officers for each gathering, comprehensive planning, ample event staffing, and clear communication of our rules against reckless behaviors like revving engines and performing burnouts. End quote. It isn't yet clear, at least from what I could find, if event organizers plan on following through with the invitation-only system, but for now it appears that only modern muscle is banned. Classic muscle is apparently still welcome, although where the cutoff is, I'm not entirely sure. Are S197s welcome? Are SN95s? Of course, people are understandably upset, and I can see why. In one way, you're punishing an entire group for the actions of a few, which just brings up a whole bunch of bad elementary school memories of recess being cancelled because Tommy Fenstermacher started a food fight with the third graders. I figure most car shows would be mindful of the optics since so many struggle under the weight of an elitist perception, the idea that the old guard wants to protect their show from anything that isn't a classic car. But then this all runs a lot deeper than perception. Let's explore that, because really this is less about a few bad apples than it is about the collective danger of the Hawthorne effect. Also known as observer bias, the Hawthorne effect is basically this psychological term related to the idea that people act differently when they're being observed. According to an article detailing its history by Maya Azarova for the Nielsen-Norman Group, the Hawthorne effect has its origins in a series of studies in the 1920s by a phone manufacturing plant for Western Electric, known as Hawthorne Works. The study was intended to gauge how productivity would be affected when light was increased in the workspace. One group had the normal lighting, and the other group worked under additional lighting conditions. Because the increased light gave the impression of workers being more strictly observed, productivity in the test group improved. But that was just one set of data. The study continued, but the conditions were altered. So, for example, instead of changing the amount of light in the workplace, they changed the amount of breaks for the test group, or the size of the team in the test group, or the pay structure. Regardless of what the parameters were, the productivity in the test group always improved, presumably because they knew they were being observed. They were getting attention that caused them to act differently than they normally would. And over the years, this has been applied to account for improved hand-washing hygiene, and even in everyday life with the inclusion of fake security cameras meant to deter people from breaking the law. You even see it in the automotive world when the speeding car in front of you suddenly slows down because there's a Stady parked just up ahead on the median. Is it too late by that point? Fucking probably, but, they're still gonna try to brake anyway, because that's what they do, And we all kind of lose track over time of what our speed is. We don't mean to do it, it's just that cars want to go fast for the most part, unless you're driving like a Geo Metro. I don't know. But here's the thing. Not every instance of the Hawthorne effect results in a positive outcome. If being observed makes you act differently than you normally might, the same must apply to negative behaviors. Or at least negative behaviors that the person perceives as positive behaviors. Because that's more or less what I think is happening here. It's not so much that Mustang, Camaro, Challenger, and Charger drivers are inherently worse or more dangerous or more obnoxious than other drivers, although you could probably make those arguments. It's a free world. Okay, it's not a free world, but you know what I'm trying to say. Rather, it's that when crowds gather around, your behavior is rewarded with attention, and that attention then feeds into more outlandish behavior, especially if you view that attention positively. But also, in a very self-fulfilling prophecy sort of way, I could almost see a muscle car owner acting more outlandishly because as a muscle car owner, they feel the people observing them expect them to act that way. This is what you wanted, and this is what I'll give you. How could I be a muscle car guy if I didn't? And the end result is a band that takes observation out of the equation altogether. So we're left with a central question. Is there a better way to have gone about this, or did the Coffee and Cars organizers really have no other choice? Well, I guess one possible solution is that rather than banning muscle cars or making the entire event invitation only, you could have the muscle cars by invitation only, since you would then presumably have identification for any potentially offending car. Then you can just ban that car and driver rather than instituting a blanket ban on all modern muscle car offerings. Because for as much as people might complain that most modern car shows go far too heavy on American muscle, to say nothing of the Corvettes that end up dominating a lot of the spaces, the reality is that those cars and their drivers tend to be sort of vital to the scene. You remove all muscle cars from a meet around here, and you basically destroy attendance figures for that event, not necessarily because those are the cars people want to see, but because those are the cars that attend in the first place. Of course, I say that, but I think I was the only person at last year's RCR car meet to bring a Mustang that at least I remember. As for Coffee and Cars, while it's sad to see an entire group get banned for the actions of a few people, it's sort of understandable why it happened, even if there are plenty who don't agree with it. There's part of me that totally gets why people hate the domestication of everything these days. Like, we need to make everything kid-friendly, even when those things aren't specifically designed for children. So we can't curse on social media, and we have roped-off drinking areas at the beer fest because kids are around for some dumbass reason. Some vehicle models have, windows that don't go all the way down, and streaming services are constantly recommending children's programming when, you're child-free and single as the day God made you. It's frustrating, but I also understand that on a basic level, the privilege of a safe and agreeable car show is not just for kids. Plenty of adults don't want to see or hear burnouts, donuts, or excessive revving, or have to operate under the concern that some flashy jerk is going to roll their Mustang around a group of civilians like a dipped ice cream bar getting covered in crushed peanuts. And that's what I think of that. For better or worse, this is how you keep car shows viable for the general public, because I'm not sure they survive beyond a small-time level relying solely on enthusiasts, particularly a show like this, with big money behind it. Maybe that's the simplest explanation for everything, from banning muscle cars to making everything kid-friendly. This is how you protect revenue. This is how you maximize profit. Witness the world turn. Same as it ever was. No, we are not reviewing a Cybertruck. We haven't been offered one, nobody has one in this area. Sorry if I got your hopes up with that thumbnail. But this is a different kind of video, because I don't know, is there anybody on Earth who didn't think the Cybertruck was a bad idea from jump? Okay, I'm sure there are people who absolutely love Elon Musk and all of his ideas, and I don't want to cast shade on any of those people, because we like who we like and we respect who we respect. And maybe in another timeline, Elon Musk is somebody I would have looked up to, considering how short I am, coupled with how likely he would have let me down. But I suppose to truly feel let down by a billionaire with the temperament of a bully in a Wattpad novel, you have to expect more from them than car designs out of a jagged dystopia and social media posts that prove you're emotionally frozen at whatever age you first become famous, provided we subtract a good 20 years. Okay, maybe I do want to shade Elon, because really the only difference between the terminally online Elon bros and wine-fueled Swifties is that Elon might actually see the paragraph-long defense because he's terminally online too. And let me just preempt all the criticisms. I've never run a company that made millions. I've never run a company that's developed anything proprietary. I've never developed anything that anybody will ever use. I never will. I know nothing about business or what it takes to run a company. No one will ever look to me for an opinion on how to run a business, how to manage money and resources, or how to withstand a global online presence as one of the most significant news figures on the planet. And I totally am jealous of how much wealth and influence the guy has, and the fact that the things he's capable of doing are things I would never be capable of doing myself. But the biggest fallacy on the face of the earth is that you need to be in a business you're criticizing to be able to criticize it. That you need to have achieved success yourself before you're allowed to have an opinion. Which is not to say that anybody is under any obligation to take anyone's opinion seriously, much less mine. But I find Elon Musk exhausting, and I find his products exhausting, and I find the discourse surrounding him exhausting. So I guess I'm going to contribute to it now, because this month's Roman Report, we're going into the latest Tesla debacle, because the Cybertruck is in an interesting position right now. It's finally starting to appear in the wild as more people come to own them nationwide, yet the end result is that it's coming under greater scrutiny, resulting in the discovery of a number of concerning issues. Well, one in particular. So let's get into discussing the Cybertruck and all the controversy surrounding a car that is allegedly more dangerous than it looks. Roman Report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. So the Cybertruck is currently under recall to the tune of some 3,878 units. The safety recall report by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, released earlier this month, elaborated on why. Quote, "On affected vehicles, when high force is applied to the pad on the accelerator pedal, the pad may dislodge, which may cause the pedal to become trapped in the interior trim above the pedal." End quote. The report adds that, quote, "If the pad on the accelerator pedal becomes trapped in the interior trim above the pedal, the performance and operation of the pedal will be affected, which may increase the risk of a collision." End quote. So basically, the issue may cause uncontrollable acceleration, resulting in injury or worse. Now, this affects vehicles manufactured between November 13th, 2023 and April 4th, 2024, so it's a thankfully small sample size when you consider how much worse this could have turned out. But the question remains, how exactly did this happen? Well, according to the recall report, the issue stems from soap. Yeah, that stuff that little Tommy Fenstermacher's mom used to wash out his mouth when he said he was going to clap the babysitter's cheeks like a stadium cheering a free throw from half court. Soap is the cause of a potential catastrophe that's hurt the Tesla stock price almost as much as the company letting go of over 10% of their worldwide workforce, which is kind of a tongue twister for a guy like me with a lisp. Now, thankfully, nobody has been hurt, to my knowledge, but it's terrifying to think that a near disaster could have had such a relatively mundane cause. So what happened? Well, for that we turn again to the safety recall report, which states, quote, "An unapproved change introduced lubricant, soap, to aid in the component assembly of the pad onto the accelerator pedal. Residual lubricant reduced the retention of the pad to the pedal." End quote. What's wild about all of this is that this was apparently brought to light not by internal testing practices, but by a social media post. A man by the name of Jose Martinez took his Cybertruck to a drag strip in California earlier this month, only to discover that the truck would accelerate on its own. Now, luckily, the brakes were working, so he managed to stop the car, whereupon he discovered the loosened rubber cover that had pinned the accelerator down. As he would later tell NBC News, the car would lunge ahead at full throttle the minute he took his foot off the brake, and this was after reportedly owning the car for less than a week. Thankfully, his location allowed him to adjust on the fly so that we didn't end up with a more tragic situation than just a malfunctioning car. Quote, "I had space where I could figure out what was going on. It wasn't a situation where there were cars in front of me, or a building, or a tree." End quote. The recall report gives an overview of the timeline, and to Tesla's credit, the company acted with the quickness. Tesla was first notified of the consumer complaint on March 31st, and by April 2nd, company engineers were poring over the data logs for the vehicle, which seemed to confirm that the vehicle was working as intended. But then a second consumer claim came through the very next day, and so Tesla's engineers got to work trying to recreate the malfunction. Just 5 days later, on April 8th, the team received images from the first customer claim that seemed to confirm the malfunction. The tests continued through the week until, on April 12th, the company came to the voluntary decision to issue a recall. The wording of the report doesn't seem to confirm or deny that the team was successfully able to recreate the conditions of the malfunction, but whether they could or not, it seems they were acting from an abundance of caution. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, as they say. But the end result is the same. A further decline in the stock price that has already fallen by more than 30% in the first quarter of this year alone. The Cybertruck coming out of beta, so to speak, and reaching the general public was supposed to be a shot in the arm for the brand. But between performance and general wear and aesthetic complaints, that hasn't really been the case for the Cybertruck. Really, the Cybertruck has taken a beating in the court of public opinion pretty much since it was first announced, starting with that disastrous live demonstration 5 years ago where Elon broke the supposedly unbreakable glass. I don't think I'd seen a live keynote that disastrous that wasn't part of an E3 presentation. The Cybertruck immediately fell under heavy scrutiny from industry experts and casual observers alike for issues relating to the aesthetic. I'm talking stuff like misaligned panels and passenger doors. Even Elon himself expressed disappointment in a leaked internal memo that hit the news last August, stating, quote, "Due to the nature of Cybertruck, which is made of bright metal with mostly straight edges, any dimensional variation shows up like a sore thumb." End quote. Elon had also reportedly stated that the truck would be built on a solid steel exoskeleton that would render it nearly indestructible, yet the end product appeared to have no such structure in place at all, with some online going as far as to pick through pictures from the assembly line to point out the presence of a unibody chassis. The claims of the truck being indestructible, or as Elon would say, apocalypse-proof, would be tested by owners online who would do everything from launching flames at it to shooting it up to smashing it with sledgehammers. It got to the point where engineer Wes Morrill had to get on social media to demonstrate the truck's indestructibility so people would stop beating the hell out of their Cybertrucks. It was all part of an ongoing series of weird stories surrounding the Cybertruck. For example, in January, the drive would reveal that users were encountering non-functioning locking differentials, with the screen listing the feature as coming soon, which is distressing for two main reasons, both of which kind of have to relate to the video game industry, because it reminds me of the current state of things where some games are shipped unfinished to be patched over later, rather than giving us something complete and ready for the world for our $70. The other reason is that it seems a little too familiar to the games as a service model, because there's a non-trivial possibility that features like this could end up being locked behind a paywall. Granted, it's just speculation, but would it really surprise any of you if you actually needed a monthly subscription to have certain features on your Cybertruck? We're living in a post-ownership society where the things that we own are not actually ours. We're leasing or borrowing them from the people who actually do own them, the companies, the rights holders. If you don't have a physical copy of your favorite movie, then you don't actually own your favorite movie. You're able to watch your favorite movie solely at the pleasure of the company that allows you to view it, the streaming service, the video on demand provider. It's not really yours. And there may come a time, not to fearmonger, but it's not too far outside the realm of imagination to think of a time where, yes, you may own your car 100%, title in hand, fully paid off, only to find that you don't have access to the totality of its features because you didn't put in your credit card information. And that, my friends, is an abject nightmare for more reasons than I can actually get into. But even non-functioning locking differentials wasn't the sole issue facing Tesla in the early part of this year. In February, a recall of some 2 million Teslas was issued over, of all things, font size, since the text for the braking system and parking indicators was considered small enough to be a hazard unto itself. But that's not all. The piece de resistance is the stainless steel exterior supposedly already showing signs of rust and corrosion on some models. Now, Tesla will protect the steel with paint film, but for the cost of between $5,000 to $6,000 extra from what I could find. This is on a truck that already cost some $20,000 more than was initially promised. So yeah, people weren't happy, and the stock price took a hit, and Tesla ended up laying off around 10% of its global workforce, as we mentioned earlier, which further affected the stock price. Sales are down, with earnings reports reflecting a decline in the number of cars shipped. Hi. So, it is April 23rd, and news has just come out that Elon Musk is moving forward with the Tesla Model 2, with plans to have them released in early 2025. And if he can follow through on that date, wonderful, great. And hey, I was wrong on this. So I've deleted 5 minutes of material about the importance of the Model 2 to Tesla's long-term future. It's just mainly about how important it is to be able to have an affordable option, using, like, citing quotes from business analysts and Tesla investors. I mean, I could have left it in, but realistically, it's no longer germane to the larger point that I'm making. So we're just going to get back to talking about the Cybertruck, along with one other car that is a part of this whole nexus. So, yeah, back to the video. Now, you could argue that some of this decline can be attributed to the decision to discontinue development of the affordable Tesla Model 2 in favor of instead developing a fleet of self-driving taxis. in addition to whatever resources are going into that roadster that can go from 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds. Yeah, you thought we forgot all about that, huh? Like, Elon announced in 2017 that the roadster would arrive in 2020. Now, obviously, the world essentially changed in 2020, and basically everything got pushed back as the universe came grinding to a halt. But it's been 7 years since that initial announcement, and it's still nowhere in evidence, this roadster. If anything, the promises have increased with like the rumors that it would use SpaceX technology and potentially fly, like we're living in the Fifth Element or something. It genuinely makes me wonder to what extent the engineers knew anything about the project before Elon announced it. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a non-trivial chance that the 2017 press conference was the first time anybody who'd actually be responsible for building this thing heard anything about this car. Seriously, 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds, an 8.8 second quarter mile, a 250 mile per hour top speed. Never mind the question of being road legal. Would physics actually allow this for a production car? Or would the materials and hardware needed to make it a reality essentially make it cost prohibitive to anybody but a tax bracket who's probably going to just buy something European anyway? The argument seems to be that we need more affordable options and fewer high-concept, low-return vehicles, because all the press in the world is not going to make a difference if you don't actually have the product line and consumer interest to support it. And whereas the Model 2 seemed to have actual consumer interest and investor interest, Elon would rather chase the robo-taxi dragon at the expense of something that reports would suggest consumers actually want. The robo-taxi looks to be that groundbreaking innovation in a way the Cybertruck really wasn't. And from an investment standpoint, I can almost see the vision with the robo-taxi, as it could supplant Uber or Lyft as the rideshare service of choice, while fulfilling Elon Musk's previous mission of creating a future that looks like the future. The novelty alone would appeal to people outside Silicon Valley. But then, does anywhere else but Silicon Valley have the infrastructure to support this? Maybe Elon has been planning this since long before he announced it, and the team is further ahead on solving these issues than we realize. But then, Elon announced that an unveiling would be ready for August 8th of this year, which seems like an insane turnaround time to me. But Elon is sticking to it, writing, quote, "Not quite betting the company, but going balls to the wall for autonomy is a blindingly obvious move. Everything else is like variations on a horse carriage." End quote. To Elon's credit, the announcement of the robo-taxi fleet helped juice the stock number and stoke excitement among some investors. And as the Reuters report notes, even with sales on the decline, Tesla is still the most valuable automaker in the world today, with a market capitalization in the neighborhood of $500 billion. But the market is still concerned about Tesla's future. While you could argue Tesla was always a tech-forward company, it seems there would become a point at which its focus shifts towards being a tech company first, rather than an automaker. And I can kind of understand the concern. A car company has to make product and cater to the market if they're to survive. They can't pass up what the market is calling for simply because it doesn't excite them, you know? And that kind of feels like what's happening here. Elon wants to innovate, so he doesn't have use for a Model 2 whose only unique feature is that it's affordable. The fact that it'll bring him more money doesn't seem like something that excites him, because money doesn't really seem to matter to Elon. Otherwise, he'd be more concerned about losing so much of it. Case in point, the Cybertruck. I mean, it feels like the design was the entire point. It felt like a play to shock the truck market, like a chef making hard-boiled eggs, transferring them from the hot pot to the bowl of ice water. And in a way, the ambition is admirable. The desire to innovate is admirable. And in Tesla's defense, they did act quickly, but it still feels like the truck, by its very existence, is an act of hubris. Because I'm not entirely sure who this is even for, other than the guy who made it. It doesn't seem to be as pragmatic as a traditional truck, much less these tech-forward modern ones with the stubby, chode-like flatbeds. I spoke about this at length in the latest Race to the Bottom on the Chevy Silverado, but it feels like modern pickup trucks are getting away from the more practical dimensions of the trucks of 20 or more years ago in favor of technology and largesse, because it's not so much about what the truck can do for you from a labor perspective, but what it can do for you from a perception standpoint. And that seems to be the case with the Cybertruck. People who might not consider a run-of-the-mill pickup truck might consider buying this because it's unique. It's a conversation starter. And yes, some Cybertruck owners will tell you it's a great truck and that it drives well, performs well. But I'd actually be surprised if any of the people buying this were people who had interest in owning a truck at any point of their lives prior to this. Because it's a truck, but it doesn't seem to exist for the reasons a person would typically want to have one. The design is about the most divisive I've ever seen in the history of the auto industry, even more so than anything Saab ever made, more than anything with the vision or ambition of a company like AMC. This is the kind of thing you make when your company is basically pure, concentrated operating capital. Yet there's something to be said for a down-to-earth approach to design, a less-is-more approach, not this futuristic brutalism. At least with AMC or even Pontiac, the designs made sense for the period they were operating in, even if they didn't always look great. I'm looking at you, Pontiac Aztec. I don't know that the Cybertruck makes sense for today. Hell, even Preston Tucker, who was a lot like Elon Musk in his desire to create a car of the future, still seemed intent on maintaining practicality so that it made sense for the average American to want his car in the first place. Not just the people with money, but the average Joe working a 9-to-5. I feel like that's what's missing in the identity of the Cybertruck. It's inaccessible and exclusionary. And maybe that's by design. But if you're going to make a premium product for an exclusive clientele, it has to have more going for it than the fact that poor people can't own it. And I am struggling to see what this actually adds to the conversation other than flame wars on message boards and YouTube comment sections between people who feel Elon can do no wrong and those who feel Elon can do nothing but. Yet ultimately, even by avoiding potential tragedies through this recall, I feel like the Cybertruck will remain defined by its shortcomings rather than by anything it actually does. The Cybertruck is Icarus cosplay, aiming for the sun but falling to earth and into the waiting embrace of the told you so's. Honestly, it leaves me wondering if there were any engineers who warned Elon about the challenges of scaling a vehicle like this, only to have their concerns waved away, firefighters locked out of the fire. Or if this was an all-hands-on-deck situation that just grew out of proportion to what was planned. Last October, in an earnings call, Elon did his best to temper expectations by stating they had, quote, dug our own grave with the Cybertruck. End quote. The following earnings call in January saw Elon intimating that workers will have to sleep on the production line to meet quotas. Ugh. Now, I can't say for sure what will become of the Cybertruck or what its future is long term. Maybe it'll become the No Man's Sky of the auto industry, starting out as a critical disappointment that's held up as an example of what not to do, only to then have its reputation bounce back to critical acclaim. But for now, it seems Cybertruck owners are a little more forgiving than its critics. When it comes to the accelerator issue as it concerns the overall quality of the truck, Jose Martinez would tell NBC News, quote, other than this, it's a pretty solidly built car. I know saying other than this makes it sound like it's not major, and it is. Because it is such a massive car, and it's got such a great amount of power, I do feel like things in regard to safety definitely need to be a priority in getting it addressed and fixed. End quote. While Tesla may have dug its own grave with the Cybertruck, it's never too late to put down the shovel. Fans of Tesla's products seem more than willing to give them another chance, even if not all investors have the same confidence. You could say the loyalty of its consumer base is what makes Tesla as resilient as it's been in the past decade. If anything, that's what will likely help keep them above water in the years to come, whether the stock price ricochets all over creation or remains steady. But loyalty won't hold out forever if the rewards are broken promises and questionable build quality. Wanting to innovate? It's a noble pursuit. But quality endures in history every bit as much as innovation. You don't have to be the first to do something. You just have to do it well. Why? Just why? Why is this happening? Still? How is it worse? I just don't get it. Okay, I kind of get it. Capitalism and all that. Dealership markups are the short end of a stick longer than pseudo-hypoparathyroidism. Sure, it'd be great if you could trust Jason on Facebook Marketplace, but he didn't even bother driving to a Target parking lot to take the pictures of his WRX. He just stuck his phone out his bedroom window at 3x zoom and snapped a couple of photos, and then tried to lie that his Subaru isn't stanced when it clearly is. For most people, shopping for a car these days means shopping for a used car, because new car ownership is gradually reaching pipe dream status, right up there with owning a home or taking Angela White on a date or beating Rufus Shinra on hard mode. And when Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or any of the other markets fail, you turn to your local dealership because the pickings are slim enough to slide through a keyhole. But we often go to dealerships with the understanding that it's going to cost us, yet you still hope they're going to be reasonable because you yourself are a reasonable person. And maybe that's the problem. You see, I had always operated under the apparently mistaken assumption that dealerships made money mostly on the basis of volume, because the high cost is sort of baked into the dealership experience, so that even when they're experiencing lower than average volume and inventory, they're still making money on the basis of all the extra fees and expense that goes into shopping at a dealership. There's no way to avoid paying more than the manufacturer would charge because the dealership needs to get their spoon in the chili, right? But even then, I was taking the charitable approach that markups would generally be reasonable in some way, not exorbitant like they've become. But some of these prices are absurd, and not even on cars that make sense either. I'm talking stuff like Kia Sportages, Honda Civics, Nissan Maximas. You could go to Disney World and stay in the Galactic Star Cruiser several times over for the cost of some of these monstrous dealer markups. And you could probably afford to slip the cast members an extra $100 to make sure you don't get sat behind a pillar during the dinner show. Did we all get recommended Jenny Nicholson's video? So that's what this month's Roman Report is about. Because if anything is clear about the state of dealerships and their relation to the automotive marketplace, it's that this simply cannot continue. Roman Report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. So dealer markups seem to be getting worse all the time, and it seems particularly pronounced in the social media era, where word travels faster than the first nut after a 20-year bid in Club Fed. People are comparing notes, and boy howdy is the math not mathing. There's a site called Markups.org, and they source information from users who post the latest markups from dealers in their area, listing the vehicle being marked up, the amount of the markup, and the name of the dealership doing the markup. People are putting these dealerships on blast, and you love to see it because they also list the dealerships that aren't doing that to their customers. Nothing better than looking up a Prius and seeing under the markup column a big old goose egg with the words "no markup" with an exclamation point. But while that's not exactly rare, it's far less common than an unreasonable price increase. Jalopnik initially reported on this, and in their research, they found some of the most obscene overpricing you're likely to see anywhere that isn't an amusement park, or in a movie theater, or on Ticketmaster's website. A 2023 Toyota Tundra TRD Pro had a markup of $30,000. A 2022 Ford F-150? $55,655. But both of those pale in comparison to the markup on the EV Hummer, which was $200,000 above sticker. That's $339,999, close to $500,000 for the EV equivalent of a gym rat who swears he can fight even though the muscles are entirely cosmetic. I recently went to Markups.org, and literally one of the first things I see is another Hummer EV running at a $99,995 markup, and then a Dodge Challenger at a cool $100,000 markup. And then a Porsche 911 Carrera running at $164,615 over sticker. And look, I get that the Hummer EV is rare enough, and the gas-powered Challenger was discontinued, and Porsches are famously expensive, but from the cost of these markups alone, you could legitimately get a Maserati Gran Turismo. And this strategy might lead to short-term gains, but research suggests long-term damage to both the dealerships and to the brands being marked up. Automotive researcher GfK Automobility performed a study in 2022 that found that markups can also lead to resentment towards the manufacturer, since aggressive sales tactics, markups, and scarcity means buyers are ending up with cars they didn't really want. And when you end up in your compromise car, resentment is going to build up like plaque in the arteries. Some 31% of respondents admitted that the model they purchased wasn't their first choice, while 30% acknowledged that they had to compromise on features they wanted. The survey also found that 27% of buyers would not pay over MSRP for the same brand again, while 23% said the transaction damaged their perception of the brand they purchased. Additionally, 34% claimed to have paid, quote, fees they had never heard of before, end quote. This more or less coincides with a study released last April by the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, which traced the increase in prices to, what else? The pandemic. Quote, SEC financial data show that the share of markups in a vehicle's retail price increased by 140.9% during the pandemic, rising from an average of 4.9% in 2019 to an average of 11.5% in 2022. In total, profit margin increases were responsible for 34.7% of dealerships' total increase in revenues from new vehicle sales. End quote. However, to play devil's advocate for the dealerships, the report also notes that the markups themselves had less of an impact on the overall consumer price index. Quote, given that the new vehicles account for 4.3% of the overall CPI, the transmission of dealership markups to consumer prices contributed roughly 0.3 to 0.5 percentage points to the overall 15.6% increase in the CPI from December 2019 through December 2022. End quote. Regardless, an increase is still an increase, and in a way, it made sense that this would happen in the wake of the pandemic. People weren't going places. They weren't buying things. A dark veil was draped over the world, not that we could see it since we were all stuck inside for the most part, but it was totally there. And once that veil was lifted, people were ready to make up for lost time with their wallets. It got to the point where it seemed like people didn't even know that they were paying sticker or more. It was like Hank Hill. Maybe they thought they were getting a deal, or maybe they simply didn't care that they were paying sticker or higher, because post-pandemic human psychology was like a nationwide spring break vibe. People were going overboard with expenditures because they were sick of being stuck inside and not being able to do anything. It's like splurging on a vacation after finishing marriage counseling. Like, oh, we were good. We did the thing. We did the good thing. We deserve this. We deserve a treat. So that was obviously part of it, but another aspect was the inventory issue, because demand was now sky high, yet there was a global chip shortage that kneecapped new car production. Under normal circumstances, you'd see the C8 Corvette come out, and you might think, I can wait for prices to come down. It's not like GM is going to stop making them anytime soon. But during the pandemic, during the chip shortage, there's every possibility that you're not going to get another chance to own this thing for a very long time, if at all. It was fear of missing out coupled with the encouraged recklessness of post-pandemic economic recovery. This, of course, ignores all the people who really didn't have money to splurge because the pandemic cost them their jobs. It led to a lot of income instability. But that still didn't prevent dealers from taking advantage through markups. And I know, in a purely financial sense, it probably would have been ridiculous for dealers not to have capitalized on this, even as it made the entire car buying experience objectively worse for people just trying to return to some semblance of normalcy, because they spent all that time not really going anywhere, not really driving anywhere at all, and to be able to potentially drive again, to potentially own a new car or a different car, I almost imagine it's sort of like what happened once domestic automotive production resumed in the aftermath of World War II. Except at least with World War II, it felt like that post-war boom in the auto industry was related to more families being able to afford new cars rather than now where it's less. Now, dealers are not just doing this with recent model year cars. They're doing it with cars that are considerably older. Now, I reached out to RCR viewers to share with me their automotive dealership nightmare stories, and as Dan from Internal Combustion Garage explains, a car being a certain age, or even in a certain condition, doesn't guarantee that you're going to get it cheap.
So a couple of years ago, I was looking at an '07 Crown Vic cop car. I was looking at one of them, and he had an Oldsmobile Cutlass Sierra kind of catch my eye. It was like a 92 or something. I know they're old grandma cars, but I like them. It had the 3300 in it. It's a pretty good motor. And it was pretty rusty. It had a heat shield that fell off of it on the bottom. It was just kind of laying under the ground there. I test drove it just to see what it was like. It had bad wheel bearings and everything, but 235,000 miles on it, and he wanted $4,000. This salesman wanted $4,000 for like this 30-year-old Oldsmobile that had a lot of miles, literally falling apart, rusted to hell, and the wheel bearings were shot in the back. So, yeah, that was fun. I ended up going to the auction like a couple weeks after that. It was there at the auction and sold for about $350.
But don't think for 1 second that electric vehicles are somehow immune from ridiculous markup fees. If anything, the EV Hummer goes to show that the premium on electric vehicles tends to increase the amount of ridiculous fees.
Hi, Nick. So this is my shady car dealership story. So most people know that if you buy a new electric car and you qualify for all the right stuff, you can get a $7,500 tax credit from the federal government. And the way that works is the dealer takes that money off the price of the car, and then the IRS sends the dealership a reimbursement check for the discount. What a lot of people don't know is that they also have a program for used electric cars. And so I was shopping for a used EV and trying to find a dealership that would actually be willing to do all the paperwork to do this discount, because most dealers are lazy and they just want to sell pickup trucks. They don't care about selling used EVs. So finally, I found a dealership that had a used EV and that said on the ad, qualifies for the federal EV tax credit. And one stipulation for the used EV tax credit is that the car has to be priced $25,000 or less. And so this car was listed for $24,999, and I'm talking to the salesman on the phone, and I'm like, what's the price out the door going to be? Because the car's listed for $24,999. Does that mean, out the door it's going to be like $21,000? And he goes, oh, let me go talk to the finance manager. So he comes back and he says, no, the price out the door is $25,000. And I said, okay, but to qualify for the used EV tax credit, the car has to be priced $25,000 or less. So $25,000 minus $4,000 means it should be $21,000, plus some fees and stuff out the door. And he's like, well, no, the $25,000 price includes the $4,000 EV tax credit. Okay, this is like elementary school math here. The law says it doesn't qualify for the tax credit unless it's $25,000 or less. If the tax credit is already factored in, that would make the asking price $29,000, which means it wouldn't qualify. And so I'm talking to this guy, and finally what he says is, oh, the finance manager says the asking price is $25,000, there's a $4,000 tax credit, but they did a lot of work to this car. They gave it ceramic paint protection and undercoating, and so that's a $4,000 upcharge. So to get this straight, the asking price is $25,000, the tax credit is $4,000, and then they added another $4,000 back in BS fees on this car. I don't care what kind of paint protection it has, it's not worth $4,000. So, but what they're doing here is the dealer is exploiting a loophole where to qualify for the tax credit, the car has to be priced under $25,000, but add-ons and dealership fees don't count as part of the asking price. Those are fees applied afterward. And so that's how this dealership is basically selling a $29,000 car, but lying so they can list it as $25,000 to try and entice customers that don't know what they're doing and saying, oh, well, it qualifies for the tax credit. Not really. They're just being shady. At which point I told the salesperson I was not interested and hung up the phone. And later when I was talking to my dad, he gave me a little piece of wisdom. He said, most of the time, salespeople are stupid. It's the finance office who are the crooks.
And that's not the only ridiculous experience with regards to electric vehicles and dealerships. Here's one more story.
Hey Nick, so my friend and I were recently at a CarMax and we were trading in his POS Chevy Spark. Or actually, I think it was a Sonic. I don't know the difference between the two. Anyways, we were trading it in, and we traded it in. We ended up trading. He had a 2023 Chevy Spark, and it was like a four-door version. Sucked. You know, he knew nothing about cars. I got him into it and showed him, was like, okay, let's try to trade in for this Acura. I swear to God, we finessed CarMax out of an Acura. We traded in that Sonic or whatever for $14,600 into an Acura that was only $19,000. It's a 2017 TLX. And CarMax turned around and somehow convinced some poor soul to buy a, like, 20,000 some mile 2023 Chevy Sonic or whatever for $14,600. This car has got not even 10 cubic feet of space. Like, it is a clown car. I cannot believe someone paid $19,000 for it new, but some poor soul at CarMax spent their hard-earned dollars on that damn thing.
Of course, what's actually kind of stunning about all of this is that it isn't even like most dealers are doing this. Like, most dealers, I feel, aren't gouging their customers left and right, but just enough of them are doing it to upset the apple cart of fiscal responsibility. If you take away markups, it would appear that the car market isn't the disaster you might think. In fact, a Kelley Blue Book report last April found that new car prices had fallen below sticker for the first time in nearly 2 years. And yes, while the Bureau of Labor Statistics found that increases in car and truck prices contributed to overall consumer inflation, the 15.6% increase was actually less than the 60% increase in stuff like the price of eggs. But whether or not it's an epidemic, markups are still happening frequently enough for the United States Federal Trade Commission to step in with a proposed Combating Auto Retail Scams, or CARS, program. The law would mandate transparency from dealers about all the fees included in the sale price and protect consumers from being forced into features and services tacked on by the dealer, so that even if it's advertised and included in the listing price, you can't be forced into having those add-ons outright. At least that's my understanding. Originally planned to go into effect at the end of July 2024, the law was naturally challenged by dealership lobbyists back in January, so now it's going to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. The law might still happen, but it might have to be altered in some way before going into effect. Or maybe not, who knows how the court will rule. But in lieu of government intervention, it's going to be up to the automakers to actually do something about this. Which is kind of what happened. Because it got to the point where both Ford and General Motors issued letters in 2022 threatening to withhold their most popular vehicles from dealers found to be price gouging. Now, to some, it may have been an overreaction, but honestly, it's kind of necessary because long-established brands like Ford, Chevrolet, Toyota, they can't really afford to have dealerships making them look bad. People will see a markup and, in some cases, blame the automaker. Like in the survey mentioned above, this leads to consumers trusting the brand less or deciding against return business in the future. Automakers have to rely on dealers to maintain the integrity of their brand because they can't really sell direct to consumer. Why? Well, it's because according to US law in most states, it's illegal. Yes, there is a ban on direct sales of automobiles in the United States from automakers to consumers. The law is basically a holdover from the 1930s when legislation was enacted to protect dealerships from internal competition from automakers. It made sense at the time because dealerships often acted as the middleman, an intermediary between the automaker and a consumer base with no real awareness of the automaker's brand. Dealers were critical in the infancy of the automobile's expansion because they brought that awareness of the brand and its products to regional consumers through their dealerships. You could argue that without dealerships, many brands wouldn't have had a prayer of getting traction in certain regions in the United States. So the law protected these dealerships from automakers deciding that once their brand was established in a region, they didn't need the dealership anymore and could take it from here. But there have been arguments that this law is outdated and allows dealerships to act with impunity when it comes to pricing out consumers. Now, states with total bans on direct-to-consumer sales, at least from what I could find, include Alabama, South Carolina, New Mexico, Virginia, Kansas, Louisiana, Texas, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Iowa, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Connecticut, although Connecticut does allow direct leasing. And in the same vein, there are some exceptions across the United States, but most of them apply only to electric vehicle manufacturers like Tesla. Like in Texas, where a direct-to-consumer purchase is treated as an out-of-state transaction that is then shipped to Texas. Tesla was also able to find a loophole in New Mexico by opening a store in the Mohegan Sun Casino on tribal land. Virtually every state has some kind of law on the books that at least limits direct sales if they don't ban them outright. Just a few seem to have no restrictions, although I couldn't find a definitive list to tell me whether or not some restrictions still remain. But of the states I saw, the list included California, Colorado, Idaho, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, and I believe Utah was in there, but please correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, it's totally possible. But to bring this back to the dealer markup issue, yes, you can build your own Bronco on Ford's website no matter which state you call home. But as I found out when, for the purposes of this video, I tried to purchase a Bronco with the Sasquatch package from Ford's website, when it comes time to check out, they're just going to redirect you to the nearest dealership that can fulfill that order. And Lord only knows what that dealership is going to charge you for the privilege of driving a car that makes you look like someone who doesn't yield to children at a school crossing, because these kids gotta learn at some point that not everything in the world is about them. On the one hand, there's something to the notion that you reap what you sow when you go for a high-cost model with an expensive trim level. But you also run into the problem of dealers creating the illusion of fair pricing by marking up a car initially with the goal of reducing that price closer to MSRP later, so that there's still a markup, but it creates the impression to consumers that they're getting a deal on a desirable trim level. I understand paying a little more for a limited run low production number vehicle. But some of these prices, man, I don't get it. Especially when some of these markups are 75, 80, 90, 100% MSRP of the vehicle the consumer is trying to buy. Like, what are we doing here? I'm sure somebody in the comments will correct me because I can't think of any at the moment, but what other industry does this? And by that I mean, what other industry does it to this level of expense? Because the only thing I can really think of are amusement parks, where a $1 or $2 bottle of water suddenly balloons to like $7, $9, $12. That's egregious. But by the same token, you're not spending the next 5 years paying off that bottle of water. You know what I mean? I have to believe that at some point this is all just going to crater, with people getting sick of dealerships. Ideally, the car community would be able to support some level of intermingling so that you could buy off of Facebook Marketplace and trust you were getting a good deal. You could trust you weren't being given a lemon either through deceptive foreknowledge or through ignorance. But you really have no way of knowing. So in lieu of dealerships, sometimes people go to other online market spaces that provide some level of transparency that a dealership doesn't. It's why you see people going through sites like Bring a Trailer and Cars and Bids and Hemmings to provide some sort of intermediary that isn't a dealership, that also includes detailed accounting of the car's service history with photos and videos of its current condition, and a presumably honest accounting of its flaws. Ultimately, you're being given the tools to make a decision on whether or not it's worth your bid. There will always be bad faith actors in any online space, but at least it feels like more cards are on the table this way than in a dealership. And yet, even in this case, the dealership still has the advantage since you can actually test drive the cars, and they're likely going to be lower mileage anyway. However, it's getting to the point where you're better off going to online retailers and auction sites. At least with a high reserve price, you're not going to get a nasty surprise on the invoice. But the question remains, how do we avoid being taken for a ride on the dealer markup merry-go-round? Well, Consumer Reports suggests a number of ways you can save yourself some money. Other than going to an automaker that can sell direct-to-consumer, like Tesla, Rivian, or Lucid Air, the best advice is probably to simply be patient, if at all possible. Take the time to visit multiple dealerships for the car you want, get quotes, inquire about any incentives provided by the manufacturer that might help lower the cost, particularly if you can apply more than one to the overall price of the vehicle. Generally, just negotiate as best you can, especially if they insist on pointless dealer-installed features you don't want or need, or additional warranties and insurances. Because it might not seem like it in the pressure of the moment, but most things are negotiable, even if a dealer is acting inflexibly. And if they are, and you have the ability to do so, be willing to walk. It's your most powerful weapon and your greatest leverage. However, if you do end up purchasing from a dealer, Consumer Reports recommends getting a purchase order rather than simply a deposit receipt, since a deposit receipt doesn't guarantee the price, whereas a purchase order legally ties the dealership's hands. All in all, shopping for a car is a miserable experience for a lot of people. They might not have the same sense of excitement that we might have perusing car auction websites or online market spaces, or going to the mom-and-pop used car dealership to see what just arrived, or going to estate or police auctions to see what can be had on the cheap. For most, it's a stressful process, and dealers don't help when they leave their claw marks in every aspect of a process that should go much more smoothly than it does. It's worse when someone doesn't have the luxury of waiting out the market, when they need a car now. I don't know to what extent the market is correcting, or if it even will anytime soon, but it's my genuine hope that this isn't an issue we're still facing 10 years from now, even if it does seem like one of those problems destined to continue in perpetuity. Alright, so the history of the automobile is inextricably linked to the manual transmission. I mean, it's not exactly a spoiler to say that automatics weren't always around, and that people had to essentially work their way through the gears on their own. At the dawn of the automobile, if you knew how to drive at all, you knew how to drive manual. Hell, it was called standard for a reason, right? But in the century that followed, the skill eroded for any number of reasons that may or may not be valid. I'm talking stuff like, automatics are easier, they're less expensive, they're easier to maintain, I'm in a clingy relationship and I need my shifting hand free at all times for her to hold, and so on and so forth. And look, whether they're good reasons or not, they're true to enough people that the manual transmission has seen a slow decline that is gradually accelerating as we enter into the age of options like electric cars, which render a manual transmission mechanically unnecessary, and other issues like rising prices and a declining enthusiast base. Okay, maybe the number of enthusiasts isn't actually declining so much as the amount of enthusiasts willing to shell out to buy a manual transmission car new. And on the one hand, it'd be great to keep getting new cars that are equipped with manual transmissions just to prop up the used market for those vehicles 5 to 10 years from now. But also, that's not really feasible, right? Not to the automakers, nor to the dealerships who'd be tasked with moving that product. And trust me, a lot of those places are going to mark it up to make it worth their while. Ugh. So let's talk about it. Why are manual transmissions going away? Are they going away, or has this all been blown out of proportion? Let's investigate. Roman report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. So it was recently announced that the arrival of the 2025 Volkswagen Golf R later this year will mark another loss in the column of manual transmissions, as a 7-speed DSG automatic will be the only available option. And in fact, manuals will be disappearing from all GTIs and Golf Rs after 2024. Volkswagen literally just did that Thanos snap, and now they're vanishing. They're crumbling to dust. And just like all the people Thanos snapped away, maybe you'll see them again in 5 years. But I guarantee you they are not going to come back looking the same, because they're going to be found in dealer lots after being used like a box of tissues and a pile of socks after a bad breakup. So yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks, but look at it this way. They aren't the only brand who's ditching manuals. Why did I write that like it was going to lead into a positive statement? Yeah, it looks like Volkswagen is not the only brand that is trading in manual transmissions in favor of power increases. As it turns out, the 2025 Honda Civic Sport, the Civic Sedan, and the Sport Touring hatchbacks will be ditching the stick shift also. The only manual you're going to be able to get is whatever booklet comes in the glove box. Not surprisingly, this decline has been a long time coming. In fact, it's kind of surprising that this didn't happen sooner. Let me explain. Despite manual transmissions essentially being the basis around which the automobile came to prominence, the overwhelming rise of the automatic transmission from 1938 to around the mid-1950s was hard to deny, with options like GM's Hydra-matic, Buick's Dynaflow, and the Ford-o-matic, Cruise-o-matic, Merc-o-matic, whatever name you wanted to give that 3-speed Borg-Warner. It all played a part. In much the same way that electric cars render manual transmissions a mechanical redundancy, the arrival of the automatic begged the question of why manuals even still existed if a more convenient option was around. I mean, why still use an icebox when refrigerators were around? But like the icebox, manual transmissions still persisted, and the answer why is twofold. For one, just as today, there were people who simply enjoyed driving manual transmissions more. That's what they knew. That's what they preferred. That's what they enjoyed. But second, and more importantly, manual transmission cars were still selling. Now, as for why they were still selling, you could argue for any number of contributing factors like the volume of muscle and performance cars that featured manuals that were still considered cool and desirable, and more importantly, affordable. From Mustangs and Camaros to Corvettes and Firebirds to Porsches, BMWs, Nissans, and Toyotas. But another factor that could possibly be overlooked in this time period is something that we bring up a lot on RCR because it really is a pivotal moment in automotive history, and that is the 70s oil crisis. It punctured the auto industry in the 1970s, leading consumers to actively seek out more fuel-efficient options. Manual-equipped cars were more fuel-efficient at a time where there was a premium on fuel and you had people carpooling to save money, if they even bothered having a car at all for those years. If the thrill of connection to the car and the road couldn't get the job done for manual transmissions, the possibility of keeping a little weight to your wallet definitely would. Put simply, manual transmissions just made sense for a lot of Americans. And this was still the case in the following decade. According to findings by the San Diego Union Tribune, manual transmissions still accounted for roughly 35% of the market in 1980, and declines in the number of manual transmissions produced and sold were still minimal in comparison to today's sudden, steep year-over-year drop. It isn't until the 90s that we really start to see the numbers begin to take a nosedive. A 2020 report by CarMax showed that in 1995, 26.8% of all vehicles sold in the United States were manual transmission. Not so bad, right? I mean, I kind of expected worse. It's only a drop of 3.2% from 1980. But then the numbers sort of just kept falling. Between 1995 and 2020, sales declined roughly 89.5%. With J.D. Power reporting that just 1.7% of cars sold in the United States were equipped with a manual transmission as of September 2023. And believe it or not, this is actually an improvement over 2022, where the number was just 1.2%, which itself is an improvement over 2021, where it was just 0.9%. Right now, the number of new manual transmission vehicles in the United States continues to shrink each year. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of between 30 and 35 production cars in the United States that are available with manual transmissions that we can just get without importing. And those cars include options like the Dodge Challenger, which is being discontinued, the Chevy Camaro, which is being discontinued, the Hyundai Elantra N, which is being discontinued, the Cadillac Blackwing, which is being discontinued, the Volkswagen GTI Golf and Golf R, whose manual transmission versions are being discontinued. And yeah, you see where I'm going with this, right? Like, sure, you still have options like the BMW M Series, the Integra Type S, the Nissan Z, the Supra, even stuff like the Bronco and the Tacoma. But how affordable is it to drive a manual transmission car when you want to exercise that option? In the past, it was generally true that manual transmission equipped cars cost less than automatics. But in recent years, manual transmissions are treated as a value add, often being made available only on higher trim levels, or with specific engine combinations like the most recent Mustang, where you could really only get the manual transmission with the V8, or the aforementioned Elantra N, or the Kia Forte GT, where the manual's really only available on the highest trim levels. Of course, some automakers make manuals more accessible for their cars, like with the Nissan Versa of all things, which offers a manual on its cheapest trim level, and Subaru with the WRX, which ironically offers a 6-speed manual on all trims but their highest GT trim. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention Porsche's continuing efforts to keep manual transmissions on the road, or BMW doing more or less the same. But in the grand scheme of things, the past decade has been a time of decline for new car sales in general, never mind for manual transmissions, and it all correlates with a dramatic increase in prices due to scarcity related to the global chip shortage, and extortionate pricing from dealerships whose markup schemes I discussed at length in last month's report, link in the description. Automakers are looking for the instant sales gratification rather than hoping to make it up on the back end when prices go down once the sheen wears off. When you invest all that time and money, you can't just wish that a slow start will indicate a long tail. All of this is a shocking decline for what was once the de facto way to drive. The manual transmission was born in 1894, brought screeching into the world by two men, Émile Levasseur and Louis-René Penhard. Ugh, I probably butchered that. My apologies. But they were essentially the fathers of the manual transmission. At least until Louis Renault improved upon their design by switching the chain drive for a drive shaft and differential rear axle. 30 years later, Cadillac released their synchronized manual transmission, and it seemed like smooth shifting manuals were here to stay. That is, until GM stormed onto the scene with their first automatic transmission. Well, semi-automatic, as 1937 saw the release of the automatic safety transmission, refined a year later with the unveiling of the aforementioned 5-speed Hydra-matic transmission. By the end of the decade, Chevrolet, Ford, and Plymouth joined in on the carousel, and by 1948, Buick released the Dynaflow to add to the historical transition towards automatic transmissions as the standard, no pun intended, okay, kind of intended, standard of the automotive industry. A 2021 report by Statista Research Department found that by 1957, more than 80% of the market in the United States consisted of automatic transmission-equipped vehicles. And while, as reported by earlier studies, the manual transmission was able to win back some of its territory in the 70s and 80s, its time at the forefront of the auto industry was essentially over. Well, except in Europe and other parts of the world, naturally, where manual transmission cars remained dominant even as they, too, witnessed declines. For example, in 2000, manual transmissions accounted for 89% of all new cars registered in Europe, with numbers climbing as high as 95% in countries like Italy, Spain, France, Ireland, Portugal, Hungary, and Greece. By 2023, they were still hovering around 32% global sales for manual transmission cars, which is roughly 26.6 times the number of sales from the same period in the United States. So then it begs the question, why is the manual transmission in decline here in the United States? And yes, in some areas of the world globally. So I guess the past couple of minutes kind of answers that in the sense that people simply weren't buying them. And in a way, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People don't buy manual transmissions, so companies make fewer cars with manual transmissions, and yeah, there are plenty of anecdotal stories of how difficult it is to find a certain car in manual at any of your local dealerships because they all sold out. But how many were even available to that dealer to sell in the first place? Another reason is tied to the first. So people aren't buying manuals, and maybe it's because they're expensive to buy. Well, they're expensive to buy because they're expensive to make. An article from March 1st by Motor One's Chris Perkins featured an interview with Porsche 911 product developer Michael Rossler, who notes that manual-equipped cars are expensive for them too. As Perkins writes, quote, "Drive-by noise regulations affect gear ratio selection, for example. As a hypothetical, if a car has to be below a certain noise threshold at 35 miles per hour, you can simply program the car to use a higher gear. In a manual car, you obviously can't." End quote. This is a point that ties into a broader thesis of the types of regulations and manufacturing requirements that some automakers have to hit in order for their cars to be able to reach the public in the first place. Whether it's noise or particles, emissions can be a tough nut for manual engineers to crack without passing the expenses along to the consumer. And, as Perkins' article goes on to note, quote, a lot of modern manual cars have rev hang when the engine maintains speed even after the driver pushes in the clutch pedal. Normally, this unburned fuel would enter the combustion chamber, enriching the air-fuel mixture and increasing emissions. Holding the throttle open combusts the fuel, reducing emissions. To make a modern manual car that doesn't do this while also meeting emissions requirements is hard. Rossler says it requires a lot of developmental work on calibration to achieve this. End quote. Alright, so that's 2 reasons down. So what's the third reason? Alright, third reason, it's a skill issue. Yeah, we generally have fewer manual drivers in the United States. People simply don't know how to do it. That thing about a manual transmission being the millennial anti-theft device, yeah, that's a nice joke, but as we all know, the best jokes are rooted in truth. And that's more or less the case here, as US News and World Reports found that only 18% of American drivers know their way around a manual transmission, which flies in the face of a survey from Cadillac ahead of the release of the Blackwing CT4 and CT5. That survey found that it's actually 66% of Americans who know how to drive manual. Now, I've never been great at math, but I'm pretty sure that's more than half. And look, I'm not sure I believe it's as low as 18%, but I don't know that I buy it being in the high 60s either. If for no other reason than the massive decline in manual transmission sales. But aside from issues like cost and skill, why else might new manual transmission-equipped cars have trouble selling? Well, my theory is that the answer rests somewhere within the premise of the question, because I think the operative word there is new. This is an area where Cadillac's survey comes in handy. You see, their respondents reflected 2 data points. The first is that roughly 62% of respondents between the ages of 18 and 34 showed interest in learning how to drive a manual transmission-equipped car, which correlates with their finding that the older you are, the likelier it is you already know how to drive stick, with the highest number of manual driving respondents being age 55 or older. And so it is that the elder is responsible for teaching the younger. If you know how to drive stick, you are going to be what keeps it alive for future generations. Now hang with me here, as this dovetails into another finding from the report that states, quote, interest in learning to drive a stick was higher among those with household income over $75,000 than those with lower incomes. End quote. From this, we can infer that one of the reasons new manual transmission cars don't sell as well is because the people who want them aren't in a position to afford them, but also they don't know how to drive them even if they could. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics cites that an American's peak earning years tend to be between the ages of 45 and 55. Sure, you could lease or finance a new car long before that point, and probably will, or at least new-ish. But how many people are going to make it a priority to get the nicest possible car they can finance or lease, rather than just getting, something that's a few model years old that's a bit more affordable? And look, let's say you had the option. There might still be extenuating circumstances, like it's a car shared between you and a spouse or partner, and you know how to drive stick, but they don't. So you're in a position where you can get a new car, but you're also in a position where it kinda has to be an automatic. Basically, the landscape of the automotive marketplace is such that, in some cases, the people who want manual transmission-equipped cars are locked out of buying them by any combination of factors from cost, necessity, or lack of knowledge, since one would think that unless you attend a driving school of some sort, you'd need to know someone who already knows how to drive stick to then teach you, because I can't imagine too many people are doing like our buddy Tony Airlines and buying a manual Honda Beat and figuring it out on the drive home. You need to rely on somebody who already knows, someone from that 55 and over crowd, or, obviously someone younger, because 90% of the people I know who drive stick are well under the age of 55. So again, I'm not sure I entirely buy everything in that Cadillac survey, but generally knowledge about something, a skill set, it just doesn't materialize out of thin air. You have to learn it from somebody. You need the tactile experience for it to be able to sink in and become a foundation of your knowledge. Maybe you do pull a Tony Airlines. Maybe you do go and buy something manual and then you figure it out on the drive home. But even if you were to do that, is that the kind of risk you're taking on a new model year car? A current model year car, Or are you going to buy something used, something junky, something eminently disposable upon which to learn? Which brings me to my next theory of why manual transmission sales are in the garbage. Enthusiasts don't buy new. Okay, some of them do. This is not meant to be a blanket statement applying to all or even most car enthusiasts, alright? But I mean, come on, really? Why do you think sites like Bring a Trailer, Hemmings, Cars and Bids, and one other interesting site that, I'll get to a little later, why do they even exist? And it's for one reason. It's because enthusiasts love old shit. America doesn't run on Duncan. America runs on nostalgia and a recursive ideology that keeps us looking to the past for all the answers because we think going back to some mythical golden age that is different for every American is going to somehow fix all of the problems that we have today. For boomers, it's going back to the 1950s. For Gen X, it's going back to like the 80s and 90s. For millennials, I'm the 90s too. Even as we had access to less information, although the quality of information was probably better. I don't even think probably. I think it is. Because one of your outlets for information right now, it's fucking me. And look, yeah, I got my master's. I did all my work. I was a good boy, but I'm not exactly Walter Cronkite here. I'm not even John Oliver. I'm doing my research. I'm citing my sources. But again, a lot of the places that are issuing information today are only as good as the sources from which they get their information. But that information is not always firsthand. And there are plenty out there that don't disclose that it isn't firsthand. So, where was I? Oh, okay. So I'm getting off my old man soapbox. Why did I say salt box? Is there such a thing as a salt box? Hey, Tommy, if I was going to break your balls, I'd tell you to go home and get your salt box. See what I mean? Going back to the 90s. So yes, car culture is propped up by the only constant that exists in this world. That it was always better in my day. Because just like the nickels in your pocket, change is hard. And just like the pennies in your pocket, change is disappointing and sometimes useless too. A lot of enthusiasts don't like the direction the auto industry is taking with all these tech-heavy cabins and these giant iPad touchscreen infotainment systems and driver assistance tech, the electric vehicles, the SUVification of automotive design. And hey, some automakers may still make manual transmissions, but not all manual transmissions are created equal, not even within the same automaker. I mean, even the Mark IV Supra had a 5-speed W58 manual transmission and a 6-speed V16X, which is different from the modern ZF S653 transmission in the GR Supra. Maybe it's better, maybe it's worse, maybe it's a lateral move, I don't know. But ultimately, differences are bound to abound. What did I do with my thesaurus? Now, what I've learned in my experience with automotive auction listings is that a manual transmission is always a significant value add. because for a lot of enthusiasts, it's their chance to experience something they may have heard of their entire lives but never got to experience. And I'm not talking about manual transmissions in general, but specific cars with specific manual transmissions that you need to drive an MR2, that you need to drive an S2000, that you need to drive a Z car, that you need to experience these things before they're gone, and you're lucky enough to live in a time where that's possible, and within the means to make that possible in some cases. There are so many things I would have liked to experience if time travel were possible. The 1893 World's Fair, the golden age of Hollywood, New York City in the 1920s, drive-ins and car shows in the 1960s, malls in the 1980s. I mean, yeah, I was alive in the 80s, but I barely had any sentience, but I can't go back. However, if my dream is to hop behind the wheel of an R32, and I'm in the position to make that dream a reality, you bet your sweet bipper I'm going to try. Even if that means passing up a modern car that's technically better but lacks the same soul. And what happens as a result? That Supra that was engineered for a guy like me gets passed up by a guy like me and isn't sold. Toyota takes a loss and a lesson. Let's not make any more cars for that asshole. They cost companies money and then don't bring that money back. And again, it's something of a miracle that it's taken this long for manual transmission numbers to crater the way they have. Of course, while the situation is grim, let's not end this on a downer note because there is hope. So let's talk about some of the positive stories in the world of the manual transmission and the outlook for its future. As with all instances of hope, the destiny of the manual transmission appears to rest squarely in the hands of our youth. No, not in the memory of our own youth in a time where we could still get out of bed in the morning with a different part of our body being stiff than our back, neck, and knees. Hey, if you're still young, just disregard. Lord knows if you're from Europe, you could probably have just discarded this entire video. No, the hope of the manual transmission's future rests with the young drivers in America. EIN Newswire documented the recent upward trend in manual transmissions, citing the same Kelley Blue Book study I cited earlier in the video, except whereas I cited the number of manual transmission car sales in the past year as a negative, they utilized it as a sign for hope. As well they should have, because while it may seem unimpressive for manuals to jump from 0.9% to 1.7% in sales, that is an increase of nearly double in just a single year. And the reality is that there's something of a renewed interest among young drivers for manual transmission cars because it's something of a status symbol, to say nothing of the appeal for parents interested in buying new cars for their kids. Victor Figlin, the general manager for famed Indiana car dealership Indy Automan, states, quote, "If earlier Americans selected a manual transmission for reasons of economy and cited lower fuel consumption and cheaper repairs as arguments, now stick shifters have turned into an image tool. Many sports cars, like the Dodge Challenger Scat Pack, offer manual transmission for better controllability. Moreover, parents often opt for 3-pedal models for their children, so they are less distracted by their smartphones behind the wheel." End quote. The article goes on to state, quote, "In addition, with the supply of electric vehicles on the market growing, U.S. buyers are driven by nostalgia and the desire to get the old driving experience." What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Most car dealerships tend to provide customers with manual options, but they are selling out very fast. The best seller on the US market is the manual Honda Civic. The top popular models include Ford Mustang, Subaru WRX, Volkswagen Golf, and Jeep Wrangler. End quote. Now, another reason to maybe not write off the manual transmission just yet is that other auction site I alluded to earlier. Launched in December 2023, Row Your Own is an auction website dealing exclusively in manual transmission cars. And you get a good variety. And it's interesting how each online automotive auction site seems to have a unique market that they service. The older classics and high-end offerings tend to be on Hemmings and Bring a Trailer, stuff like a Jaguar XKQ 140 or a 65 Shelby Daytona to go along with the higher-priced modern offerings like a $300,000 Lambo. Meanwhile, Cars and Bids will get you all the good stuff made after 1980. Along with some high-end offerings of their own, with McLarens, Ferraris, and Countachs in excess of $500,000. And that's without even getting into the Cybertrucks, which, while not selling for $500,000, still go for a lot of money. Basically, while the used car market still sucks, we're arguably in a golden age of what you can actually find on auction sites, as people are out here selling cars left and right, and oftentimes in, actually good condition, better than good condition in some cases too, and affordable at least relative to what you'd get at a dealership, and you own it outright without predatory financing. I totally get why people would go to online marketplaces, and this is without even talking about stuff like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, which are more unregulated but still provide an outlet for potentially finding good deals. Ultimately, no matter what weird anti-manual CNN articles might say, the benefits of a manual transmission are still as apparent today as they were decades ago. In most cases, they still cost less than their automatic counterparts. They still get great fuel economy, even if CVTs post better numbers sometimes. And they're generally just more engaging and fun to drive for a lot of people. It may not be a universal opinion, but again, it's true for enough people that manual transmissions still warrant inclusion on the road. And not just on the road, but among new cars on the road. Even as the numbers dwindle and the death of the manual transmission seems closer than it's ever been, there is still that glimmer of hope, if not to turn fortunes around, then to keep them from plummeting further, so that further generations might still enjoy the experience when they come of age. That is, if internal combustion isn't dead by then. Alright, so what do you think? Is the manual transmission truly at its end, or is there going to be a resurgence? Or will things just sort of trickle along as they have been, where the manual transmission continues to exist, but only for a niche market? Let me know what you think in the comments. I read all of them. Good, bad, indifferent, whatever the comments. I feel like I gotta read them. But thank you so much for watching. And if you enjoyed this video, please consider sharing, leaving a like, subscribing, or if you feel RCR brings any sort of value to your week whatsoever, consider supporting us on Patreon. The link is in the description. I would like to thank you again for watching, and safe driving, everyone. You know, people like to use the phrase, "This is why we can't have nice things," anytime something goes wrong and society does something that proves the collective whole as unworthy of whatever is constituted by the word nice. And honestly, I've always been kind of annoyed by the phrase, because it's putting the cart before the horse. Forget about nice things. We can't even have the boring things anymore. Yes, it would appear that sedans are going away. Gasoline-powered sedans, anyway. I mean, it's an important distinction to make, because we're talking about those perennial daily drivers that it's hard not to think about when you use the term daily driver, because that's what they've always been, for the most part. But drivers of gas-powered vehicles are facing a reckoning as options dwindle. And for the record, I'm generally pro-EV, you know? I've liked the overwhelming majority of the electric vehicles I've driven. The hybrids too, for that matter. But I'm also realistic about where we are in terms of the EV revolution, that for all the advancements made so far, it's still reality that for a lot of regions in the United States, the infrastructure still isn't there yet to support EVs at a broader level. And so the debate continues as to whether or not affordable dailies are an endangered species, with some arguing for a resurgent used car market in recent years, and others stating that the market will dry up once traditional gas-powered dailies like sedans are no longer manufactured new. Data suggests it's likelier that these traditional gasoline-powered sedans are looking at a harsh and fast-approaching sunset. And if that's the case, then we have a mystery on our hands. Hang on, let me get on my Robert Stack jacket. Yeah. Tonight, who is behind the demise of the sedan? Is it consumers? The automakers? Big Brother themselves? For every mystery, someone, somewhere, knows the truth. Perhaps that person is watching. Perhaps. Yeah, it's me. I fully intend to solve this before the episode ends. It's the Roman Report. Let's go. Roman Report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. So word on the street is that the Nissan Altima will be discontinued within the next 2 years. For most, this is objectively good news, especially since there are clearly better sedan options still on the road, from your Camrys to your Civics and your Legacies and even Sonatas, just to name a few. But every sedan that goes away suggests a decline in the viability of the sedan category itself, because the simple truth is that if consumers were buying them consistently, then this wouldn't happen. In that sense, the disappearance of sedans over the years is the fault of consumers, as evidenced by the death of the Altima, which is arguably, more than any other sedan, intended to be the most accessible to everyday drivers, for some unsavory reasons we'll get to in a bit. Now, it seems like news of the Altima's demise has mostly been passed down to automotive journalists from inside sources who would presumably be in the know, along with some deductions based on the direction Nissan is taking with regards to electric vehicles. So nothing official as of yet, but a recent report by Automotive News goes into detail on Nissan's strategy, which follows the discontinuation of the Maxima last year. Quote, "In the next couple of years, Nissan could ditch 2 of its 3 remaining sedan models, leaving only the compact Sentra in the lineup before the automaker debuts a battery-powered sedan by early next decade." End quote. The article goes on to reveal another new wrinkle to Nissan's abandonment of what largely keeps them relevant to everyday drivers. Quote, "Nissan will drop the subcompact Versa after the 2025 model year," people familiar with the plans told Automotive News. According to Auto Forecast Solutions, production is set to end in April 2025, with no next-generation plan. The midsize Altima will sunset following the 2026 model year, after production was extended a year at Nissan's underutilized Canton, Mississippi factory. End quote. Now, the survival of the Sentra sort of makes sense. I would imagine it's big with rental fleets, considering that findings by the Autopian suggest that the Sentra makes up more than 1/3 of all Nissan sales, some 36%. And I just find it so hard to believe that there are that many people buying Sentras otherwise. But what do I know? I mean, I almost wouldn't be surprised if Nissan just kept the Sentra and the Rogue at this point, if only to run a lean company that churns out low-cost, high-return products. But then that's kind of what the Altima is, right? So why is it reportedly going away? Well, other than the boilerplate explanation of the company ramping up its electric vehicle efforts, my theory is that it's a reaction to the trends of the automotive marketplace. I'm not sure if sedans selling badly is the result of fewer sedans being made, or if fewer sedans being made is the result of people simply not buying them. But sedans don't sell like they used to, at least not new ones. On the used market, everything sells, because even if you're getting gouged by a guy selling his 07 Camry for $12,000, at 135,000 miles, it's probably still a better deal than getting okey-doked by dealer markups on a 2024 model. And just like with manual transmission-equipped vehicles, companies at large are only going to produce what the market will sustain. And it looks like sedans are no longer as appealing to the average driver in an age of SUVs, crossovers, EVs, and even a sedan-adjacent option like a smaller hatchback or a subcompact. If the Nissan Altima were selling like the Sentra, it wouldn't be going anywhere. But sedans are struggling, and it seems to be affecting automakers across the board. Ford CEO Jim Farley went on the Smoking Tire last month, and it was an interesting episode because he revealed that whatever you think of how bad sedan sales were for the company, they were actually worse. When asked why Ford got out of the sedan game altogether, Farley stated, quote, "The reason is very simple. We lost billions on them, and we are not in a position to lose billions on vehicles anymore. As a business leader, I don't believe that the company should allocate capital to vehicles that I know we're going to lose money on. And so we decided to create Mavericks, Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all sorts of other vehicles like the GTD that will make money. Raptors, Tremors, transit vans, electric vehicles that will make money over time. That is what we do at Ford. It was a judgment call to move out of the commodity part of the market into vehicles that our company wakes up in the morning and does well." End quote. And so that's it. Sedans are dying because the consumers aren't buying. It's all their fault, right? Well, not exactly. Okay, so here's the thing. You can blame consumers for not purchasing a product, resulting in that product becoming a less viable option over time. But there's an argument to be made for how quality, or the lack thereof, factors into things. After all, if sedans are going to survive long term, then the examples that remain need to be good, right? Yeah, Big Ultima Energy is a meme. Yes, okay, great, perfect. But it's predicated on real conditions. When you look at the Ultima CVTs and their inconsistent reliability and the generally poor performance of the vehicle itself, the affordability argument, insofar as you actually believe it, is really all the car has going for it. And all this for a car that used to be somewhat celebrated in its earlier years. But then those L31 Ultimas didn't have CVTs, now did they? I mean, how affordable is an Ultima when you're dealing with a car that eats transmissions like a busted ham radio, or whose oil goes through its system like Taco Bell through a sensitive stomach, or a car who's faced an entire recall in 2023 over engine failures due to seizures resulting in loss of power, metal shavings in the oil pan, and downright engine failure. And the latter group of owners were arguably the lucky ones because not every issue the Ultima faces is covered by a recall or by warranty, especially if you own one long enough. The money you're supposedly saving in the initial phase is just going back into maintenance to keep it on the road. And that's if it's even being maintained at all. It's not all that uncommon to see Ultimas with fading paint, rust spots, trash bags taped over busted out windows, zip-tied bumpers, or people who are so laissez-faire about spatial awareness that they're driving headlong into potholes because they're driving with one eye closed to trick themselves that the check engine light isn't on, turning the yellow center lines into their own private third lane. But are Ultima drivers really that much worse than someone driving, I don't know, an old Ford Taurus? And even if they are, you could argue that the Ultima is such a uniquely bad car that it doesn't really inspire anybody to take care of it anyway. Which brings me back to the automakers themselves. Sedans arguably wouldn't even be in this situation if we had better ones, but the Ultima is a microcosm of the decline of sedans with your Dodge Darts and your Mitsubishi Mirages and most things Chrysler. And what's wild is that the heat isn't even put back onto the automaker for these cars, but rather onto the people who buy them. And while you could easily draw the correlation between bad owners and poor credit scores, the classism of it all ignores the culpability of the manufacturer themselves, because the reality is actually quite sinister. Nissan in particular has been credibly accused for preying on buyers with their auto loans, and how they essentially take advantage of people without the leverage or know-how to tell them to kick rocks. And this goes back years. A 2021 report by Cars Direct found that Nissan was straight up financially incentivizing dealers to get people to sign on for more expensive, longer-term loans. As the report states, quote, "The brand has opted to pay dealers a fee equal to 1% of the amount financed when buyers take advantage of promotional financing. By the company's own estimates, this could more than double a dealer's compensation when a buyer opts to finance. On a $32,285 car loan, Nissan says the offer can amount to a manufacturer-to-dealer payment of $323 compared to the previous $150 flat fee. While there's a lot of fine print, we did notice that Nissan is promising dealers as much as a $450 fee when consumers choose to take out an 84-month loan at non-promotional rates. End quote. And it gets considerably worse as your credit score goes down. As the article continues, quote, for example, Nissan's online payment calculator lists a 72-month rate of 14.9% for the Nissan Sentra if you have a FICO score under 620. On a $20,000 car, we estimate this could entail over $10,300 in interest and end up costing $30,370 before taxes and fees. Nissan recently doubled down on subprime financing and reportedly took steps to make its dealers happier by eliminating so-called stair-step incentives, criticized for driving down prices. While more compensation could be a good thing for dealers, that may not prove to be the case for consumers looking to get a deal. End quote. So the implication here is pretty clear. Dealers are not only encouraged to push those loans on to customers, they're disincentivized from actually stocking affordable vehicles to begin with. If your bonus is higher the more expensive the car is, you're just not going to bother even carrying cheaper models, because it won't make sense for your bottom line, same as if you were a waiter making a percentage commission on every special that you sell. You're obviously going to try and push the seafood tower on patrons instead of the grilled cheese with the mayonnaise reduction that the owner only put on the menu so his son would shut up about letting him be a real chef. It's all pretty gross if you ask me, and not the grilled cheese, or at least not just the hypothetical grilled cheese, because this has resulted in the Altima developing a reputation as a car that only people of a certain income level drive, which ties back to the classism, because now people are drawing a correlation between the people who drive these cars and the consistently lousy condition of the cars themselves. But it can also be the case that even a well-maintained Altima is kind of a dog. Plenty of cars have bad reputations related to the people who drive them, from BMWs to Volkswagens to Corvettes. Trust me, I know, I probably don't have to explain it to you. But in a lot of those cases, the cars themselves are sound enough to overcome the negative association with their drivers. Whether it's mechanical or operational integrity, whether it's something else cool about them, whether it's the funding and competency of a better company behind them. These cars have something that precludes them going down with the ship, so to speak, of their driver's bad reputation. And let's talk about the brain trust of it all, because I feel like you can't really be surprised that people aren't buying sedans when your company is not really advertising them the way that they advertise other cars in their lineup. From the Fusion to the Malibu to the Charger, the sedan graveyard is littered with the bodies of cars that I think a lot of us thought would be around, if not forever, then longer than they have been. But these are cars that couldn't justify their continued existence in the eyes of profit-driven automakers, who struggled to even find the money to justify advertising the sedans they already had. A May article by David Zipper for Fast Company explains the role of automakers in shaping public tastes. Quote, car makers, for their part, powerfully influence consumer demand through billions of dollars spent on advertising. Because SUVs and pickups are more expensive and profitable than sedans, manufacturers have a clear incentive to tilt buying decisions away from small cars and toward larger ones, which helps explain ad campaigns designed to confer an undeserved green halo on SUVs. End quote. In a lot of ways, the automakers themselves are the culprits in the death of the sedan. Yet, like the fable of the frog and the scorpion, you almost have to expect companies to act according to their nature. And the same is true of our next suspect. Alright, so not to descend into conspiracy or anything, but you can make a case for the government being responsible for the gasoline-powered sedan exiting stage left. And no, I don't mean because of the federal tax credit for EVs. This goes back further than that. Forget the electrified future for a minute and think back to when sedans truly started to disappear. And what largely took their place? It wasn't EVs, it was SUVs, it was crossovers, it was trucks, because this is a land where everything grows bigger over time. We're just throwing Mario mushrooms and gas station dick pills at everything like a science experiment we didn't start until the night before it was due. In fact, the automotive marketplace, at least in the United States, has been actively hostile towards sedans for years. And one of the biggest reasons why is illustrated in the aforementioned David Zipper article, which details the federal government's role in the embiggening, it's a perfectly cromulent word, stop, the embiggening of the car market. Quote, federal policy has, in many ways, distorted the car market to favor larger vehicles. Fuel economy regulations, for instance, are more lenient for SUVs and pickups than they are for smaller cars, nudging automakers to produce more of the former and fewer of the latter. Another egregious example, small business owners such as real estate agents can save thousands of dollars by writing off the cost of their vehicle, but only if it weighs more than 6,000 pounds. A stipulation that effectively excludes sedans entirely. End quote. And it goes back to changes made by the EPA around 2012, which essentially created the conditions that incentivized larger vehicle production in the first place. A New Republic article from March explains that the Environmental Protection Agency effectively made an amendment to corporate average fuel economy, or CAFE standards, that would decide fuel economy requirements based on a formula of wheelbase multiplied by width, which meant larger cars had fewer hoops to jump through to get to the public than your typical passenger cars. Quote, in less than a decade after the change took effect, between 2012 and 2021, the EPA found that the percentage of new vehicle sales classified as passenger cars and those classified as light trucks has essentially flipped. In 2012, 64% of new vehicle sales were classified as passenger vehicles, while 34% were classified as light trucks. By 2021, light trucks accounted for 63% of sales, while passenger vehicles accounted for 37% of sales. End quote. So while we can blame automakers for making fewer sedans, who are the ones creating the conditions that favor making fewer? I don't know that we can lay it all on consumers not buying them, you know? Hell, if you want to get really granular, you can go back 16 years. How has it been 16 years? You can go back 16 years to the federal government bailing the auto industry out and the subsequent disaster known as cash for clunkers, which took a lot of sedans off the road and then didn't replace them with anything better. And yeah, I know, the bailout was necessary to save the American economy, and you could say that the EPA classifications were intended to help the environment in some roundabout way I'm not smart enough to understand, you know? Emissions, carbon footprint, all that jazz. But it feels like the end result is that cars that were traditionally less expensive have started to cost more over time because they need to get better fuel economy, which means they become more expensive to make. And at that point, you might as well just make a larger car with less strict standards, or make a hybrid or an EV and shift away from having to adhere to all that anyway. And if you do then make sedans, you're going to charge more to recoup the cost for having made it at all. As an example, a study by analysts for CarEdge found that the price of a Hyundai Elantra increased by 22% in the last 5 years, following along with trends of other automakers who've seen 5-year price jumps, like Stellantis, whose price increased by an insane 50.61%. I'm about to call 411 to ask if I need to call 911 to order a paddy wagon to take Stellantis executives to the funny farm. Interestingly, it was Subaru and Nissan who increased the least, with 19.05 and 19.1% increases, respectively. But overall, it seems like the increases are outpacing what can be explained by external factors like the pandemic or inflation. So I guess we're left to wonder, did the federal government really kill the sedan? I guess it wouldn't be a good mystery without a surprise suspect at the end. The global chip shortage has wreaked havoc on inventory, so chips are understandably precious commodities, and you're not likely to want to waste one on a car that isn't selling. But I wouldn't necessarily consider the chip shortage the cause of death so much as a comorbidity. No, that's not the suspect I'm arguing for here. You see, the death of the sedan is predicated on the notion that the sedan is actually dead. And well... Alright, so the truth is that technically there's no body here. No autopsy to perform just yet. In much the same way manual transmissions are tenuously alive today, sedans are still being produced even if they're being manufactured in smaller numbers. Even though it was nigh inconceivable that something like the Altima would ever vanish, the Altima isn't King Arthur. The health of the land is not tied to the health of the king, if you could even consider the Altima a king, or royalty at all, or even one of those lesser nobles like an earl or a duke. Or a baron. I'm not really brushed up on my landed gentry. The discontinuation of the Altima doesn't necessarily herald the end for all sedans, even if I'm using it to anchor my argument. And besides, it wasn't ever really Nissan's responsibility to save the gas-powered sedan. We'd all likely be screwed if it were. You can still get an Elantra, a Camry, an Accord, a Corolla, a Sonata, a Jetta, a Mazda 3, an Audi A3, a Kia Forte, a Volvo S60, a Subaru Legacy, God help us, a Sentra. The sedan may not be thriving, hell, it may even be on oxygen, but the majority of the options left suggest that the selection has been culled down to a pretty decent group in some ways. At the very least, I'd think most of these represent a decent foot forward for the sedan's future, along with the rise in young drivers looking for affordable options to try and sell their parents on buying for them. Interestingly, a survey by Nissan found that 7 in 10 Gen Z drivers would consider a sedan as their next vehicle. Granted, considering isn't the same as buying, but it says a lot that sedans aren't being dismissed out of hand. And even if gasoline-powered sedans fall by the wayside, I would imagine the EV options would continue unabated since they would likely be among the more affordable of those electric cars, at least more so than a Cybertruck or a Rivian. So we're left to seek a conclusion. Who is the culprit? Who killed the sedan? Or rather, who is killing it, making it less viable and running the risk of sending gasoline-powered options to an earlier grave than anticipated? Well, even if it's only my opinion, I promised an answer to the mystery, and so the culprit I choose is the automakers. Yes, they are incentivized by the federal government to offer larger cars. Yes, consumers are notoriously stingy about actually purchasing sedans when push comes to shove. And sure, sedans are still alive and technically not even gone yet. But for me, when considering the value of the evidence against each suspect, I found the culpability greatest among the automakers. I mean, you have the quality argument that the sedans have gotten worse over time, with less reliable transmissions, engines that are prone to recall, and distracting, garish, over-engineered designs with cabins that feel less inviting than a car from 1994, with cluttered dashes and IMAX touchscreens and seats that feel like somebody put one of those cheap back massager cushions over a Midwestern father's rocking chair. You know, the one he refuses to throw away because the fact of its continued structural integrity after 35 years means it's earned its spot in the living room even if it's slowly giving him scoliosis. I genuinely feel like sedans might be better accepted if they were just plain better. But if all things are equal, Americans are going to go for interior space, ground clearance, and overall versatility over something inconsistent and overpriced relative to what they feel it should cost. I feel that manufacturer incentivized dealer practices can lead to lowered consumer confidence in the sedan itself, when that sedan ends up not being worth the price that they paid, which in turn leads to lower future sales and fewer sedans being produced. And that's why we can't have nice things. Of course, this is all entirely conjecture from one guy on the internet. So I really do want to hear from you. I want to read your comments while I eat lunch and then again later while I'm eating dinner. So entertain me with your insights down below. I'm not kidding. I literally do read them while I'm eating because I'm someone who, I don't want to watch TV while I'm eating. I want to, read. And I really do read them, and I really do find them engaging and thoughtful. So let me know who your suspects are and your conclusions. And if you enjoy the show, please consider supporting us on Patreon. The link is in the description. Anything helps. And if you liked this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribing, or sharing. Our content only exists thanks to your support. Seriously. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great rest of your week, everyone. Alright, let's talk about it. Creators are leaving big automotive YouTube channels. What was once largely the domain of gaming or entertainment media channels is something we're now seeing on the vroom vroom side of the fence. In some ways, this has been a long time coming. You could even argue that it's necessary, because the nature of being a YouTuber is inextricably linked to feelings of instability. You can't know how a video is going to perform. And you can't really be certain what you're going to make from month to month because it sometimes relies on factors that have yet to be determined. And in a lot of cases, producing high-quality content isn't cheap, particularly if you're doing a build or traveling to locations to film. Maybe you have employees like editors, writers, photographers, etc. And that's if you even own the channel you produce content for. If not, then it's not really that surprising when that channel is sold off to a larger company to spread out the cost and production burden across a larger back. Because holding up the world is less stressful when the load is being carried by somebody with bigger traps. But there's always a risk with this approach, and what we're seeing now is the consequence of things that are often outside of the control of the content creators we know and love. So that's what we're going to talk about today. The shifting tides of automotive YouTube, why things are changing as dramatically as they are, and why, at least in some cases, this is a good thing. I'll also get into what it's meant for RCR, and what it could mean for you if you choose to pursue the automotive YouTube space. Timestamps are included in the description so you can skip around to wherever you want to go. And this video will largely be composed of existing RCR footage and the occasional public domain images because I don't want to use other creators' content. So anyway, enough with the long introduction. This is the Roman Report. Let's get to it. Roman Report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. It's kind of wild to think that arguably one of the biggest automotive stories of the summer has been about automotive YouTubers. In particular, the departure of Jeremiah Burton, Zach Job, and now James Pumphrey from Donut Media. It's a lot to parse through, and so I've included the respective Why I Left videos in the description, because these men speak for themselves far better than I ever could in synopsis. But the overarching thesis seems to center on displeasure with the overall lack of freedom that happens when the distribution network for your content is owned by somebody else. While all three men go out of their way to state that they still have an immense amount of love and respect for their colleagues under the Donut umbrella, and that they don't harbor any ill will, it seems like the experience was limiting for the type of content they each wanted to make, respectively, and all to diminishing returns. You see, when you have a successful YouTube channel, it's natural that people assume you have some piece of it, that you're an owner rather than an employee. But to my understanding, in the case of Jeremiah, Zach, and James, this wasn't true. Donut has been the property of digital media giant and private equity firm Recurrent Ventures since 2021, which would presumably mean that the talent didn't really have the editorial freedom they once had, which is understandable. Product is dictated by cash flow, which means the people writing the checks have the final say. But it's also understandable how this could be creatively frustrating, right? Since that creativity is often what makes a creator popular in the first place. Yet you see it in business all the time when a company buys something popular and then brings in people with MBAs to dictate a new direction, taking a straight razor to costs in the name of running a lean, profitable machine. In his video on why he and Jeremiah left Donut, Zach Job explains that he'd left his previous job before Donut specifically because they got bought out, and he wanted to get away from that type of professional environment, which honestly makes it kind of heartbreaking that history more or less said, hey, let's run that one back. Because the focus became less on producing the type of content they wanted to make, and more about trying to feed tinder into the fire to keep the channel's flame burning high. They had reached wild heights, unthinkable heights, and now they had to work twice as hard to sustain that. As Job says in the video, quote, I think it's a product of getting too big, growing too big, and then trying to just never drop down. And I think, I've always said one of the coolest things about YouTube is that you can take swings. You can try stuff you want to do, and if it doesn't work, you find out immediately, and then, you revise. And we stopped doing that a long time ago, and we just got to where we were trying to do videos we knew would do well. End quote. As Jeremiah would add, quote, and when you have to convince people who are paying for it to do the videos you want to do, it gets old fast. End quote. They would go on to state that they got so exasperated with having video pitches rejected that they almost didn't want to pitch at all anymore. There wasn't the freedom to just try something out to see how it would perform. They would simply be told no. As a creative who is used to a certain amount of autonomy, that has to be devastating. And this sentiment largely seemed to be shared by James Pumphrey. Now, I was shocked to see that James was leaving, even more so than Zach and Jeremiah, because I had incorrectly assumed, as so many had, that James had a piece of Donut, or that he just had some kind of equity in the channel so that any potential sale and change in content direction would have to, at least partially, go through him in some way, But it's not that cut and dry. James would announce his departure on Instagram, stating, quote, working for Donut has been the most incredible experience of my life. I never thought I'd get to build something that meant so much to me. I never thought I'd get to build something that means so much to so many other people. End quote. As James would continue, quote, it's time to build something new. Something that I love. A thing to be proud of. A thing of my own. End quote. In introducing his new channel, Speed, he signs off by stating that the channel is, quote, independently owned and operated since 2024. End quote. Now, one could assume at least part of the reason for the departure based on how he signed off on that post. But it became all the more apparent once his Why I Left Donut video went live. Again, I've linked it below, and it's a pretty poignant retrospective of his time at the channel and his personal history in the automotive space. And at over 40 minutes long, it's well worth your time. But in the video, he explains his frustrations with how some of the decision-making by the higher-ups ran the risk of compromising his relationship with the fans, which is basically everything to someone in this space. Quote, now, this relationship that I've built with you guys over the last 9 years is something that I've worked very hard for, and something that I'm incredibly grateful for. It's also something that I am extremely protective over. It's what every YouTube channel is based on. The audience. You guys. And every time a company makes a decision, it has the potential to put that relationship at risk. And at Donut, I don't feel like I have enough say in what those decisions are, and whether or not we should take those risks. So I'd rather start a new thing where the only person I have to make decisions with is my best friend that I trust, because my relationship with you guys is one of the most important things in my life. End quote. He would go on to add, quote, "Now, I'm not saying that the decisions the company is making are bad, but the fact that I'm not making them, or sometimes even consulted, is enough for me to have to walk away. So I am." End quote. So the end result of each of these departures is that Jeremiah and Zach would start their own channel, Big Time, and James would launch his new channel, Speed. And what do you know? Both channels have already surpassed 1 million subscribers in barely a month's time. It really is a remarkable case of betting on yourself and proving that sometimes, maybe even most times, it isn't the brand that's the draw, but the personalities behind it. Although Donut seems to be moving towards less of a personality-driven platform in favor of a more enthusiast approach. Donut editor-in-chief Nolan Sykes would tell the Autopian how excited he is about the content they have coming up, including, quote, going deep into drag racing, end quote, and also, quote, a new build coming that I've never seen anyone do on YouTube, end quote. He would go on to thank James for his contributions while vowing to continue celebrating car culture, and overall it was a pretty nice statement. But I think ultimately what's odd about this is that it's not like Donut is the only place where this is even happening. You see, Hoonigan has been an apparel brand, a racing team, a YouTube channel. They were essentially an empire, and in a lot of ways, it still is. But there were changes. Perhaps the necessary byproduct of the evolutionary forces that brought them to this point, you know? Hoonigan Racing Division, Hoonigan Industries. It was a success unlike anything that had occurred in the automotive media landscape up to that point, short of something like Top Gear or Motor Trend. The Gymkhana videos alone could have fed generations, but just like Donut, Hoonigan was purchased in 2021. In this case by an aftermarket parts manufacturer called Wheel Pros, who got the funding for the purchase from the firm Clear Lake Capital. And again, private equity rears its head. Wheel Pros just sort of adopted the Hoonigan branding themselves, taking Hoonigan's more brash, chaotic aesthetic and applying a sort of corporate sheen to it. This resulted in the now infamous tweet announcing Vance Johnston as the president of Hoonigan. The image they used showed him in a suit and tie, and, well, people didn't take too kindly to what was seen by fans as the corporatization of what had been a fairly down-to-earth brand. Creators began to leave, content began to change, and while views were generally still good, they weren't what they used to be. And it would be one thing if it had just been an issue of private equity attempting to fix what wasn't broken. But any hope that Hoonigan had of being what it once had been was shaken on January 2nd, 2023, when Ken Block tragically passed away. For a lot of people, Ken Block was Hoonigan, and nearly 2 years on, his loss is still keenly felt in the automotive community, in a way that I'm not sure can be explained by any one piece of media. Ken Block's final video for Hoonigan, Electricana 2, was published posthumously on December 6, 2023, some 11 months after his passing. And with it was truly the end of an era, as fans said their final goodbye to one of the most respected and revered people in the automotive community. Now, while Hoonigan continues to enjoy the success of over 5 million subscribers and hundreds of thousands of views per video, the public response remains mixed among fans. And that reality that fans might not always rock with what you're doing is scary. It's genuinely sad to see a channel you loved changing in front of your very eyes. And yet, we don't always know why these channels get sold in the first place. You know, beyond the very obvious financial incentive. So in the spirit of covering all sides, let's play devil's advocate, because I'm messy. Okay. So what are the positives of being owned by a larger company? Are there any positives? Okay, yes. Technically, yes. What are the reasons to sell to private equity in the first place? Well, for one, again, YouTube. You just don't know what's going to happen. You could be on top of the world one day, and then a simple change in the algorithm means nobody gets shown your videos anymore, because a bunch of ones and zeros have decided that you don't deserve to be seen by anybody, not even your subscribers, and not even when they've clicked that damn bell icon. That's terrifying, trust me, I know. But it's also kind of a cop-out to say that it's entirely the algorithm. I mean, if people genuinely like what you're doing, they will find you. They will watch your content. But it becomes less of a priority for viewers to track your content down if they're not really into the direction the channel is taking. Again, trust me, I know. But I'm also not under the expectation that I'm owed a platform, nor do I think anybody else in this space is under that impression. We are here entirely at the privilege of the company hosting us. In this sense, it's YouTube, or Google, or Alphabet, whatever. But sometimes that privilege is superseded by the company you sell to, if you choose to sell. I don't remember the name of the channel that tried to buy us out in the early 2010s, but Brian thankfully rejected the offer because it meant more to him and more to us that we retain our autonomy, that we retain the independence to sink or swim on the merits of what we create ourselves. Because if I'm gonna bomb, I'd rather bomb doing my own material than having it dictated to me by somebody else, you know? Letting good ideas sit on the shelf because somebody in charge doesn't see the vision? No. Just no. But I do feel a twinge of envy at the safety net that private equity could theoretically provide, as it also offers an infrastructure that could take care of the business side of things so you can focus on just producing content. And even saying that, it sounds kind of cynical. The word content itself sounds cynical. It sounds like a product, but it kind of is a product. And it's only as cynical as you allow it to be. Regardless, it is kind of understandable how a job that was initially really enjoyable to you becomes a 9 to 5 once you get into that mindset of gotta create content, you know? And being owned by a larger company can sometimes ease some of that burden. When you're on your own and balancing your own books, your budget, and you're doing your quarterly taxes and then your annual taxes at the state and federal level and the self-employment tax and all of those things on top of filming, writing, editing your videos, doing research into how to stay ahead of the changes in the algorithm, what thumbnails have to look like now, getting a green screen backdrop so you can take a photo in front of it, making a YouTube face that you can then cut out and put into a thumbnail, figuring out what titles work best, you know, it's a lot. And it's insanely stressful. And it's also obnoxious because you sometimes can't tell people in your life how stressed you are. Because people don't really think of content creation as a real job because you're not clocking into an office or you're not really doing any labor-intensive manual exertion. And they assume that because you're mostly at home all the time, or because you're mostly doing something that you enjoy, or doing something in a realm that you enjoy, that it's not really work for you. But the reality is that, in some ways, it's worse. Because you can never slow down. You can never really clock out. You release a video and you almost don't have time to digest it before you move on to the next one. Writing a new script and hoping that you don't subconsciously repeat anything you've already said in a previous script. Because you have a deadline to hit. Otherwise, you don't eat. And before you know it, the entire day has gone by and you never left your desk. You've rolled out of bed and into an office chair only to roll back into bed again. And suddenly the entire week has gone by and you've never left your apartment. It's incredibly isolating and extremely demanding. You don't just take your work home, your work lives with you. And while I consider myself very, very fortunate in that the work I'm doing is mostly work I enjoy doing, I have to admit that that's not always the case. For example, a lot of people have wondered why I don't do RCR stories anymore. Well, I've been sitting on a script that's about 75% done for over a year now, but I just don't have time to finish it, because those scripts take an insane amount of research. I'm not just digging up articles or interviewing people more knowledgeable than myself. I mean, I am doing those things, but I'm also tracking down books and purchasing them, even if it's only to cite a single quote from the entire tome. I'm reading entire books and annotating and taking notes as I go along before I even know if I can use any of it. And look, I love making RCR stories. But it's so time-consuming to make, which is kind of why the Roman Report even exists. I have a huge desire to continue making these kinds of longer-form essays, but RCR stories requires a depth of research that takes a George R.R. Martin length of time to complete, whereas the Roman Report is like 30 to 40% sources and then just 60% of me ranting my opinion about whatever it is I think of the topic at hand, while using existing RCR footage so I don't have to track down public domain images for use. After all, while I'm not sure RCR stories will ever beat the glorified PowerPoint presentation claims, it's still a lot to assemble because I'm dedicated to using public domain and free image sources as much as possible and crediting where I can, because I don't want to run into any problems with Content ID. Which means it takes more time to make a video, and there's more pressure for that video to do well, and more disappointment if it doesn't. I think my mind would have completely shattered if I spent a year doing the Saab video and it just flopped. But that's the risk you take, and I accept that. That's what I signed... Oh cool, my fleshlight is here. This is what I signed up for, and I understood that, and I don't regret it. I'm sure I could argue fair use if any issues were to arise, but that's not a fight I feel like waging if I can help it. So this is what I make because it's what I can do, even if there are times where it's not what makes me happiest. Now, again, the overwhelming majority of what I make is stuff I really want to. But I miss making RCR stories because I love automotive history, and there are so many tales I want to tell that I just don't have the time to do. Like the life and death of Oldsmobile, the life and death of Holden, yes, they were all killed by GM, the crimes of Carlos Ghosn, the Miracle Cars scam, etc. The June Roman Report on the life and death of manual transmissions was something of a compromise since, while not comprehensive, it was a chance for me to get to delve into automotive history within the context of current events. And I enjoyed that and want to do more of that, and so we're trying to get the Patreon back up and running to subsidize a greater freedom from the algorithm. So I bring this all up as a way of saying that even while it doesn't appeal to me or Brian, I completely understand the attraction behind selling a channel. Because now you have somebody else to handle finding photographers, scouting locations, holding the camera, getting the shots, and doing all the editing, which frees you up to just focus on writing and presenting. And being a salaried employee of a company or corporation would presumably include some level of benefits. You might finally get health insurance through the company, so you don't have to pay as much as you were out of your own pocket. Maybe you get 401k contributions. And if you have other employees, well, payroll suddenly isn't your problem anymore, even if the trade-off is that you too are now on salary. But hey, it's one less thing to worry about. Maybe before you had to procure your own cars, speak with dealerships or brands or press fleets, and negotiate without the backing of a team of public relations specialists and or lawyers, all of whom cost a lot of money themselves. But now, it's somebody else's job to do all of that stuff. Now, RCR has been extraordinarily lucky in the sense that we were able to run the show ourselves thanks entirely to you, our viewers. When I say this show would not happen without you, I mean it. Because we didn't have to deal with press fleets, with automakers, with dealerships. Once we ran out of cars owned by people we know who were willing to be on the show, we'd built up enough of an audience that people were willing to volunteer their cars and their time to be on our show. It's why after almost every shoot, either Brian or I, usually Brian, will thank the volunteer for helping us to have a job. You guys are literally everything to us. Not just because of your viewership, but because of the ways in which you've given of yourself so that this show might exist. Not every channel is so fortunate. Other channels sometimes have to straight up buy the cars they're featuring in their videos. Although I would imagine that's mostly the channels doing builds, with the intention of not simply earning money from the videos themselves, but from the eventual sale of the car. But for so many others, a partnership or a sale can actually make sense because now you're not worrying about procurement as much. Who knows? The company might even give you equity so that you're taken care of in the event the company is sold again, right? Except, as we've already established, that doesn't actually seem to be the way any of it works, so the devil's advocacy can pretty much end right now. As Jeremiah and Zach mentioned, they didn't have ownership in Donut. They took a salary, but the exchange was that the brand gradually became something they didn't sign up for. Suddenly, the insight and know-how of content creators who had been doing this for years before the brand was bought out by private equity are suddenly subordinate to the cost-cutting whims of businessmen who want to maximize profits to generate clicks, at the expense of the more thoughtful, involved content that initially drew the audience and even the hosts themselves. And for what? Are these actually seen as long-term investments by the companies that buy these automotive channels? Or are they just slimming them down, optimizing the content for search algorithms, and then hoping to sell the channel and its library for a profit to the next company looking to make a quick buck in online content, or the next company that's searching for videos to add to their streaming catalog? It's hard to say, but easy to view from a cynical perspective, because it doesn't seem like venture capitalists truly understand why these channels were successful in the first place. You see, automotive YouTube channels often find success because of the authenticity, the talent, the passion, the sincerity of the people both in front of and behind the camera. I mean, Jeremiah and Zach were two guys who basically answered an open call for talent and then built themselves as a brand alongside the channel over the years, right up through the pandemic when the channel saw unprecedented growth, as so many channels did during the time when everybody was stuck indoors, and productions were shut down around the world, and there were fewer mainstream entertainment options, meaning content creators were picking up the slack and growing exponentially as a result. It's a remarkable success story. Donut became one of the biggest automotive channels on the platform, and Jeremiah Burton and Zach Job became arguably the most beloved figures of that brand, along with James Pumphrey. So there's a kind of whiplash, I would think, that accompanies going from having a certain amount of freedom with your content to feeling limited as to what you could do, to suddenly having to run an idea past somebody to get it approved before you can put it into action. Which is why, in many ways, the negatives would seem to outweigh the positives when it comes to private equity. In addition to the aforementioned lack of creative freedom, you can also have your salary subject to reevaluation if the company determines you're not worth what they're paying you. You can have your role scaled back or cut altogether, and just like that, it's all over. And sure, maybe you had a deal to get a cut of all merchandise, but a cut is still not the same amount of what you could have if the company was all yours from the start. But possibly worst of all, after all that, unless you have some prior claim to your show and its assets, then your intellectual property will remain with the company while you have to start from scratch. Now, some people are capable of reinvention. In fact, I would argue the majority are. But not everybody is a Zach or Jeremiah type, or a James type, who can leave a company and instantly regrow or expand their audience. That's special, that's unique, and it speaks to those creators and their connection with their fans. But for most, it'll take time. Ultimately, it's clear that what Zach and Jeremiah and James were doing wasn't making them happy. And we only get one shot on this spinning two-tone rock, so when you have a chance to chase your happiness, then you better lace up those running shoes, get a good stretch in, grab a bottle of water, and start running. Because at the end of the day, it's ultimately worth doing. Oh wait, that's not the end of the video? Huh, kinda seemed like a natural stopping point. So let's talk about the implications of this for automotive YouTube. For as bleak as this all might seem, I would argue that not since 2020 has the time been as ripe to seed new automotive channels as it is right now. If anything, automotive YouTube feels less niche than it ever has, as cars just feel more mainstream each year. Granted, that's anecdotal, but I want to say it's the Gen Z drivers joining the scene. Of course, I can't even say I know for sure, but I do think a lot of people inspired by the content of your Donut Crew and your Tavareshes and your Hoovies and Matt Armstrongs, you're probably going to start seeing a lot of them launching their own channels. And what's great about automotive YouTube is that really, you don't have to do builds. Hell, I would argue you don't even have to do car reviews, unless car reviews is in the name of your channel. You could get started with something low cost, like automotive history video essays, or repair tips and how-to guides, or even just complaining to the camera about what you don't like about the auto industry today. Build an audience, do unique things, or do traditional things in unique ways. Tavares gave us some great advice last year by saying you need to do content that you want to do, that matters to you. And it follows from a belief that has been sort of a North Star for me since RCR began, which is that you should always make content that you yourself would actually watch. If you're not making something you would watch, then odds are your lack of enthusiasm is going to come out in the product you eventually make, and it's going to turn people off. Whatever you make, be passionate about it. Don't just view this as a way to make money, even if that's ultimately the end goal. The way you grow an audience and keep them is by providing them with something they can't get somewhere else. And some people might think that means having some kind of gimmick, like this is the only channel where you're going to see builds of old Chrysler minivans or whatever. And that's definitely cool and could definitely be the thing that drives engagement and growth. Lord knows I'd probably subscribe. But what I mean by giving people something they can't get somewhere else is much more simple. Give them you. Because you, specifically you, is something that a viewer can't find somewhere else, because there's only one you. There's only one you that has your passion and your opinions. And even if your opinions are ones shared by other outlets, it's not the opinions that will bring people back, or at least not just the opinions, but your presentation. It's to see what you're going to say next and how you're going to say it, to see what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Your knowledge, or maybe your lack of knowledge, to where viewers get to go on a journey of discovery with you as you learn things you didn't know about. They get to watch you grow. They get to see your arc. Automotive YouTube thrives with more people contributing and taking away the niche label. Because it really isn't niche, honestly. It's not that obscure. People of all stripes love cars, so why not get in on this, if that's your goal? Yes, it's a long, hard road, trust me, but it can be worth it if you can get there. And I've seen so many growing channels worth checking out, like Shooting Cars, or Samet Industries. If you remember Will, we reviewed his Ford Festiva a million years ago, and Brian still ranks it among the worst cars he's ever driven, but Will was still a really great sport about it. I even asked you guys on Twitter to recommend me some smaller channels that deserve more love. And you added channels like Alanis King, Corsicar, Tom's Refurb, Speedcar 99, Vehicor, I hope I'm saying that right, or at least getting in the general area of correct pronunciation, but it should be on screen right now. Also, Hunter Direction, and Robot Cantina, and I'm sure there are many more out there. And honestly, I'm rooting for each and every one. This all brings me back to the overarching thesis of this video. Yes, automotive YouTube is changing, possibly forever, and that's a good thing. We're getting fresh talent, and the old guard is reinventing themselves and reigniting passion in their content. It's so amazing to see people bet on themselves. It's the most incredible thing to take that risk and have it pay off. I think Doug DeMuro talked about this in his video on this topic. But regardless, I envy their ability to do that, to take that risk. Automotive YouTube speaks to so many people because cars are germane to so many of our lives. When we're young, it's something we look forward to being able to do, to drive, to own a car. And even when we're adults, there's still this aspirational aspect of potentially getting to own an even better car. I think that's why automotive YouTubers have such a potential for a large audience, because it's so relatable. It's fascinating, and I think that's why it's so important that even if they have to leave the channels where they made their name, that these creators get the chance to truly make the things that they want to make. Because I feel like it enriches this space, so that even though the channels that we initially fell in love with through their content fundamentally change, those creators are still out there and their passion is still evident. And who knows, maybe the channels they leave have to pivot and rediscover a newfound passion of their own. I know a lot of people might not see it as likely, but I still feel like it's worth considering as a possibility. These YouTube personalities, these content creators, these are people we welcome into our lives via their content. And that content enriches us through education and entertainment. But the people who educate and entertain us are so much more than the people who educate and entertain us. Otherwise, I don't know that we'd trust them to do so. The unspoken covenant between creator and community is as old as the media industry itself. Give me something worth following, and I'll follow you anywhere. Automotive YouTube has often been referred to as a niche thing, yet I would argue that it has created a tapestry of vibrant creators with not only things to build or things to drive, but things to say, and things worth hearing. Best of luck to James Pumphrey, Zach Job, Jeremiah Burton, and everybody on this platform. To anybody and everybody chasing this dream. Because collectively, you all make this community better. Comment some smaller channels below that you think deserve some attention, and let's see if we can't spread this love, get a subscriber train rolling, and maybe become the rising tide that lifts these other boats. That would be incredible. And let me know what you think about the state of automotive YouTube, the reasons for the changes, and the outlook for the future. If you liked this video, please consider leaving a like, sharing the video, commenting, or maybe even subscribing. Maybe tap that bell icon. And if you really love RCR and want to keep this ball rolling for as long as possible, consider supporting us on Patreon. The link is in the description. We would love to be able to earn your support. Thank you for watching, and have a great rest of your week. Let me tell you something that may or may not be a surprise to you. Stellantis has been having a really rough month, not just in terms of production, recalls, and internal strife, but also with regards to their coverage in the news. And yet, despite my lashing of the brand in the most recent race to the bottom, link in the description, and despite a whole lot of hand-wringing about the state of automotive media in last month's Roman report, link in the description because apparently my content is like an open drainage pipe for how often it gets plugged, you could argue that Stellantis doesn't always get the fairest shake from automotive journalists. I mean, you could argue this, but how true it is depends on how much leeway you're willing to give to a brand who continues to spin 1,000 different plates in the air, despite never being known for their equilibrium. And one thing is unfortunately clear for Stellantis. Even their closest allies are pretty much over it. Because really, you can only be asked so many times to trust in the vision before you start to wonder if the person asking has cataracts. From dealers to workers to consumers themselves, Stellantis is at a crossroads, and if analysts are to be believed, the company is closer to downfall than at any point in their history since Lee Iacocca secured them those government loans. Although I guess they were pretty close in like 2008, 2009 during the automotive crisis, anyway, let's talk about it. What is going on with Stellantis? Is this really the end, or is it just a massive overreaction? And what can they do to turn it around? I'm the Roman. This is the Roman Report, and in the words of a man named Andros from outer space, let's rock it.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Oh, be quiet, Alexa. Roman Report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. Alright, where to even start? Stellantis has been going through it, beginning at the tail end of August, when the company received a 17-page letter from Walter P. Chrysler's great-grandson, a man by the name of Frank B. Rhodes. Now, Rhodes essentially offered to purchase the Chrysler, Dodge, and Mopar brands outright, arguing that Stellantis has caused depreciation to the brand his great-grandfather worked so hard to build. The following are excerpts from the letter to Stellantis CEO Carlos Tavares. Tavares? I mean, I've seen it pronounced to his face both ways in multiple interviews, so I apologize if I'm saying it wrong, but I am going to go with Tavares for this. Not to be confused with our buddy Freddie. These excerpts were posted by MoparInsiders.com. In the document, Rhodes writes, quote, I have been the brand ambassador for the Chrysler brand for 45 years, sometimes apparently a thorn in your side, with my suggestions and ideas to rev up the company through new product offerings and exciting visual appeal of new vehicles. My support fell on deaf ears apparently. My family were important stockholders in the company since its founding and prior to its bankruptcy. I own a token position since the Stellantis takeover to just be able to keep up with events at the company, to keep up with the planned Chrysler brand, and watched its stock seesaw. I am not interested in a meaningful stockholder position in the Stellantis brands other than Chrysler/Dodge and Plymouth. I watched helplessly as the Jeep and Ram brands received support, while the Chrysler Museum was shut down and replaced with the Alfa Romeo Engineering Center in Michigan. Why here to be replaced with an Italian car brand that has no traction in the USA? That move seemed to me to be deliberate, to try and erase the Chrysler name. End quote. Rhodes continues his treatise against the alleged profit-driven motivations behind the decision-making at the brand, which he accuses of overlooking potential avenues for revitalization. Quote, this year Stellantis allocated an enormous $3.2 billion amount to repurchasing shares, instead of allocating those significant funds to the Chrysler/Dodge brand reinvigoration. By the way, did you notice how American consumers shunned all the Italian brands like Alfa and the low-quality ranked Fiat cars, which are no longer viable in the USA? Fiat sold just 605 cars in the USA in 2023. Alfa is struggling to sell a few thousand cars. Right now, there is no Chrysler of Dodge automobile that would be considered to be in the Smithsonian, thanks to the lack of leadership for these iconic American brands. My plan is to make the classic comeback for the Chrysler brands that have waiting buyers and had nothing new to offer. Good for America, for the economy, good for the employees, and just in time for its 100th anniversary. Chrysler Reborn is the plan for 2025. End quote. Now, I think Rhodes captures the sentiment among some Mopar enthusiasts that Stellantis is essentially misguided, but as the document continues, the argument becomes a bit more vociferous, criticizing Chrysler brand CEO Christine Fuel of allegedly accomplishing nothing since she was brought in to revitalize the marque. Hell, Rhodes goes directly at Tavares for hiring her in the first place, and this is where we get into caps lock territory, as Rhodes writes, quote, there have been no updates to the phenomenal planned potential that was to be unleashed by this brand CEO. Apparently, it is hard to unleash something when no funds are allocated for that process. Where is this auto in the Chrysler lineup? Just a dream? End quote. He later declares, quote, Under her leadership, some of the most iconic names and muscle cars, such as the Chrysler 300, the iconic Charger in many movies, including Fast and Furious, and the Challenger/Hellcat, were also quietly discontinued. All that is left for Chrysler and Dodge dealers to offer are the Chrysler Pacifica and its brother, the plug-in hybrid, considered as soccer moms' cars, and the Durango and Hornet. End quote. And on the subject of the Hornet, it kind of acts as a bellwether for the state of the Stellantis brand as a whole. I recently read an article in the Autopian that says you could have these new for $25,000. And it's indicative of an overstock on dealer lots. These vehicles are not moving, and they're now being priced to move, even new. But these are also cars that don't really have the best reviews from the people who actually do own them. Now, you'd think there'd be a greater potential for profit here because it's more or less a rebadged Alfa Romeo Tonale. At least with an Alfa Romeo, you can say you're driving an Alfa Romeo. But with a Dodge Hornet, can you really do that? Can you really say that and boast about driving a Dodge at a time where the name Dodge has arguably meant less than it ever has in 100 years? Probably not. And look, I could sit here and go through the whole document that Rhodes has written, But I find it more useful to include a link to the full 17-page document in the description, which I've done, so that you can read it for yourself and come to your own conclusions. But for the most part, Rhodes makes his argument for Chrysler returning to the hands of Chrysler enthusiasts who know what consumers want. And maybe he's right, although one would imagine that at some point you have to bring in business people who know how the current state of the auto industry works. You gotta bring in the bean counters, so to speak, to really run the numbers, because this is going to be an overwhelming venture. Whether it's starting a company from the ground up or buying intellectual property and trying to revitalize it. To this end, Rhodes does mention, albeit vaguely, how he plans to actually fund this acquisition, writing, quote, "I will retain legal and financial structuring advisors and consultants, including investment bankers, a lender syndicate, and representatives of the relevant employee groups, the UAW representatives, vendors, suppliers, and dealers to acquire the brand from Stellantis through a newly formed company tentatively called the New Chrysler/Dodge LLC." End quote. However, this still doesn't really tell us what kind of funds Rhodes would be working with here, and running a car company is, of course, far from cheap. I mean, seriously, think about this, because while it was no small feat to start a car company 100 years ago, cars being less of a known quantity to the average consumer arguably meant that you had a wider canvas on which to paint your own identity. One of the freedoms enjoyed by the self-made businessman is rendering your own creation myth, the story of how one individual pulled himself up by his bootstraps and became more than anyone ever thought he could be. But then how many self-made men are truly self-made? It takes a village, in more ways than one. The legacy of Walter P. Chrysler was that of a man who spent time in different facets of the auto industry, working at General Motors, more specifically at Buick, working at Willis, cutting his teeth in the business side of things after spending a good amount of time as an automotive enthusiast, before commanding a hefty sum to pull some bankers out of a bad investment in Willys Overland, and then leveraging that money to acquire Maxwell Motor Company before going solo and wrapping his newly acquired company into his latest venture, the Chrysler Corporation. He would then purchase Dodge and create Plymouth and DeSoto. It was very much a grind to get Chrysler to where it would eventually end up, to reach the heights that it eventually did. Now, I don't know much about Frank Rhodes. He may be a great man. In fact, he may be exactly the guy Stellantis needs, for all I know. But even if he was conclusively 100% proven to be the man that Chrysler needs, people like a known quantity. And for better or worse, I don't think Rhodes would really be given the chance to craft his own story, because people would just see an act of hubris not so different from that in which Stellantis CEO Carlos Tavares is accused of engaging. But hey, this is all sort of a moot point anyway, because, big surprise, Stellantis is not interested. In a public statement, the company responded to Rhodes's letter. Quote, Stellantis acknowledges the interest in its North American brands and reaffirms the company's commitment to its entire portfolio of 14 powerful, iconic brands, which were each given a 10-year time frame to build a profitable and sustainable business. Like the Jeep and Ram brands, Chrysler and Dodge are at the forefront of Stellantis' transformation to clean mobility, benefiting from the group's cutting-edge technology and scale. The company is not pursuing splitting off any of its brands. End quote. Of course, you could argue whether or not Rhodes is the right guy to turn things around, but there have been plenty of Mopar enthusiasts in the last 20 years or so who felt similarly to how Rhodes feels, because it really does come across as though there isn't much of a plan for Chrysler or many of the Stellantis brands right now besides the general notion of going fully electric at some point. But what else is in the pipeline? Not to keep shamelessly plugging, but I go into this a bit in my video about the dire state of the sedan market. And Chrysler is one of those brands who has seen its sedan legacy eroded, if not altogether eradicated in recent years. And this includes muscle cars and other mainstays of the Stellantis brands. A decade ago, it would have been unthinkable to imagine a world where gas-powered versions of the Charger and Challenger were no longer being produced. Yet here we are, as you see a lot of conventional wisdom blaming all sorts of factors. Maybe it's the government imposing fuel economy requirements that no Charger or Challenger could possibly meet, short of being an electric vehicle. Maybe it's consumers who just aren't showing up for these vehicles. Maybe it's the dealers going rogue and participating in markups and price gouging measures that ward away potential customers interested in buying these cars. Maybe it's the workers themselves, as quality control is as much about human input as it is about the mechanical integrity of the assembly line equipment. But it almost feels like a skeleton operation at this point, minimizing production to cut costs and running a much leaner company to increase profit margins so that the cars they do make are bringing in more than they cost to produce. I would theorize that the desire to make the most money with the least financial commitment is why the initial Fiat merger made sense, because it provided a larger platform for Fiat in the United States and offered Chrysler a more diverse portfolio, or if nothing else, the opportunity to market rebadged Fiats to American consumers, stuff like the Jeep Renegade. But if this approach was working at a widespread level, you'd think you'd have fewer people publicly condemning Carlos Tavares for the job he's doing. The man has been CEO since 2014, yet you don't really hear as much praise for him as you do criticism. You would almost think he was a Carlos Ghosn type from how he has people speaking about him. Case in point, Frank Rhodes isn't the only person who feels like Tavares is blowing it. Believe it or not, Tavares did not just get one letter in the past month calling him out, he got two. Virginia-based auto dealer Kevin Farish, who is president of the U.S. Stellantis National Dealer Council, basically read Tavares the riot act for allegedly undermining the brands that had once been among Stellantis' most profitable. Essentially, 2023 saw record profits for Stellantis, and for Tavares in particular, but supposedly came as a consequence of cost-cutting in production, increased layoffs, and price gouging among consumers, at least according to United Auto Workers president Shawn Fain. These are all things that may increase profits in the short term, but do lasting damage to a brand in the eyes of the public. Considering this is the livelihood of him and his network, Kevin Farish's letter adopts an understandably passionate tone. I mean, it almost reads like a pro wrestling promo in parts. In the letter, dated September 10th, and co-signed by the vice chairman, secretary, and past chairman of the council, Farish writes, quote, Mr. Tavares, we are writing this letter on behalf of the entire U.S. dealer network and its employees. The intent of this letter is to sound an alarm to not only you, but to the Stellantis board of directors, your employees, your investors, and your suppliers. For over 2 years now, the U.S. Stellantis National Dealer Council has been sounding this alarm to your U.S. executive team, warning them that the course you had set for Stellantis in the U.S. was going to be a disaster in the long run. A disaster not just for us, but for everyone involved. And now, that disaster has arrived. In 2023, you engineered a record year of profitability for Stellantis, earning you the title of the highest compensated automotive CEO. You personally earned a record amount of almost $40 million that year. Unfortunately, the engineering and structuring of that year have led us to exactly where we told your executives we would be today. The reckless, short-term decision-making to secure record profits in 2023 has had devastating, yet entirely predictable consequences in the US market. Those consequences include the rapid degradation of our iconic American brands. Brands like Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Chrysler that have over a century of history in America. The market share of your brands has been slashed nearly in half. Stellantis stock price is tumbling. Plants are closing. Layoffs are rampant and key executives fleeing the company. Investor lawsuits, supplier lawsuits, strikes. The fallout is mounting. Your own distribution network, your dealer body, has been left in an anemic and diminished state. Unfortunately, these are just the consequences we feel today. The drastic market share downturn will have a long, lingering, painful fiscal impact on your parts manufacturing business for many years to come. The pain will not be confined to the company and its investors. Your dealer network, their employees, your suppliers, and most of all, your own workforce, everyone will suffer the consequences of these disastrous choices. The bill has come due for the decisions you made to engineer those profits in 2023, and your attempt at a soft landing on the backs of your employees, your dealers, and your suppliers is frankly just wrong. We did not create this problem. The federal government did not create this problem. The UAW did not create this problem, and your employees did not create this problem. You created this problem. This problem is only getting more expensive and worse with time, so we urge you to stop delaying and do the right thing now. End quote. Farish speaks a bit more about the responsibility Tavares owes to his employees, before wrapping up with a plea for him to join the National Dealer Council for their October 15th summit in Auburn Hills to hammer out a plan for the future. It's a bold approach, as this is the kind of thing you do when you're in last resort territory. Just go scorched earth and to hell with whether or not the other side likes it. But it's also the sort of approach that seems incompatible with effecting change, even if the discontent is as understandable as it is palpable. Yet the business world often turns on the side of the story that not everybody knows about. Perhaps there's a good reason for the choices Stellantis has made in the past 10 years. Or maybe it's a case of the company's latest plan not having had enough time to take effect just yet. That appears to be the excuse that Stellantis is going with, as they fired back with their own letter, noting that they'd already begun implementing an action plan with their dealers in August, a month which saw a 21% sales increase over July and a 10% reduction in dealer inventory. So maybe calling it an excuse is wrong, it's more of a rationale. They also struck back against the combative tone of Farish's letter, since apparently as they read along, their inner narrator's tone had more bass than Geddy Lee. Quote, "At Stellantis, we don't believe that public personal attacks, such as the one in the open letter from the NDC president against our CEO, are the most effective way to solve problems. We have started a path that will prove successful. We will continue to work with our dealers to avoid any public disputes that will delay our ability to deliver results." End quote. With all of this back and forth, This doesn't really feel like a company that has another K car in them, or another minivan-esque reinvention that hits upon the zeitgeist. If anything, it feels like the company is struggling with both public perception and generating enthusiasm for the products they're already making. This month, Jalopnik, citing findings by CarEdge, noted that half of the 10 slowest-selling cars in America are Stellantis vehicles, including the aforementioned Dodge Hornet, the Jeep Grand Wagoneer, the Maserati Grecale, and the aptly named Wagoneer L. And the news would somehow, improbably, impossibly get worse. Because now hard times weren't just hitting their unpopular cars, but their more successful ones as well. You see, almost concurrently with the Kevin Farish controversy came the next in a series of unfortunate events worthy of Lemony Snicket, as the company had to recall roughly 1.2 million Ram 1500 trucks from model years 2019 and 2021 to 2024 due to the ABS module disengaging the electronic stability control system. This, in addition to indicator lights for the ABS, ESC, adaptive cruise control, and forward collision warning system lighting up to erroneously depict the systems as malfunctioning. Now, the fix is straightforward enough, it just requires reinstalling the ABS software. And luckily, no injuries have been reported as a result of this issue as of press time. But it's indicative of a wider problem that is plaguing Carlos Tavares and Stellantis. Matters that seem to go beyond the typical trial and error of automotive entrepreneurial intent. In an article for Motor One about the Ram debacle, writer Adrian Paternoss cites Tavares himself when noting that things aren't going well at assembly plants like Stellantis' famous Sterling Heights, Michigan location. Quote, "Too many freshly built trucks need repairs before being shipped to dealers for customers to drive home." Tavares said the direct run rate at some Stellantis plants is not good, at Sterling Heights in particular. In case you're unfamiliar with the direct run rate, DRR refers to the total number of vehicles that get the seal of approval from quality control without having to undergo any repairs. In other words, the cars roll off the assembly line in perfect condition and then head straight to the dealer. End quote. In essence, whenever an issue comes up with these trucks off the assembly line, that adds new production costs as it takes serious money to fix these problems. But it also creates a logjam in getting these vehicles out to dealers, which is perhaps why Stellantis sales were down some 18% in North America in the first half of 2024, with the Detroit Free Press reporting that profits are down 48% from the same period in 2023. So it's no wonder that dealers are becoming more and more frustrated with the company. It hurts when you don't have one of your most popular models ready to go. Worse, as Tavares would admit, consumer preferences seem to change from what they anticipated, and so they sort of missed their window of opportunity on things like higher-end trims, and instead produced a bunch of models no one really bought. In his words, quote, "We have not always been able in the production planning to make a production mix that aligns with the sales mix." End quote. Okay, cool. Tavares seems to recognize that there are problems and appears to have some semblance of an idea of how to fix it. So why are people still losing confidence in his leadership? Well, if I had to guess, I would think part of it is because the company's statements don't always seem to align with each other. The press release indicating that Stellantis would not be getting rid of any of their 14 brands conflicts with one of Tavares' own statements from back in July. As Car and Driver cited in their article on the company's change in approach, Tavares outright stated his desire to start eliminating brands that are money losers for the company. Quote, "The company's performance in the first half of 2024 fell short of our expectations, reflecting both a challenging industry context as well as our own operational issues. If they don't make money, we'll shut them down. We cannot afford to have brands that do not make money." End quote. Speculation is that this could spell trouble for the more European-aligned, lower-volume brands like Maserati and Fiat, but it seems just as likely that those brands could end up becoming more expensive on the retail market as a way of offsetting increasing production costs. But who's to say? Now, this is the point where I had to pivot because as I was recording this initially, we got some breaking news and I had to go back into the script to account for this. But this has literally never happened for the Roman Report before. Now, when I was initially recording this, it was Monday, September 16th, and 2 new reports had just dropped that reflected even more bad times for Stellantis. First is that, in addition to the aforementioned Ram recall, some 32,862 Jeep vehicles are now also being recalled due to technical issues with the instrument panel. As the recall report states, the instrument panel, quote, may experience an internal short circuit and fail, end quote. The recall report shows this primarily affecting model year 2018 to 2024 Jeep Wranglers and model year 2020 to 2024 Jeep Gladiators equipped with the 3.5-inch instrument panel cluster. It doesn't appear as though any injuries have been reported, so that's a bit of good news, but that's pretty much the only good news, because no sooner does this drop than we now get reports that the United Auto Workers Union has filed a lawsuit against Stellantis. This is the second half of our breaking news, because the UAW is citing unfair labor practices and accusing the company of breaking its contract by moving Dodge Durango production outside the United States. Now, you could argue this is worse than the recalls when you consider how important the UAW is to production here, and factoring in that it's barely been a year since they reached a collective bargaining agreement to end a strike that threatened to freeze the auto industry in place. As UAW President Shawn Fain writes in his statement, quote, in our 2023 contract, we won major gains, including a commitment to reopen an idled assembly plant in Belvidere, Illinois, and to build the Dodge Durango in Detroit. We also won the right to strike over those commitments if we have to. Now, Stellantis wants to go back on the deal. As a united UAW, we intend to enforce our contract and to make Stellantis keep the promise. End quote. In a way, not all of this is new information because Stellantis has already confirmed that they would be holding off on producing a mid-sized truck in their Belvidere plant, citing that, quote, to ensure the company's future competitiveness and sustainability, which are necessary to preserve U.S. manufacturing jobs, it is critical that the business case for all investments is aligned with market conditions. End quote. The concerns that the wage increase secured in last year's collective bargaining agreement could mean jobs will instead be sent to other countries have more or less been realized with the rumors of the Dodge Durango's relocation. However, it is necessary to note and to reiterate that these remain rumors, as no one seems to have heard about just where the Durango could be headed. But it's also not that surprising when you consider that the aforementioned Jeep Renegade was primarily produced in Turin, Italy, making it the first Jeep product mass-produced outside of the United States. So it kind of presaged the general notion that production on more American-based vehicles would be headed to different countries. So, is Stellantis truly in danger of going under? Well, even if it is, it's hard to imagine the government actually allowing that to happen. A 2008 CNN Money article discussing the then-current automotive industry collapse cited analysis by economist David Weiss of S&P, noting that, quote, if GM and Chrysler disappear, there could also be an increase of about 1 million imported cars every year, which would remove about $25 billion from the US economy. That would be enough to shave 0.2 percentage points off the nation's GDP, and that's not even counting the impact of lost jobs and wages. End quote. Now, even without General Motors included in this version of the equation, I would imagine it still holds today that the demise of Stellantis would be catastrophic for the economy. But then, there isn't much of an indication that Stellantis is in the shape they were the past 2 times they needed a bailout. They're just stuck in a spot where it seems their ceiling, and perhaps maybe even their floor, is a lot lower than it used to be. But what can Stellantis actually do to turn this around? While I don't feel like I necessarily have a complete enough picture of Tavares' leadership style to make a conclusive judgment on whether his stepping aside would actually improve the company's fortunes, the limited picture I do have would seem to suggest that something is not clicking with his leadership style, to the extent that his own allies view him as more of a liability than an asset. If nothing else, his leadership is hurting the company in the eyes of the public. So now you're essentially waging a war on 2 fronts. You need the cars to actually be good enough to sell, and you also have to defend the choices of the man in charge. Choices that may or may not be popular. The end result is that you have this miserable combination of declining sales, eroding consumer confidence, seemingly poor quality control, and nothing in the pipeline to really excite people. Yes, they're planning on expanding their electric vehicle footprint, but what auto company isn't? It's not exactly thrilling to hear that we're getting another electric muscle car that people are going to argue doesn't deserve its nameplate. Trust me, the keyboard wars were bad enough with the Mach-E. Ultimately, it's kind of sad to know that the Chrysler of old is definitively gone for the most part. Not that this hasn't already been made perfectly clear for the last decade or more. Chrysler vehicles, and to a lesser extent the Rams and the Dodges and even the Jeeps, they all feel homogeneous, lacking the character and spirit that had come to define the company decades ago. Because even when the cars weren't great, I don't know that they were ever truly boring. Or at least not the same kind of forgettable boring that cars are now. I find a lot more to love about a Plymouth Voyager, a Dodge Caravan, a Chrysler New Yorker, a Jeep YJ, even a 5th gen Charger or a Plymouth Laser than I can find to love about things like a Jeep Gladiator or one of those over-designed modern pickup trucks with the really short beds and the nose picker window tint. But generally speaking, it doesn't feel like Stellantis makes anything worth getting truly excited about. And of course, I hope that changes. I hope I'm wrong. But Stellantis also doesn't inspire me to root to be wrong. If anything, I'm more invested in the workers continuing to have jobs than I am in seeing Plymouth return from the grave or something. The workers are the reason for my investment at all. Maybe that's the story of Stellantis in the modern era. They're still one of the American Big 3 automakers. But their contribution to the American workforce is greater than their contribution to its roadways. What's the boldest risk an automotive company has ever taken? Was it GM introducing the Hydra-Matic to a populous use to driving manuals? Was it Ford going for the youth market with the Mustang? Was it Chrysler's various mergers, or GM's various discarding of brands? Is it the Cybertruck? Is it Tesla in general? I don't know. This is all just off the top of my head, so I'm sure there are a bunch I'm missing and I want to hear about them in the comments, but what are the moments in automotive history that have truly represented pure risk for only the vaguest hope of potential reward? Because if I'm honest, I can't think of any that's more openly brazen than what Jaguar's doing right now. It is a plan so drastic, so completely out there, at least in my opinion, that I can hardly imagine how this is anything other than a soft launch for a grand closing. But it's part of an ongoing saga for a British automaker that was owned by an American automaker and is now owned by an Indian automaker, and has experienced any number of dizzying highs and demoralizing lows in the past few decades. But are the highs high enough to justify the brand's continued survival? Or are the lows too low to get under? Another big-name automaker in danger? It must be the end of the month, 'cause I'm the Roman and this is the Roman Report. Let's hit it. Roman report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. Okay, so I literally just got done talking about Stellantis facing hard times last month, and how CEO Carlos Tavares may need to step down to avoid catching all sorts of flack from people who are laying the downfall of the company at his feet, but how he might not leave because he can't really pin it all on one guy, and what do you mean he just announced his retirement? I mean, I guess it was only a matter of time, but it genuinely seems like companies are accelerating change to keep up with where they think the industry will be before it actually gets there. Change is necessary. Evolution is necessary. But different companies are going to go about it in different ways. You see, our lead story this month, our only story this month, is Jaguar Land Rover's announcement at the end of September that they would be investing some £500 million to turn their 61-year-old factory in Halewood, Merseyside, England, into a state-of-the-art facility capable of meeting the demands of Jaguar Land Rover's Reimagine initiative, which intends to see all their brands go fully electric by 2030. Granted, Jaguar Land Rover is far from the only car company to vow to go fully electric within the next decade or so. But I can't think of any gasoline-powered automaker planning to go zero emissions as quickly as the Jaguar leg of this equation, which will purportedly go fully electric by 2025, with the first new EVs making it to consumers in 2026, utilizing a different platform than what the I-Pace has been using. Now, this isn't exactly new information, since Jaguar announced in 2021 that the plan was to be fully electric within 5 years. However, 2021 was also the year where they essentially ditched all progress they had made on a fully electric XJ after a 9-figure investment had been spent developing it. So it might make you question just how up to the task the company really is for this type of strategic change, you know? Or maybe it reinforces one's confidence that they really are committed to getting this right, no matter the cost. But the gamble I alluded to in the intro is the wildest part of this plan. The company is taking a gap year. Yes, there's going to be a year-long period where you won't be able to buy a new Jaguar, because none will be made. It's an incredibly bold strategy for any capitalist venture, particularly one that's faced the struggles Jaguar has faced in recent years, with a Road and Track report from February noting that while the brands under the Land Rover umbrella have moved a total of some 280,000 units for the year ending last March, the number had dropped to just 43,000 worldwide for Jaguar. Only 8,000 of which were in the United States. In an interview with Autocar back in August, Jaguar managing director Rawdon Glover elaborated on the strategy, noting that in parts of Europe, no new Jaguars would be available as of the end of 2024, and the UK will also see production dry up in early 2025. This follows from Jaguar's announcement earlier this year that they were discontinuing basically their entire lineup, as the final XE, XF, and F-Type cars rolled off the factory line back in May, and the E-Pace Hybrid and I-Pace Electric will also fall by the wayside by year's end, which means the sole surviving Jaguar is going to be the F-Pace. Yes, the iconic manufacturer of roadsters and sporty performance vehicles is depending on an SUV to hold down the fort until 2026, when Jaguar plans to release their electric GT model, which the company claims will produce a power output greater than any Jaguar ever built. But that's cold comfort to dealers, who are rightfully furious about the notion that there will be a period of close to a year with no new Jaguars being released. In fact, dealers in Canada pursued legal action against the company for compensation over how much money this brand reinvention is costing them. Automotive News Canada reported in June that a joint lawsuit was being planned against the Canadian wing of Jaguar Land Rover, not just due to the drastic reduction in inventory, which would see Jaguar dropping from 8,000 to just 700 new sales units per year once their all-electric program is underway, but also due to their plan to allegedly switch to online-only retail. Now, Jaguar Land Rover swears they're still committed to their franchisees, but hot diggity half damn, that's a rough one. The only update I could find was from the end of July, in which it was said that the two sides would enter into mediation sometime in the fall through the National Automobile Dealer Arbitration Program. But you see, Canadian dealers aren't the only ones upset about this. In an interview with Road and Track, Jaguar Land Rover North American President and CEO Joe Eberhardt revealed that the company is losing dealers in the United States as well, with over 40 dealers turning over their franchises as of February. But this seems to have been accounted for, as future plans indicate that Land Rover franchises will pick up the slack and sell the other three model ranges, with Eberhardt stating, quote, "We will probably have between 120 and 130 that have all four brands, and then a smaller number, between 50 and 70, that only have Defender, Discovery, and Range Rover." End quote. Now, you know me. You know me. I've never been one to stick up for the dealerships, but this is a uniquely twisted situation. As reporter Sam D. Smith explained in his article on the situation for Car Scoops, it all started in 2013 with Jaguar selling dealers a dream with their plan to expand worldwide sales to the tune of 1 million cars per year. 1 million cars per year, that was the goal. Now, for the Canadian dealers, goals were set to a more modest level, some 12,000 Land Rovers and 8,000 Jaguars. Okay, that's... yeah, sure. For the whole country? Yeah, no, that's totally doable. Except, well, the dealers would need to pony up to help make this expansion a reality. As Smith explains, quote, "Each dealership typically spent around $20 million on new facilities and splitting floor space equally. But despite early success, with a high of 4,620 Jaguars sold in 2017, sales soon tapered off, with just 1,118 shifted in 2023. Under the brand's new reimagined strategy, many dealers are even skeptical that the brand will be able to meet the goal of 700 units when a new ultra-luxury EV is introduced in 2025. The new EV is expected to be priced at $125,000 in the US." End quote. Now, this was before delivery expectations for the new GT were revised to 2026, which means this situation has arguably grown more dire for dealers, who likely weren't expecting the gap to be this significant. Jaguar Land Rover tried to put a band-aid on the situation by allowing some dealers to forego selling Jags entirely in exchange for an extra allotment of Land Rovers, which typically sold better. But the frustration is understandable when it feels like you were sold a bill of goods from a company who decided to abandon one strategy that they were super gung-ho about in favor of a different strategy that is now getting all of their focus, yet has no proven likelihood of doing any better than the first strategy did. However, the sales reality of the company has made it so that they might not have any other choice but to accelerate efforts to electrify in the face of a changing marketplace that just didn't want what they were offering. They had the big plan to sell 1 million cars a year, but by the end of 2017, they were only managing about 179,000 cars worldwide. And as referenced in the earlier Road and Track article, the number would only fall significantly further by 2023. And what's wild is that this period beginning with the 1 million car goal in 2013, this was a period where they should have been selling better. with a viable BMW rival like the XE, or the E-Type supercharged spiritual successor, the F-Type, which I spent a good 20 minutes glazing on last week's Race to the Bottom, or the commercially formidable XF Saloon. But it just wasn't happening for the brand. And if they're having trouble selling the kinds of cars they've been traditionally renowned for making, then I'm not sure how the solution is, let's make less of that and also charge more. Now, in his interview with Autocar, Glover states that they've chosen the price point they have as part of a value over volume approach, which just sounds like someone realized they could find new ways to say quality over quantity in a way that would impress a very specific kind of corporate executive and literally no one else. But here's the thing. Jaguars are already cost prohibitive to most people, and this would make them even more exclusionary at the cost of whatever lingering tether remains to the heritage that draws the consumer base to their products in the first place. Which is not to say that all car companies aren't eventually heading in the electric vehicle direction, 'cause yes, this is something everybody's going to have to reckon with eventually. But Jaguar is accelerating efforts in a way that doesn't seem to be borne out by the current marketplace. On the one hand, electric vehicle sales are seeing steady and continued growth, but you also have to recognize that growth is relative. So while the steady sales are an improvement over the periods in which people were more resistant to the idea of driving an electric vehicle, that doesn't necessarily mean the infrastructure exists yet to support every electric vehicle manufacturer hitting their pie-in-the-sky sales quota. And I don't know if the market is ready to sustain a line of electric vehicles from a brand who had trouble turning profits on gas-powered vehicles and isn't really known for their EVs in the first place. And look, you gotta try, But one would think you'd sort of ease into it, not just ram it in there dry. For his part, Glover acknowledges that things like range anxiety and infrastructure are still a concern, but he feels Jaguar is in a good position to handle those issues, citing the superior range and quick charging of their SUVs. From what I could find, prior to its discontinuation, the I-Pace generated roughly 292 miles of range on a single charge. Although that was from Jaguar's website, and again, it's a discontinued car on a platform that their new EVs won't even be using. But still, the idea is that this is a company that's only going to improve once all of its resources are poured into the EV space, as the upcoming GT is expected to generate somewhere around 430 miles of range, and in the neighborhood of 575 horsepower. It's an ambitious range goal, particularly since estimates are not always the same as the realized number. But I also recognize that some EVs can exceed estimates by quite a bit sometimes. The margin of error cuts both ways. Regardless, it does seem, at least from what executives are saying, that electrification is what Jaguar had to do for the future of the brand, since things were even worse than what we might have imagined when it comes to the profit margins on some of these cars. It's kind of rare to hear executives throw their company's own product line under the bus, but that's more or less what happened at Jaguar Land Rover's Investor Day back in July. In talking about the 5 discontinued models, the XE, the XF, the F-Type, the E-Pace, and the I-Pace, Jaguar's chief executive, Adrian Mardell, would tell investors, quote, "They're all close to zero profitability products." End quote. Jaguars are expensive for the consumer and, one would imagine, for Jaguar themselves. Obviously, car production isn't cheap, nor is developing and manufacturing an entirely new vehicle architecture, whether it's electric or internal combustion. And their £500 million investment this month towards full electrification more or less bears this out. But while I've talked a lot about cost-cutting measures, I've still never heard of an auto company discontinuing every single vehicle they make except for one, and then taking a gap year like a high school graduate backpacking through Europe doing side quests to pay their way to Amsterdam to do things they'll strongly advise their own kids against doing in 25 years. And what's troubling is that right now, we don't necessarily know that the cars they'll be replacing their internal combustion line with will necessarily be better. They're just going to be different. So what is Jaguar's justification for this approach? Well, to explain that, they kinda had to go on the defensive. In an interview with TopGear.com in September, Rod and Glover talked about the company's decision to go fully electric, declaring what you may or may not have already surmised from the reality of the situation, that even while it's ultimately necessary for the brand, the strategic shift towards EVs is every bit as aggravating for the people in charge as it is for longtime Jaguar consumers, just for different reasons. Quote, "It's been hugely frustrating saying we're going all EV, then nothing." End quote. He later adds, quote, "We decided on this structure in 2021, but cars don't appear overnight. We need to take the brand back to when we made beautiful, desirable cars, not in huge numbers and not having huge numbers of models in the portfolio. Until recently, we were up to 6 or 7 models." End quote. So it seems like the idea is that somehow the luxury car market will hold up better than most because brands can afford to charge these exorbitant prices, since the type of person to buy into these cars new are those unlikely to be deterred by market forces exerting control on their pocketbook. People will pay a premium price for a premium product, right? But you see, there's the challenge. Are the cars going to be worth what Jaguar plans to charge? As Glover states, quote, "It's not just some new cars. It's a complete brand reinvention. With every decision we make, we ask, is this going to make people think about Jaguar the way we need them to? If it doesn't make them want to pay £120,000, we don't do it." End quote. Now, £120,000 comes out to over 155,000 Freedom Francs. That's more than the Audi e-tron GT, the Mercedes EQS, the BMW i7 xDrive 60, and the base price of the Lucid Air Grand Touring trim. And that's just in what's classified as the luxury segment. Jaguar Land Rover CEO Joe Eberhardt seems aware of this disparity, not just in terms of price point, but in terms of deserting a clientele that might not want a fully electric range. Quote, "Obviously, we don't want to leave anybody behind, especially since the brand has such a history, but there does come a point where you just need to focus on the future. It may not be a brand for everybody, and that's by design. I can't tell you exactly what percentage of current Jaguar owners we will leave behind, but clearly given the positioning of the brand and the vehicles, we will lose some clients along the way. It's a difficult decision to make, but brands need to be focused and to decide what their purpose is. We just knew that we didn't want to be another volume luxury brand. That is not something that aligns with the Jaguar philosophy." End quote. This is more or less backed up by Glover, who draws the distinction that luxury brands require a different approach since they aren't about utility, and EVs even more so, as you need to take a variety of other factors into consideration, from charging to customer service. Quote, "Luxury brands create irrational need. No one needs a Hermes work bag. Going EV only means we need a whole suite of EV services. Don't treat EVs like an internal combustion car. You've got to have an integrated approach to charging and how to manage the client. You've got to have an integrated approach to charging and how to manage the client." End quote. Now, to this end, the Top Gear article states that Glover hinted at Jaguar designing their own wall box charger, which they will set up for consumers because, This was something that the I-Pace caught a lot of flack for, because it apparently relied on third parties for the wallbox chargers that ended up not being up to the standard of the price point for the car. Glover himself then talks about how the company plans to get around the issue of scarcity when it comes to public charging stations. The solution? A model which would reorganize multiple EV charging stations under one platform. Quote, "We'll have aggregated charging, where you have one membership to use all chargers, including access to the Tesla superchargers. You have to remember 95% of charging is done at home. For a car with a 700-kilometer range, it's going to be even more, so only a tiny portion of future Jaguar charging will be public charging." End quote. This kind of seems like counterintuitive reasoning, right? We're going to give you 700 kilometers or 434 miles of range, and that should give you the freedom to go on the types of long-distance trips that other automakers won't allow you to because they don't have this same range capability. But also, we're not that worried about public chargers because most charging takes place at home. Except you're not going to be at home, you're on the road, so you'll need a public charger. But the infrastructure isn't there, so here are the public chargers you can use with your membership. Yes, membership, because even if you're not saying the word subscription, it feels like the general direction the auto industry is taking. And gee, everybody's just gonna love that, right? Let's paywall everything and require memberships and subscriptions and add-ons because you can't spell supercharging without upcharging. And look, I'm sure with electric vehicles, the justification is probably that since it requires less maintenance than your traditional gasoline-powered car, you're still coming out ahead on money. Although I would also argue that when an EV does need maintenance, it tends to be specialized maintenance, which would probably cost way more money, but then, what do I know? And even then, they're probably like, well, why are you buying a Jaguar in the first place if you can't afford it twice over? But I've watched enough Caleb Hammer to know that that's not how people generally think. You get what you want, even if it's only barely within your means to get it. And sometimes even when it's not. In justifying the decision to go fully electric, Glover makes a statement that rings true of anybody who's made an automotive purchase that is against their own financial interests. Quote, "We've had to do some very painful things, but this is a long-term plan." End quote. But Jaguar's apparent decline seems to be the result of a shifting automotive marketplace that has somewhat passed them by, and their current plan is the result of trying to get ahead of the next shift. The irony, of course, is that part of what has helped keep the Jaguar Land Rover subsidiary alive in the first place was a shift in the automotive marketplace that ended up indirectly saving their hide. Okay, so it's history time, my favorite, but hey, it's okay if it's not yours. Timestamps are in the description. Now, we're not going all the way back, just to an incident that took place about 25 years ago, but it's significant because it created something of a domino effect that brings us to where we are now. Indian industrialist Ratan Tata was the grandson of the founder of the Tata Group, an Indian business conglomerate founded in 1868. While essentially being what many terminally online people today would consider a nepo baby, Tata worked his ass off to be taken seriously by executives within the family company, so that by the time he took over as successor in 1991, he instituted policies to reshape the corporate work structure, like retirement ages and having subsidiaries putting their profits back into growing the company's profile, all while the executives around him objected. But it was all towards building the Tata brand, so it could help all of their subsidiaries. A rising tide lifts all ships, etc. And it worked, as Ratan would quadruple revenue during his 2 decades plus at the head of the company. But he also focused on expanding the various brands the company already held. One such brand was Tata Motors. Now, Tata Motors have been around since 1945, but they weren't exactly internationally known, nor were they known to rock a microphone. They weren't a global juggernaut at the level of, say, a BMW or Honda or Toyota or Ford. Which brings us to the incident in question, which occurred when Ratan Tata approached Ford in 1999 to offer them the chance to purchase Tata Motors. As the story goes, the executives meeting with Tata basically belittled him. They didn't take him seriously at all, wondering what business he had even trying to sell passenger cars in the first place, what qualifications he even had to be in the auto industry, and saying that taking Tata Motors off his hands would be more a favor to him than a benefit to Ford. Again, this was 1999, and Ratan Tata had not even been head of the company for an entire decade yet. So the memory of being overlooked by executives within his own company was likely still fresh in his mind, and the sting of this American company treating him like a lesser businessman just because his was a lesser-known automaker prompted him to put his efforts into making Tata Motors a more formidable car company, with offerings like the Tata Indica and the later Tata Nano. They were minimalist cars, not just by American standards, but by the standards of just about anyone. However, this was a feature, not a bug, as Tata recognized that profits could be made on the basis of affordability. Cheap cars that working Indian citizens could afford was generally good for business because you could sell a lot of them without paying exorbitant money to manufacture something that had a bunch of unnecessary features. If you want to see just how minimalist we're talking, we reviewed a Tata Nano a few years ago in Nashville, and it proceeded to break down towards the end of filming, which, okay, I'm not making the point that it was supposed to be this great car, but rather that Tata was able to make cars more affordable to citizens, which had the end result of turning a struggling automaker into an arm of the larger Tata group that was now capable of pulling its own weight. So that by the time the automotive crisis of the late 2000s hit and Ford was looking to unload Jaguar and Land Rover onto someone else, Ratan Tata had the chance to do the funniest thing ever. Ford had collectively spent in the realm of $5.2 billion to acquire both companies. $2.5 billion for Jaguar in 1989 and $2.7 billion for Land Rover in 2000. Only to supposedly lose somewhere in the realm of $10 billion over the course of 20 years on Jaguar alone. When they finally caved and sold to Tata, they sold for $1.7 billion, a comparative fraction of what Ford had lost on the investment, and less than half of what Ford had paid to acquire the two companies in the first place. But once Tata had the now Jaguar Land Rover, he took the same focused approach he used to turn Tata Motors around. As detailed in Financial Express's article earlier this month about the feud between Tata and Ford, from which a lot of this information is sourced, quote, Ratan Tata's vision for Jaguar and Land Rover went beyond the acquisition. It was about restoring their former glory. Armed with a strategic approach, Tata focused on three key areas: improving liquidity, cost control, and introducing new products. His commitment to turning the brands around was evident through a massive infusion of funds and resources. End quote. The irony in all of this is that, as the Financial Express article notes, the market would experience this seismic shift in the months following the sale from Ford to Tata. Suddenly, luxury cars were declining and luxury SUVs were more popular, which suddenly made Land Rover a very valuable brand to own. The implication here, of course, is that if Ford had simply held on just a bit longer, maybe they would have been able to benefit from this change in the auto industry. But then that would have likely required an additional financial commitment beyond what Ford was willing to make. Ratan Tata, however, was willing to put that extra billion into product development and operational costs, so that by December 31st, 2009, some 18 months after Tata took the brand off of Ford's hands, Jaguar Land Rover officially became profitable for the first time in Lord only knows how long, with a profit of some $90 million. So if Jaguar was doing so well, what the hell happened? Okay, so the situation is kind of analogous to when Chrysler acquired AMC and the Jeep brand. Because of the move away from smaller cars, AMC floundered, while the age of the SUV and all-terrain sort of vehicles kept Jeep valuable in the years that followed. And in the same way, Tata Motors saw a decline in enthusiasm for Jaguar vehicles, just as Land Rover was back on the rise with the change in the automotive marketplace. Now, the XF was successful, relatively speaking, but it wasn't really enough. We talked about the planned global expansion in 2013 that didn't really work out the way Jaguar Land Rover had planned, because by this point, Jaguar had acquired a reputation for inconsistent quality. And it would stick as the 2010s came to a close, culminating in the brand making Consumer Reports' list of the 10 least reliable cars. It got so bad that Tata actually considered selling equity in Jaguar Land Rover and taking on partners to help shoulder the burden incurred by poor reception and sales in China being cut in half. While you could debatably compare this to Stellantis as a situation where the company sees decline because they don't appear to be in touch with what people actually want, I also think there's an element of desperation that kicks in once your parent company decides to write down their investment by nearly $4 billion, as Tata Motors did in 2019. It says a lot that the most press the company has gotten this month has almost nothing to do with the cars themselves, but rather the sad passing of Ratan Tata on October 9th. Now, while I don't want to compare everybody to Lee Iacocca, Ratan Tata commanded the respect of his company and appeared to be a fairly beloved figure who turned an auto brand around and then subsequently saw it flounder once he'd given up executive powers, per his own retirement mandates. But he was also a philanthropist, which more people in positions of power and wealth should be, otherwise what's the point, you know? Yet the effect he had in helping to galvanize a change in fortune for Jaguar Land Rover would have been difficult for anybody to sustain. In much the same way Chrysler couldn't be kept afloat by Jeep alone, Jaguar Land Rover cannot be sustained unless Jaguar pulls its weight. The move towards luxury SUVs in the 2000s gave Land Rover a shot in the arm, but it came at the cost of whatever value Jaguar was able to offer as consumers turned away from your standard luxury cars in the wake of an unprecedented financial crisis. Sure, Jaguar made SUVs. Their sole remaining option right now is an SUV. But just like with EVs, I don't know that Jaguar is necessarily known for their SUVs. And focusing in that direction long term seems like it might risk cannibalizing Land Rover sales, you know? But one way or another, the move toward electric vehicles has forced Jaguar into an opportunity to either resist the inevitable or embrace it in ways no other bespoke luxury automaker would. Because Mercedes isn't going to shelve their entire gasoline-powered lineup at the drop of a hat. BMW isn't going to do that. Hell, Bentley will only be dropping their first EV model in 2026, basically parallel to the release of Jaguar's own GT model, the first in their initial 3-car EV line. Yes, we're closer now than we've ever been to all of these different companies going fully electric, but it's not necessarily the same thing as doing it by the next Winter Olympics. Yet it seems like an inevitability with the way in which the EV market is trending. Reuters reports that global EV sales are up 30.5% this year, with Cox Automotive reporting that while growth is down year over year in the United States, current trends are looking favorable for electric vehicles as a greater selection of affordable EVs become available, consumers are given access to an increased number of discounts and incentives, and we get a more robust infrastructure to support these vehicles at a wider level. But then the affordability argument might be why these positive trends won't necessarily apply to Jaguar. I suppose time will tell if the company proves to be ahead of the trend in a beneficial way, if they did it too early, or even, possibly, if they did this too late somehow. I mean, I wouldn't think so, but maybe in 15 years we'll look at some auto companies that were struggling and think, Well, maybe if they went all in on electric vehicles sooner, they might have been better positioned to capitalize on a market that was growing at a more exponential rate than we even realized at the time. Although I'm not sure how they could have possibly gone electric sooner than this, but I don't know. However, I do think, ultimately, the outlook for Jaguar's growth depends on their EV lineup hitting the zeitgeist, not just in a way that makes up for the loss of any longtime Jaguar enthusiasts, but in a way that makes them a known force in the EV space. Yes, they can survive at low volumes and high prices, but to succeed will likely take a great deal more in terms of promotion, mechanical fidelity, and operational integrity. These need to be good cars. I would argue these need to be great cars. They need to be worth six figures in perpetuity. And I suppose time will tell whether or not the eventual output bears this out. But what do you think? Is Jaguar authoring their own obituary with this move towards a fully electric lineup? Or making a necessary move in order to give the brand a new lease on life? Let me know in the comments. I genuinely do love reading your thoughts. I mostly upvote and respond from my own private YouTube account since I'm not in charge of the official RCR account, so I guess be on the lookout for responses from Limited Time Roman. But if you liked the video, please consider liking, subscribing, or sharing the video with someone you know who might enjoy it, and let's get a discussion started. And if you'd really like to support the channel, consider joining our Patreon. The link is in the description. Lastly, if you enjoy these videos, I've provided links to some of my other long-form content below. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great rest of your week. With their towering vending machines of used cars, Carvana has taken a beating in the press from claims that they've sold cars without providing titles to buyers and failed to perform necessary inspections in states such as North Carolina and Illinois. In fact, they even had their license suspended in Michigan for allegedly failing to comply with state vehicle codes, and were cited twice in Illinois for such alleged offenses as issuing out-of-state temporary registrations. In Pennsylvania, they were taken to court in a class action suit over claims that they failed to transfer ownership to buyers after sales were completed. And all this in the midst of inner turmoil that saw tumbling revenue, countless layoffs, and a stock price with all the upward mobility of a mobster in cinder block shoes. So, why is Carvana suddenly the biggest comeback story in the auto industry today? How on earth are they pulling off the sort of wild increase in stock price that they've generated in the past month? Because not only has Carvana improved their year-over-year prospects, they've become one of the most successful platforms for purchasing a used car today, at least among publicly traded options. So we need to investigate this, right? What's the deal? Is this a purely speculative growth, or has the company truly built itself a new path forward? Is this a suspicious, impractical amount of growth, or is it perfectly explained by the factors surrounding the used car market today? How did a company that was on the verge of bankruptcy less than 2 years ago suddenly change their fortunes entirely? Well, let's break out the magnifying glasses and the luminol, because we're going to have ourselves an investigation. It's the end of the month and you know precisely what it's time for. Hit it. Roman report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. So this month's story comes as a result of Carvana's third quarter earnings report from October 30th and the subsequent stock frenzy of early November as the company saw record growth for the third fiscal quarter. Let's look at the numbers real quick for a bit of perspective. So net income was $148 million, while operating income was $337 million, and adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, or EBITDA, numbering $429 million. This is a 34% increase year over year, which is wild when you consider that Carvana only accounts for roughly 1% of the used car market. That's their share from what I could find, which sounds cartoonishly low for a company this suddenly, inexplicably successful. But the numbers get even crazier the deeper you go into their earnings report, which I've linked in the description below, because the company sold 108,651 retail units for the quarter, driving total gross profit to $807 million. That sounds like a lot, right? And it should, because this is a 67% increase. Per a Financial Times article on the growth, the total market value of Carvana has exploded from $1 billion with a B, to over $50 billion in less than 2 years. The third quarter also marked another milestone as the company sold its 2 millionth car. As CEO Ernie Garcia III would point out to Forbes earlier this month, it took the company nearly a decade to sell 1 million cars, yet barely took 3 to sell the next million. And it's impressive in a way that almost doesn't make sense, considering this was a company that once again was on the verge of bankruptcy just 2 years ago, in December 2022. After their stock plummeted some 98% in value. How do you lose 98% of your value and live? Either this company is remarkably resilient or something else is going on, because according to Business Insider, Carvana stock has seen a mind-bending increase of 7,000% since then. So why the sudden growth? Alright, let's break this down into the possible theories, and begin this investigation proper. Alright, so to talk about this, I need to go over what Carvana is and how it works. Now, I've never bought a car from them, so I had to look up their purchase process from their website. And the long and short of it is that you go to their website, search their inventory of vehicles for the car you want, and then click Get Started to begin checking out like you're on Amazon or something. You choose a payment method, disclose whether you want to apply a trade-in, and then you can upload whatever materials you need in order to proceed with the purchase. They aren't listed, but I would assume a driver's license and a proof of insurance would be among those materials, but I don't know. Once the verification team reviews everything and the purchase is approved, they'll either do the registration for you or give you instructions on how to do it in your state. But basically, once you press the Get Started button, the ball is rolling and you have to finish the purchase within a certain time frame, or else the car is released back into the pool of available vehicles and someone else could potentially snap it right up. The timer will extend the farther you get into the process, lengthening the reserve until you complete all the information and finalize the purchase by either submitting the down payment or paying the car in full, in addition to any shipping or delivery fees if you're not picking up the car in person, since those car vending machines are only in around 25 markets in the United States. Then you either schedule pickup or delivery, and there you go. It sounds simple enough, and not only simple, but attractive in its simplicity. Like an on-demand service for cars, it allows you to take impulse purchases to the next level. It's really kind of wild when you think about it, although I suppose this is not too unlike what you might be able to have done with eBay Motors in some cases, but I digress. You see, because for as simple as this process seems, you begin scrolling and you come to a realization. It looks like a lot of these cars are wildly overpriced for what you're getting. For example, Kelley Blue Book places the fair purchase price on a 2013 Hyundai Genesis at approximately $7,109 for the 3.8-liter model. I looked one up on Carvana, and literally the first result for the same vehicle and model year, excluding delivery or shipping fees, local taxes, title, registration, all that stuff, that same vehicle was priced at $18,990 as of the time of this recording. Now, the Carvana model has only logged 5,000 miles, so in a way, that kind of explains the price difference, but then why is a 2015 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport with 51,000 miles running for nearly $24,000 when Kelley Blue Book has it costing barely above $16,000? This more or less tracks with a 2023 report from CarEdge, which found that some prices on used models were pretty close to new. The example they cited was a 2022 Ram 1500 Crew Cab with 12,667 miles, which carried an asking price of $45,990 during a period when truck prices were generally on the decline. Interestingly, Carvana once claimed an average savings of $2,199 over dealerships, as discovered by Forbes contributor Jeremy Alexandri using the good old internet Wayback Machine. At the time, Carvana cited Kelley Blue Book and Edmunds to support and legitimize this statement. However, when Alexandri reached out to the respective outlets for comment, a representative for Cox Media Relations, which oversees Kelley Blue Book, stated that they, quote, cannot endorse the accuracy of this information, end quote. Meanwhile, the Associate Director of PR and Communications for Edmunds stated, quote, based on this information alone, we cannot validate the claim that a consumer purchasing a vehicle from Carvana should expect savings versus a traditional car dealer. Edmunds' data shows that the average dock fee for used vehicles is currently $369, but that's a smaller component of their calculation, and we don't have visibility into the other key elements of their equation, which appears to be all internal Carvana data, most notably historical pricing data and interest rates. End quote. In reaching out to auto industry data and pricing firm VinQ, Alexandri was told that their algorithm came to a completely different conclusion than Carvana's internal metrics. Quote, when asked for specifics on Carvana, VinQ's algorithm found that when comparing the average price of similar vehicles by year, make, model, and trim level listed on Carvana's site versus franchise dealership sites, Carvana's prices were higher 72% of the time. When the same comparison was made with independent dealerships, Carvana was priced higher 74% of the time. End quote. Not only were no savings in evidence, it seemed like Carvana was moving laterally, as the article notes that a then-new 2022 Toyota Tacoma was going for $39,560, while a similar late-model used Tacoma on Carvana ran $39,765. And really, why would you buy used when the pricing was essentially the same as new? The defense, of course, is that you aren't dealing with the outrageous upcharges that you'd be saddled with at a dealership, which will sell a car at a seemingly low price and then make it up on the back end with fees, services, all this stuff that weighs on the wallet. But even then, Carvana has an in-house lender for financing, which isn't typically the case for dealerships who use outside lenders. Carvana more or less has a partnership with Ally Financial, so they're not really working with, JP Morgan or insert federal credit union here. They've sort of got their own thing going on. Even if I really don't know that you can technically call that in-house still, but, well, as the Forbes article notes, from 2018 until 2021, the average dealership financing rate on a used car was 8.76%. At Carvana, 13.41%. And Carvana themselves stated that close to 3/4 of the cars sold through their e-commerce platform are financed. And while it sounds nice that your finance price is guaranteed for 30 days from approval and you have a 7-day money-back guarantee if you don't like the car for any reason or you find problems, well, you're still going to have that inquiry on your credit, which brings me back around to the first theory of why Carvana has seen this growth. By charging more, they've seen revenue increase substantially. But then, this could simply be the necessity of how they get their cars in the first place. According to their website, their inventory sources are, quote, auctions, trade-ins, partnered dealerships, and customers who sell their vehicle to Carvana, end quote. Profit margins could be higher on a car that they acquire cheaply and then turn around and sell at a premium, but generally speaking, one would think that auction acquisitions and dealership sales would be a bit on the pricier end, meaning that in order to make a profit, they would need to pass those expenses on to the consumer. And to be fair, literally every automotive retailer does this, especially depending on demand for certain vehicles and inventory supply. So one would think we'd see this kind of growth in other retailers, right? Yet we're only really seeing it with Carvana. And oddly enough, Carvana might not even be acquiring their cars in entirely the same way anymore, because it appears they've made a significant change since 2022 in how they acquire their cars, and we're going to talk about it later on in the video. It's very interesting to me. But first, we kind of have to go over one of the more outlandish theories for why Carvana has seen such growth in the past month, specifically with regards to their stock price. Yes, theory number 1, they're charging more. But theory number 2, well, it's Mother Nature. Alright, so let's get the most salacious theory out of the way. Granted, I've only seen this one proposed on places like Reddit and Twitter, yet I think it's kind of interesting from a causality standpoint because you could see the argument for how this would work. As the theory goes, because Hurricane Helene was quickly followed by Hurricane Milton, Florida and the surrounding southeastern United States were suddenly placed in a terrible position. Not only did the storms claim vehicles left and right, one would think the storms also claimed the retail outlets that people used to buy cars in the first place, as a hurricane isn't exactly going to spare a dealership just because people may need to buy a new car after the storm has passed through. Mother Nature is dispassionate about her destruction. But as the theory goes, since Carvana can essentially get a car to you from wherever, they come out on top in this particular scenario, as displaced citizens look to replace their lost vehicles quickly. Hence, an increase in sales, leading to an increase in the stock price. Now, I can understand why some would propose this theory, yet I can also see why it didn't really take off. For one, I don't think sales in the southeastern United States in the final weeks of the financial quarter would account for this sort of growth, although I suppose you could claim it as a reason for the stock price getting that jolt that it got at the end of October. Because you used to be able to get Carvana stock for peanuts, and now I think last time I checked it's nearly $300 a share. But even then, the storm doesn't seem like the sort of thing you could actually point to and say, yes, this is the cause, this is why Carvana is thriving. Because realistically, they aren't the only outlet. You'd have seen CarMax spiking if that were the case. It's unlikely that a natural disaster would only benefit one used car retailer and no others, even if we do allow for the realistic likelihood that people recovering from a natural disaster would need a new means of transportation immediately. But even then, and please, somebody correct me if I'm way off base here, would a car necessarily be the first priority for somebody displaced by a storm? I've lived a remarkably fortunate life to be unfamiliar with the hurricane or natural disaster experience. I think the worst I ever experienced was when Reading got hit by that horrible hailstorm around 2013 that wrecked cars and storefronts indiscriminately. But even then, I didn't actually have a car at the time, so I was spared having to get my claim rejected like everybody else. However, if I had, say, been living in a glass house at the time, well, I would have been far more careful about throwing stones, but would I have prioritized a new car over something like temporary lodging, over food, over supplies? I honestly don't know, and this is where I'd reach out to you for your insight. Have you ever been displaced by a natural disaster that claimed your vehicle? What were your priorities in the aftermath? I'm genuinely interested to hear your responses, truly. With that said, I don't know that the hurricane lifted Carvana to new heights theory holds a whole lot of weight. It just doesn't seem like a plausible theory, you know? So what's a more sensible one, then? People hate dealerships. The end. On to theory number 4. No, but seriously, I don't think I can overstate the disdain a lot of consumers have for the modern dealership experience. From the markups, the aggressive loans, the hidden fees, the glad-handing associates, and generally unhelpful service that many have experienced at in-person retail locations. And no, this is not all dealerships. Not by a long shot. Believe it or not, there are good ones out there, and I'm not just talking about Kunkelman Chevrolet either. But I think the events of 2020 made people realize that they didn't really need dealerships in the way they always had, that purchasing online was completely viable. Because Carvana did see rapid growth once everyone was forced inside. And what is this? I can have my car delivered, and there are no dealer fees, and a good selection? And really, Carvana's profile started to take off with Super Bowl ads and those car vending machines that got so much attention, even though they were roughly equivalent to a new car showroom in terms of putting all their attribute points into presentation. But it would be madness to pretend that Carvana didn't open a lot of eyes to online car purchasing at a time where people were mostly looking things up on Craigslist to try and find a deal. Yeah, you would think people wouldn't be buying cars at a time where businesses were closed and people were working from home. And it was true, to a point. But the decline mostly affected new cars. If anything, used cars continued to see sales increases. It's partially why used car prices went up, at least in the years immediately following 2020. And Carvana was there, leaning into the e-commerce experience, liberating people from feeling like they were at the mercy of dealerships. Yet I don't think this is why Carvana is succeeding right now. And the main reason is because their business basically cratered after what pretty much turned out to be an artificial boom. Remember, this is a company that nearly declared bankruptcy in December 2022. They were close to having to call it a day entirely. If market forces had shifted away permanently from in-person retail, then you would anticipate that Carvana and its competitors would all enjoy widespread growth and sustained profits. But that hasn't been the case these last 4 years. And while it's true that people don't seem to enjoy going to dealerships due to their high prices and allegedly sketchy services, Carvana has been credibly accused of those same practices and worse. Not just the high prices or the in-house lenders setting higher than average interest rates, but stuff like, say, a Denver man in 2022 accusing the company of selling him a car with multiple open titles due to being stolen from a Hertz rental service at the Memphis airport. Or the woman from Maine who reported that Carvana sold her a car with undisclosed issues that gave out at a gas station. She alleged that Carvana told her they'd send someone out there to get it, but no one ever came, and the car was sent to an impound lot that told her it'd be $1,700 to get out. Carvana then told her they would only pay $500 of that $1,700 and she'd be on the hook for the rest, and that if she didn't get the car out, the car would essentially be repossessed, which would affect her credit score. Now, to corporate's credit, once the story went viral, they paid the woman $2,000, $1,700 reimbursement for the impound lot, and an extra $300 for everything her local branch of Carvana put her through. The office putting her through all that in the first place is diabolical work. But, again, this was in 2022, prior to this mammoth resurgence, to where it doesn't feel like any negatives in the aftermath of their near demise in December of that same year has gained much traction. Which is why we need to find another reason for Carvana's rise. Alright, so this is the theory I probably should have led off with, but then it's not really all that salacious, it's simply numbers. The higher interest rates and higher vehicle prices earlier in the 2020s cut both ways, as Carvana was struggling too. Again, They almost closed down. So what did they do? What did they do in 2023 that essentially saved them from insolvency? Well, it's not a sexy answer, but as explained in a CNBC article published in February of this year, the 2023 turnaround had many fathers. Quote, the Tempe, Arizona-based company has taken $1.1 billion of annualized expenses out of the business, reduced headcounts by more than 4,000 people, and launched a new proprietary Carly software platform for end-to-end processing of vehicle reconditioning, as well as other AI or machine learning systems for pricing and sales. The systems replaced previous processes that involved manually inputting data into separate systems or spreadsheets. End quote. Later in 2023, the company would introduce same-day delivery, which is available in 7 states. Well, 5 states: Alabama, Arizona, Indiana, North Carolina, and Georgia, and then the Dallas-Fort Worth region of Texas and Central Florida. Just Central Florida. Forget about everyone else, I guess. These were all value adds to the company's profile and the perception that they were the most accessible, convenient way to purchase a car, and also the quickest. But the aspect that helped the company in 2023 was actually something they did in 2022, that wretched year. They bought ADESA, the second largest wholesale automotive auction chain. This move had several net positives to the company in the 2 years that followed that essentially saved Carvana. Earlier I talked about sort of a change in how they approached acquiring cars, and ADESA is that change. Or rather than a change, it's more of an escalation of how they did things already, streamlining the process and essentially bringing it all in-house. Let me explain. You see, with about 56 ADESA auction outlets operating at the moment, Carvana gained access to a new avenue for inventory, increasing its retail volume and supplementing as they already do with sourced inventory from the aforementioned partnered dealerships, private sellers, and trade-ins. In a way, they're taking as much of their business in-house as possible to reduce costs and increase efficiency. For better or worse, those are your auctions, like Carvana, those are your auctions. And so you now have access to those auctions where you might not have before. And it's all coming from an outlet that you own. So I imagine any attendant fees that go along with purchasing at auction from one of these companies or one of these auction outlets would be waived, or at least if they weren't, they'd be going back into the company as it were. But they're also using all this real estate they've purchased through the ADESA sale, which ran them an ice-cold $2.2 billion to create their own compounds for processing these cars and providing things like inspection services and reconditioning in preparation for sale. And they then coupled this with the aforementioned Carly real-time inventory management system, which allows them to track where each vehicle is in its preparation process and which processes it has left to go through. Maybe it needs to be inspected, or maybe it was just inspected and is now waiting to go through reconditioning, or some other tune-up or detailing before it's ready for sale. This helps reduce costs by making the entire process more efficient because they could scale the business without having to utilize third parties or build new sites from the ground up. In a lot of ways, I think this theory might actually be the answer. Maybe not for why the stock price suddenly jumped up last month. That I'm still not sure about. But maybe it was just that all of these positive changes took time to be reflected in the market. I don't know. But I'm willing to call it right now. This here is the reason Carvana was able to bounce back. Yet we do need to explore one last theory concerning Carvana's success. Perhaps the least glamorous theory of them all, but an important one nonetheless. Is it possible that Carvana's not actually doing as well as it seems? Well, despite a tremendously sunny outlook, there is still cause for tempering some of the enthusiasm for Carvana's growth, as Bloomberg reports that Carvana still has around $5.4 billion in long-term debt, in addition to interest payments of $157 million for this quarter alone. The interest they owe is roughly $9 million more than their total net income. So that's not great. Neither is the fact that they're expected to be paying upwards of $668 million in interest this year alone. But even this isn't the damper that you'd think, since the current financial outlook for the company suggests they'll be able to clear that debt sooner rather than later, particularly if they're able to restructure the debt in some way, but then I guess that's for the bean counters and financial people to figure out. However, this all depends on certain things that no one can predict. How will the automotive marketplace look a year from now, 2 years from now? What are the used car prices going to be like? The interest rates, you know? I mean, theoretically, moving so much of the business in-house should increase risk, not reduce it, right? You're becoming less dependent on third parties to help sustain your business model, and that's a good thing. Except when things go pear-shaped, it tends to all land directly on your front doorstep. For example, it would appear that auto loan delinquency with Carvana is on the rise, to the tune of some 12.6% of loans, which should end up hurting the company's financial outlook when you remember that nearly 75% of all car sales on Carvana are financed. Now, the 12.6% number represents the total loan balance on Carvana underwritten loans, with the measurement period beginning back in 2023. But for argument's sake, let's do the math real quick, using Q3 sales numbers as an example. Now, the earnings report claims 108,651 retail units were sold in Q3. So 75% of 108,61 is 81,488, and then 12.6% of that number, punch that in, and okay, so if we were to only use the cars sold this past quarter as an example, the equivalent delinquency would be that out of 81,488 vehicle loans granted, 10,267 were in some state of delinquency. But again, I'm terrible at math, so feel free to correct me in the comments. However, the point is that Carvana may be looking at a reckoning with the loans they're underwriting if people are unable to pay. As analyst Dave Kranzler wrote in an October article for Seeking Alpha, from which some of the above financial information was sourced, Ally Financial might be tightening their belt in terms of their loan financing, their standards for underwriting. And that is going to affect Carvana. Quote, Carvana has a master purchase and sale agreement with Ally in the amount of $4 billion, which enables Carvana to sell the loans it originates to Ally, subject to certain underwriting criteria. End quote. And so the implication here is that new terms are likely to be negotiated when the deal comes up in January 2025, with Ally being less likely to be on board with handing out loans like their Valentines. It's probably going to become a lot more like VC in 2K, more expensive than the end product is probably worth. And the likelihood is that it's going to hurt sales at Carvana into 2025, even though they're still probably going to be able to operate successfully and stably without fear of imminent closure or bankruptcy. But I also have to be realistic about where Carvana is at right now. So, honestly, they're kinda crushing it right now, in a way that goes beyond the ability of luck to explain. I am not a finance person at all. This is not financial advice in any way whatsoever. Please don't ever listen to me about that kind of thing. But it does seem like a lot of analysts are ranking this stock very highly. Now, I don't know what the future holds for Carvana's stock health, but overall, the company seems like it's doing really well. I swear, it really isn't clickbait to say that Carvana is crushing it. But I guess whether or not they deserve all this success is another matter entirely, because I know a lot of people don't really like Carvana and don't inherently trust Carvana. But by the same token, if you ever go to the Carvana subreddit, you have a lot of people who are really interested in giving the company a fair shake and have shared good experiences with the company and fair criticisms. It's pretty balanced. So I'm interested to hear what your experiences with Carvana have been, if you have any at all. While Dave Kranzler's article suggests that Carvana is actually overvalued, it feels like it may take a while for this to be reflected in the market, just as it took time for their positive growth to be similarly reflected by this increase that, to us car nerds, appears inexplicable, yet has its foundation in the measures taken in 2023 to shore up business for the future. And, well, I guess that's as good an explanation as any. Carvana is in a prime position to make a lot of money, and while the company has taken great pains to gradually strengthen the financial outlook for their business, this sudden growth kinda seems like it came out of nowhere, right? But at the end of the day, I'm not sure it did. Ultimately, the success of Carvana could probably serve as a lesson to other companies that just keep barreling forward as they have been without showing any real inclination to change with the demands of the time and of the market in which they operate. The less said about Stellantis, the better. And don't even get me started on the Jaguar rebrand. Ugh, brother, ugh. What's that? What's that, brother? But what do you think? Is Carvana better than its reputation? Or do you feel the skepticism is justified? What about the brand's sudden success? What factors do you think contributed? Let me know in the comments. Until then, if you like this show, please consider sharing the video, commenting, liking, or even subscribing. If you'd like to support the show in an even bigger way, please consider supporting us on Patreon. The link is in the description. To anyone celebrating, have a great Thanksgiving weekend, and to the rest of the world, have an amazing week. Thank you so much for watching. Cheers. So Nissan apparently has a year to live. Roman report at the... Okay, wait, because seriously, this is not a good thing. I don't love Nissan, they're far removed from the company they used to be. And I know, playing to the performance crowd isn't sustainable. It doesn't make financial sense to produce more Silvias or Z32s, and frankly, I don't even know if it makes sense to produce more hard bodies. But there was a time, long, long ago, when the Altima really wasn't a bad car. But now, it's like Nissan is a content creator who started out doing one thing, got popular for doing another thing, and is now stuck doing that second thing forever, even when it's not as successful as it used to be, because it's the only thing they have that still elicits any sort of response at all. That's why you have your Altimas, your Rogues, these cheap fleet cars that get pumped out like too much whiskey from a groomsman's stomach. And it's arguably why Nissan is facing this historic downturn, as an insider proclaimed that Nissan may have about a year left to live before the goose is fully cooked and everybody just packs up shop. But this is far from the first time that Nissan has been staring down the barrel of financial ruin. And it's definitely not the first time the imminent death of the company has been proclaimed from rooftops so high they'd interfere with Santa's flight plan. So what's different this time? Is Nissan really cooked? Is this truly the end? Well, for the annual RCR Christmas special, we had an amazing car lined up, but a combination of weather and mechanical instability meant that the filming shoot fell through, so you're getting a very special Roman report for Christmas. I hope you like it better than coal.
Roman report, you can call me St. Nick, 'cause I brought you a gift. It's some guy who's discussing cars.
In a statement to Financial Times just before Thanksgiving, a senior official at Nissan stated, quote, "We have 12 or 14 months to survive. This is going to be tough. And in the end, we need Japan and the US to be generating cash." End quote. It may sound like common sense because obviously an automaker needs to generate cash in order to continue making cars. The auto business isn't a charity after all, even if discontinuing the Juke could technically be considered charitable. But Nissan's situation is more of a waking nightmare than I think the general public even realizes. Okay, so in the first quarter of 2024, analysts were anticipating an increase in profits over 2023. But what happened? Nissan reportedly lost 99% of its total profits. You know, it's like Nissan had the American experience of having bills consume your paycheck the minute you get it. In a way, it's the experience of anybody who ever got saddled with a subprime loan on a Nissan Altima. Oh, how do you like that, Nissan? You price hike and now you want my business? How about you kiss my fart garage? Well, okay, it's not as simple as all that, as the profit loss is speculated to have actually been the result of discounts in the US market, so that every sale Nissan did make brought in less money. Either way, the company was only up by $6.5 million at the end of the quarter, which may sound like a lot, but profits for the same period in 2023 were over $835 million. So why is this happening? Well, the obvious reason is that people aren't buying Nissans in the same volume that they used to. Not even historically strong performers like the Sentra, the Altima, and the Rogue are doing the business that they used to. And the Leaf can't continue to coast on its reputation as the world's first mass-produced EV, and one of its best-selling throughout the early to mid-2010s, because being a pioneer doesn't guarantee long-term success. But what's funny is that for all of the ragging me and Brian have done on Nissan in the past couple of years, although to be fair, I did mount a fairly rigorous defense of the Rogue, the reality is that Nissan's decline might not even be related to the quality of their cars or the lack thereof. So long story short, French automaker Renault essentially saved Nissan in 1999. As the automaker was close to declaring bankruptcy. Under the stewardship of Carlos Ghosn, the company returned to profitability, at least until Ghosn was arrested in 2018 for financial misconduct over allegations of having underreported his income to the Japanese government and misappropriating funds. Because I'd imagine white-collar crime is the equivalent of a kid finding a lost puppy. Oh, hey, I have all this money, can I keep it? Why can't I keep it? Maybe you should let me keep it, and I won't tell Mom what I saw you and Aunt Claire doing in the laundry room on Black Friday. Naturally, instead of facing the charges in court, Ghosn opted to make like Christian and Bale, ducking out on house arrest by hiding in a box, word to Solid Snake, and getting smuggled out on a private jet to Lebanon, a country which has no extradition treaty with Japan. Now, naturally, this was a terrible look for the Renault-Nissan alliance that affected their bottom line, although Nissan was still able to continue getting good financial mileage out of the Altima, the Sentra, and the Rogue. All these cars that you're continuously told no one likes, yet continue to see populating the road, coming back, and in greater numbers, like Tuscan Raiders. But okay, it was a bad look for the Renault-Nissan alliance. So what? Plenty of corporate executives come under scrutiny and their product is never made to answer for it, as evidenced by the sheer number of times people have tried to cancel Jeff Bezos without bothering to cancel their Prime membership first. But Carlos Ghosn is kind of an exception because the absurd nature of his story makes it so that this didn't just go away. Like, this is a dude who had holes drilled into a box so he could breathe while he stowed away on a private flight. This is literally that episode of The Simpsons where Bart and his friends get stuck in Hong Kong and Homer has to order a part for the power plant to smuggle them all back home in a giant crate. I mean, it's that. So, of course, Ghosn's story was going to stick in the public consciousness for longer than the news cycle usually allows. And as a result, Nissan's share price dropped 60% in the 5 years that followed the arrest, equating to literal billions in lost value. Billions! Sales also began their gradual drop off of Springfield Gorge, going from 1.5 million units in the US in 2018 to 729,349 units by 2022. A decline mirrored in Europe and China. And worse for the alliance, this affected Renault too, as they finally fell to number 2 in their home country of France. So when Renault began to downsize their stake in Nissan from 43% to around 35% this year, could you blame them? Not really, nor could you blame Nissan for wanting to replace that 8% with fresh investors. In fact, Financial Times reports that one of those investors could potentially be Honda, as Nissan is already in talks to develop an EV with them, and a source at Renault told the publication that they'd be open to selling some of their stake to Honda. On the other hand, a different source at Nissan told Financial Times that Honda buying a stake would be more of a, quote, last resort. Even Carlos Ghosn doesn't think it would work between Nissan and Honda unless it was a disguised takeover with Honda in the driver's seat, because apparently Carlos Ghosn is out here giving interviews while on the lam. Alright, we have breaking news from literally 7 minutes ago. I just woke up. First thing, and I found out that the video that I was done with earlier than any other video, now I have to go back in and edit 2 days before it premieres because of breaking news. But in this case, it's been announced that Honda and Nissan are formally entering merger discussions over the next 6 months. Mitsubishi will be involved. This is per CNN. I saw that it includes a reduction in position for Renault. I don't know if they're significantly reducing their contribution or if they're getting out altogether. I guess that's what these next 6 months are to find out. Maybe. I don't know. But if so, it would make them the world's 3rd largest automaker. I think it would put them behind GM and Toyota. But generally speaking, this would be a huge boon to the company and save them from potential bankruptcy in 2026 and allow them to potentially find a new avenue forward for electrification. Sorry, I don't have words yet. But I'm going to continue with the video as though these merger talks haven't formally begun yet. Hopefully you're enjoying the video, and I hope you're having a happy holiday. But either way, it does seem like Nissan is actually trying here. They're at least paying lip service to the notion that they're not just redoing the seating arrangement for a wedding that's about to get called off. They're actually trying to put something together rather than just selling the whole company off for peanuts and taking early retirement. Ew. Well, I guess it's better to leave of your own accord, no pun intended, than get fired, because, you see, we're not even 2 months removed from Nissan laying off nearly 7% of its worldwide workforce, some 9,000 employees. And part of the cause for these layoffs, one would assume, is the reported 20% cut in production volume. Because why employ people to build cars when you're making fewer and selling even less? And really, the canary in the coal mine should have been an August report by Automotive News, which found that nearly 40% of all US Nissan dealerships are losing money. It should probably go without saying that without your dealer network, your reach is going to be capped like a branchless tree. Doubly so if the dealers are disgruntled, or even appropriately gruntled, as evidenced by the feud between Jaguar and their dealers. Cheap plug. But another red flag to add to this Olympic parade of nations was the fact that one of the dealers interviewed for the Automotive News article would only speak on condition of anonymity due to fear of reprisals for cooperating on the story. And while you might think it's naive of a dealer to think an automaker would retaliate against them for negative press, it's not unreasonable to worry that Nissan might give the axe to your dealership if they find you talking out of turn, since Nissan has over 1,000 dealerships in the United States alone, and given their precarious financial status, they could probably stand to cut that figure down by a bit. Hell, Toyota has over 1,500, and while I don't know that things are necessarily sunshine and rainbows over there, at least they're not falling down a continuous MC Escher staircase of bad decisions and worse vehicles, all buttressed on either side by dealers who are about as happy as a child whose parent is making them raise their younger sibling. As the dealer in the Automotive News article stated, quote, "In many markets, Nissan dealers are, at best, selling half the volume that competing Honda, Toyota, and Subaru and Hyundai stores are selling. If you're not selling enough new cars, you're not generating enough trade-ins, which feed profit centers such as finance, service, and parts." End quote. This aligns with another Automotive News report which found that Nissan was straight up offering cash money to dealers as incentive to take on inventory in March of this year. Allegedly, they were going as high as $2,000 to sell a bunch of 2023 Nissan Rogues, and I'm hoping it was $2,000 per Rogue and not just some flat fee that would hardly cover the cost of a blown head gasket. Citing statements by CEO Makoto Uchida, the article notes, quote, "Nissan cleared stocks of the 2023 Rogue as the company rolled out the freshened 2024 model of the popular nameplate. The model changeover," Uchida said, "was further undermined by a sudden softening of overall US market demand that required more spiffs. Nissan's spending over the quarter came mostly in the form of consumer loan assistance instead of cash on the hood in an effort to buoy resale values," Uchida said. "The most important factor here is US inventories," he said. End quote. The need for more spiffs, or sales performance incentive funds, leaves an implication that's simultaneously hopeful and delusional, that sales reps could be selling more Nissans, but they just aren't feeling incentivized to do so because there aren't enough rewards. But to quote Don Draper, "That's what the money is for! What kind of thank you are you waiting on? If continuing to have a job isn't incentive enough to do something, then I don't know what exactly is supposed to be motivating this sales force. I get that you can lead a horse to water, but why do you have to pay to keep them hydrated? Isn't bringing them to the reservoir enough? I know nothing about horses. Go check out my Christmas special from like 5 years ago where I reviewed a horse. Rest in peace, Belle. Sweet girl. You were the goodest of girls." I understand that spiffs are factored into a company's budget, but Nissan really doesn't have a bunch of fun bucks for sending sales associates on a cruise unless that cruise is made by Chevrolet. And it's not just because of the lower profits, but also stuff like increased ad spend. Seriously, if you look back to 2023, Nissan was purported to have spent over 321 billion yen in global advertising, which comes out to around 2.1 billion star-spangled smackers. Nissan basically blitzed social media, digital media, all of the media, with ploys like celebrity endorsements that people aren't really receptive towards, either because it's the wrong car or because it's the wrong celebrity. In the case of the Brie Larson commercial for the Nissan Sentra, it might have been both. Obviously, I can't show you the commercial, but I really don't get what the problem was with this ad, if I'm being honest. Nor am I all that sure why Nissan felt they had to take the video down, but as the ad goes, a woman gets passed over for a promotion at work by her male boss, and Brie Larson comes blazing into frame in a Nissan Sentra to give the woman a ride, show off the features, and psych her up with a pep talk about how if this Sentra doesn't compromise, neither should she. And that's it. That's literally all, unless it was part of a series of ads and I only saw the one. But at worst, it's just corporatized feminism without any of the punch or bite of the real thing. At best, the ad is just corny, as a million ads have been since time immemorial and will continue to be until the heat death of the universe, or until the point in time where we all get chips implanted in our brain that just blast signals to us that tell us to buy things directly. But social media had a field day, so the video got taken down, and I don't know if it's because it was a bad ad or people simply dislike Brie Larson, who's apparently the new Anne Hathaway when it comes to Oscar-winning actresses. People just don't seem to like for reasons they can never really articulate beyond, she seems fake. Why am I caping so hard for Brie Larson? It's not even like I like her that much, it's just... I feel like it's just the principle of it, you know? Anyway, I don't know. Just don't ask me things. It's Christmas. With regards to advertising, Nissan brought in a new head of marketing, a man by the name of Vinay Shahani, who told Automotive News in October that Nissan wants to get away from celebrity-focused advertising, instead making the car the star of the show. Great idea. However, he also revealed that the company wants to highlight its 6 under 30K campaign featuring the 2025 versions of the Versa, the Sentra, the Altima, the Leaf, and the Rogue. The idea seems to be that Nissan will be the place you go for affordability, since Shahani revealed that third-party data showed that the market for new vehicles under $30,000 has decreased by 70% in the last 5 years. Basically, a new car is less affordable than ever, and Nissan wants to fix that. Of course, some would argue that the catch is that you're saddled with a Nissan, but I can at least appreciate what they're trying to do here, because sometimes you need to embrace an economy car identity in order to make the big bucks, you know? And making cars affordable is generally what the public always wants. It's an evergreen strategy. Granted, committing to an economy car identity would be kind of ironic in the face of Nissan's reputation for their high APR loans. But regardless of what it means to consumers, for Nissan, it would probably make the most sense to just cut their product line to the bone and focus on things they can make cheaply and sell at high volumes. And man, even saying that feels gross. It's just so cynical, man. It's just so bad, but even the stuff they're making could be improved if they simply did something about these awful CVTs, these terrible transmissions, and maybe that means pairing up with Honda, you know? In theory, Nissan does have the ability to turn things around, depending on the strategy they take. The right partnership, you know, maybe keeping costs low and pushing affordable cars that people might actually want. This is completely doable, you know? Except, well, do they actually know what people want? Okay, so Nissan has wanted to dive headfirst into EVs for a while now. Really push that division forward, right? You saw it with the Ariya, which was supposed to be a Tesla competitor, you know, maybe stack up against the Model Y, show that Nissan can still be competitive, that they have more to offer than just the Leaf. In fact, the Ariya is their best-selling EV, but the problem is that because it's assembled in Japan, it isn't eligible for the federal EV tax credit, whereas the Leaf does still qualify, albeit for only about half of the full $7,500. I think it's in the $3,500 ballpark. But to be fair, Nissan does have a clever workaround with this limitation on the Ariya, as Bloomberg reports that, quote, Nissan has gotten around this somewhat by taking advantage of credits available to leased vehicles. It's offering leases for as low as $199 a month, making the Ariya one of the better EV bargains around. End quote. So it makes sense that it's their best-selling EV, even as the Leaf has the federal tax credit advantage. But with every potential positive comes another negative, it seems. And even CEO Makoto Uchida admitted he didn't see this coming, but basically the EV market would see a decline in favor of hybrids. At the earnings conference last month, Uchida spoke candidly, saying, quote, "It's an excuse, but up until this time last year, we weren't able to foresee the rapid rise in demand for hybrids." End quote. While the insufficient infrastructure has always been a problem for EVs, and costs are always going to be an issue unless you live in an area where owning an EV is viable, the executives at Nissan clearly didn't think there would be a decline. And in their defense, it's not as though EV sales have cratered across the board or anything like that, to where it'd be obvious that they should redirect their energy towards hybrids. But the failure to anticipate this resurgence for hybrids meant that Nissan missed a critical opportunity to fill an underserved gap in the market. Seiji Sugiura, a senior analyst at Tokai Tokyo Intelligence Laboratory, revealed to Reuters this month that analysts had been questioning Nissan's strategy for over a year. Quote, "We'd ask, are you going to be okay in the US and China? And what about the lack of hybrids?" And they'd say, "Yeah, we're fine." They completely misread the business environment and didn't do what they needed to. End quote. So what exactly does Nissan need to do? Well, considering the last 2 or 3 Roman reports have been investigations of sorts, trying to figure out why one company was declining, why another is making the choices it's making, and why another is suddenly succeeding, it feels weird to sit here and say, I don't know, actually. And to be fair, I never really knew. I was just giving my best hypothesis for why these moves were happening in the auto industry. But with Nissan, I really don't know what the answer is. In theory, the answer is make better cars that people actually want to buy. But the auto industry has more moving parts than a simple statement like that can account for. And I'm not sure this business has ever been a meritocracy anyway, so it's not even a guarantee that better cars will be the thing that turns this around. I mean, if it's a meritocracy, they probably would have died years ago. But for what it's worth, I don't think the answer is to swing for the enthusiast fences, because for as nice as a new Silvia might be, those are going to cost even more money to make and appeal to even fewer people. And on the chance we do get a new Silvia, you know it's going to be electric, which I feel might turn off some of the people who wanted it in the first place, whether out of pragmatic reasons or just preference, you know? With that said, while Nissan still needs to do their best to anticipate future trends, I don't think it's necessarily the worst idea in the world to throw enthusiasts a bone every now and then. Sure, the Stinger didn't stick around long term, but I feel like it did wonders for Kia's brand perception. But in the grand scheme of things, I get that you still need to make things that you think you can sell to the widest possible consumer base. We're in the automotive equivalent of the content churn. And what's wild is that the market doesn't even demand that the content be good. It just needs to fit into the need-shaped hole of a given consumer. It's not so much a calculus of want, but a calculus of need. People may say they want this, that, or the other thing, but do they actually need it? Because if it's not something they need, then the odds are they aren't going to buy it because they won't be able to justify it, either to themselves or to the people they know are going to call them out for it. Nissan had the intel that people wanted hybrids because they needed something fuel efficient but lower cost. However, Nissan didn't anticipate that it would be an ongoing need, so now they'll have a new hybrid coming out. But it reportedly won't get here until 2026. And who knows if the moment will have passed by then. Maybe by then the infrastructure for EVs will be farther along, or maybe automakers will be able to get battery range to a point where the average consumer doesn't worry about it anymore. Maybe by then Nissan will have found an anchor investor to shore them up for the next decade or more. And who knows, maybe it'll be Honda. But then you have to wonder, would Nissan, Renault, Mitsubishi, and Honda doing business together create an ideological clash? Are they just going to be stepping on each other's toes and preventing progress through warring portfolios? Or have times gotten so desperate that this kind of last resort approach needs to happen? I've seen the argument that Nissan is too big to fail. But how many automakers thought the same thing before being shuttered? Hell, are we even going to have Dodge 10 or 20 years from now? I don't know, and I get it. This is an awful lot of hand-wringing for Christmas morning. But I've been musing on Nissan's future for a long time now, and while I continue to see their cars in high volumes on the road, there's a hidden wound beneath that apparent popularity, right? Several wounds, really. The production costs, the profit margins, the desire to move forward that's hamstrung by the need to stick with what has traditionally worked. It's a crapshoot, as it ever has been, as it ever will be. Do I want to see Nissan fail? Of course not. Do I think they will? That's harder to say. Right now, I'd have to say no, even in the face of the evidence, because I think some equity giant will come in and snap up a majority stake if it ever came to nut-cutting time. But I think Nissan's road back is harder than it was in 1999, because the industry is changing in a way that's more difficult to predict, and harder to correct for. It's not as straightforward as mass layoffs and cost-cutting. There needs to be a much larger sea change, and a sturdy enough vessel to master the waters. It can be hard to say goodbye to things you thought would be around forever. How many local eateries did I think I'd be able to enjoy well into old age before they ended up being demolished? We lost Ponderosa and York Steakhouse in the same year. And sadly, this is also the case with the vehicles we've come to love. And if not love, then at least respect. And if not respect, then just sort of accept as a fact of life on these open roadways. But 2024 has been a particularly grave year for automotive longevity. Not only have some truly long-running nameplates been committed to the automotive graveyard, some entire companies have gone on to the great unknown. And it's kind of wild to see so many legendary names bite the dust, but this more or less happens every year as long-running cars are discontinued for any number of reasons, from poor sales numbers to planned obsolescence and electrification goals. So which cars aren't making it to 2025? Are these cars that will be missed? Or had their time truly come? For the last Roman report of 2024, I'm taking a special look at some of the cars we're leaving behind with our second annual Automotive in Memoriam.
Roman Report, it's the end of the year, and I'm happy you're here. Hope you're fond of discussing cars.
Austria-based automaker Fisker ceased vehicle production this year, filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in June, before it was subsequently revealed in July that plans were in place to convert it to Chapter 7 liquidation, which is just a fancy way of saying the company was going out of business. Now that's bad enough when you consider how many people stood to lose jobs, but it gets worse when you consider that this independent electric automaker had already sold several thousand units of their flagship model, the Fisker Ocean, with no real guarantee in place that any of the car's features would even work once the company went under, since Fisker would no longer be around to pay the third-party companies that operated those functions. While it didn't appear that owners would lose critical functions that would prevent the car from operating at all, a Motor Trend report by writer Scott Evans back in June expressed uncertainty about the Fisker Ocean's future reliability. Quote, "Some features, such as navigation and roadside assistance, are handled by third-party companies who have contracts with Fisker. If those companies aren't getting paid, they may decide to cut off their services and render those functions inoperative. Fisker informed owners last month roadside assistance has been cut off, and reports allege it's due to non-payment. End quote. Not even the warranties were offering protection, since you kind of need the company to actually be in business to honor them. This is why when recalls continued to roll in for the Fisker Ocean, owners were pretty much on the hook for the cost of repairs, leaving them SOL, which is why they essentially banded together to solve their own problem. In July, Jalopnik reported on a group of roughly 3,000 Fisker owners who formed the Fisker Owners Association to help keep their cars in working order. A follow-up report in September revealed that the group had successfully established a network of 24 approved Fisker service centers in North America, 21 in the United States, and 3 in Canada. And to add to this victory, the U.S. Department of Justice ruled in October that Fisker could not legally make owners pay for those recall fixes, which included things like stuck door handles, faulty water pumps, and a failing motor control unit. Because even if Fisker promised to reimburse owners for paying the cost of their recall fixes, that still conflicted directly with U.S. law. As the Reuters report cites, quote, the Justice Department also said that the part of the plan where vehicle owners could get reimbursed for paying for repairs out of their pocket also violates the National Traffic and Motor Vehicle Safety Act. Fisker is also being investigated by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, which objects to the liquidation plan, citing the lack of clarity on how and whether Fisker intends to preserve its corporate records. End quote. A Delaware judge did eventually approve Fisker's liquidation plan later that month, with Fisker agreeing to cover the cost of the recall repairs. But at this point, it almost seems as if it would have been better for Fisker to have never existed in the first place, because it gives an air of vanity to thrust a product onto the automotive marketplace before it's even ready. Which is not to say that long-standing automakers haven't done just that in the past, but there is a certain grace that's afforded to an automaker on the downswing when they've previously proven that they can deliver a quality vehicle. While Henrik Fisker had more of a past in the auto industry than Elon Musk did before Tesla, designing cars for BMW, Aston Martin, and even Ford, he didn't seem to actually create a product anybody truly wanted to buy. My read on it is that the Fisker Ocean never really came across as a vehicle meant to imbue the public with a whole lot of trust, so much as elicit curiosity that would then stoke interest. Yet that didn't really happen, you know? And given the outcomes, it's hard to argue it wasn't for the best. I almost can't believe this, but it's time to eulogize the Camaro. So in the mid-1960s, Ford was on top of the world following the release of the Mustang, and other American automakers were playing catch-up. Chevrolet was one such automaker who decided their best offense was, well, a good offense. So they went on creating a rear-wheel drive muscle car in two-door convertible and coupe configurations, and standard, super sport, and rally sport trims. Never mind that, much like the Nissan and Honda merger talks I talked about last week, the automotive press got hold of the story before any announcements were ready to be made. The Camaro was unveiled on June 28, 1966, in a press conference at the Statler Hilton Hotel in Detroit by Chevrolet General Manager E.M. Pete Estes, while the Camaro was described as, quote, a small, vicious animal that eats Mustangs, end quote. It avoided the real answer behind the journalists' questions regarding just what a Camaro is. One story behind the name Camaro, from author David Newhart's 2013 book, The Complete Book of Camaro, Every Model Since 1967, states that it was chosen because it was French slang for friend, pal, or comrade. which follows from Pete Estes' remark about how the car's name, quote, suggests the comradeship of good friends, as a personal car should be to its owner, end quote. Either way, when the Camaro eventually did hit the market for model year 1967, it offered both small and big block V8 options, combining performance and style with decent affordability, as the base model in 1966 retailed for $2,466, or $24,012 today. For comparison, the outgoing Camaro retails for roughly $32,000. Yet despite these advantages, the Camaro struggled to keep pace with the Mustang. As depicted in a Car and Driver sales chart in 2015, the Mustang routinely dog-walked the Camaro for much of its first 2 generations. For example, in its first year for 1967, it sold 220,906 units. However, this was the same year that the Mustang got a refresh and Ford debuted the 390 V8. And naturally, the Mustang was still immensely popular 3 years in, already becoming one of the defining cars of the 1960s. So it's not really that surprising that the Mustang sold 472,121 units, more than double the incoming Camaro numbers. It would be the largest sales gap of the Camaro's brief 2-year first generation, and the biggest until 1974, when the Mustang II debuted and the Camaro received a mid-cycle refresh. But a dedicated and loyal community, aided by the gradual muscle car surge throughout the 1960s and 70s, along with the gradually increasing quality and options for these cars, helped the Camaro gain popularity in the years and decades that followed. The Camaro would outsell the Mustang for the first time in 1977, the year which saw the return of the Z28 after its 1975 discontinuation. It sold 218,853 units to the Mustang's 153,173 units, and this would happen for 4 consecutive years in the next decade, in 1982, 83, 84, and 85, although it would only outsell the Mustang once in the entire decade of the 1990s, and even then only just barely. Despite refreshes and upgrades like the reintroduction of the convertible in 1994 and the debut of the LS1 in 1998, sales fell off a cliff so that by 2002, the Camaro was shelved for 8 years as General Motors went back to the drawing board. No, this isn't even the first time the Camaro has died. When it returned in 2010, it came sporting a 6-speed manual and over 400 horsepower. And for the next 5 years, it either outsold or remained roughly even with the Mustang in sales numbers, being one of Chevrolet's more consistent performers. But unfortunately, sales would decline in subsequent years as production costs would rise. By the end of the 2010s, sales dropped from an already low 48,265 units to 29,775 units. While the Camaro would see a small bump in 2023 to just over 31,000 units sold, the numbers were already trending in favor of SUVs, pickups, and electric vehicles. People weren't going for muscle cars, much less a muscle car that hadn't been the industry leader in years. Couple this with General Motors shifting away from gasoline-powered cars as a strategy, the reality is that it just didn't make sense to invest in producing this anymore. Will the Camaro rise from the ashes again at some point in the future? Well, Chevrolet has already expressed a desire to bring it back for a 7th generation at some point. But even without that assurance, I feel like the odds were pretty good that it would come back anyway. But I'd imagine it's likely to go the way of the Mustang Mach-E, because that's the direction most automakers are headed these days. And in a way, it would be history repeating itself, wouldn't it? If the Camaro were to come back as an EV to chase after the Mustang Mach-E's audience, once again playing catch-up to Ford's cultural mainstay. And maybe that's the real story here, the cyclical nature of the auto industry, even when it's purporting to innovate. The idea that even while things change, the familiar rivalries and struggles remain in place. A war to be waged in a new theater, with a new generation carrying the old flags, fighting for different but necessary ideals. Ultimately, while I could easily see the Camaro coming back again, this is basically farewell for the internal combustion version. Rev in peace, Camaro. So it looks like the Audi A4 is getting the chop this year, despite this essentially being a technicality. Yes, it's going away, but also, is it really? Well, in the literal sense it is, but really it seems like Audi is just slotting the A5 sedan into the A4's place, as this appears to be the end for the internal combustion version of the A4. The A4 nameplate will continue as part of Audi's new naming strategy in which all even-numbered cars like the A4 will be electric, while odd-numbered cars like the A5 will be gas-powered. Now, the A5 Coupe and Cabriolet will also be sunsetting this year, but the A5 sedan will essentially fill the same internal combustion luxury compact executive niche that the A4 served, with an S model that boosts output to 362 turbocharged horses, although this would still leave it trailing behind the BMW M340i's 382 horsepower turbocharged inline-six, and again, it's part of a cyclical narrative, as this essentially mirrors the ongoing story of the Audi A4 competing with the BMW 3 Series for much of its existence, and depending on whom you ask, either coming up woefully short or being savagely underrated. So let's talk about it a bit. Bursting onto the scene in 1994, great year, with over 120,000 units sold in Europe, the Audi A4 competed not only with the 3 Series, but also the Mercedes C-Class, which had only just released a year earlier. The A4 was a luxury compact executive sedan with a more dynamic, sportier feel than the outgoing Audi 80. We didn't get it stateside right away, but once it arrived for model year 1996, it sold similarly well. It found its basis in the Volkswagen B5 platform and boasted a turbocharged 1.8-liter four-cylinder engine, although these could also be outfitted with a 2.8-liter V6. A Porsche-derived manually shiftable automatic transmission was an available option, but the standard for that first generation was the 5-speed manual. Over the subsequent generations, the A4 established a healthy reputation for Audi as a luxury automaker you shouldn't necessarily overlook just because it didn't have a 3-pointed star or a blue and white checkered flag on its hood. In a time where standard manual transmissions weren't always, well, standard, it was impressive that the A4 kept it going longer than most, as it wasn't until 2017 when the standard transmission for the A4 wasn't a manual. And it wasn't until 2019 that you couldn't get one with a manual at all. In 4 separate decades, the Audi A4 had this reputation for customer satisfaction. You might not hear people going bonkers for this car in the way you would for your BMWs or your Porsches, but the people who love the A4 really love the A4. And having driven them before, I can't say I disagree with the fandom, which is why it's probably good news that it'll still be around in some form. But still, technicality or not, this is the end of the A4 that traces its history back to 1994. Sad to see you go, but happy to see some version of you sticking around. R.I.P. Another gas-powered compact sedan meets its end at the hands of electrification as we say goodbye to the Volvo S60. And it's slotted more or less in a similar position as the A4, albeit with less fanfare, it would seem. For a car that has lasted nearly 25 years and 3 model generations, you'd think there'd be a little more to commemorate here, but there really isn't. A spokesperson for Volvo told Motor One in June that the company was ending S60 production in order to, quote, focus on the all-new EX90, end quote. It's an odd statement considering that they don't appear to serve the same market segment, since one is a sedan and the other is a 3-row electric EV. But I guess the quote is less saying we're replacing the S60 with the EX90 and more we need resources for the EX90 that are being taken away by the S60. And really, you can sort of draw a comparison between the two in the sense that the S60 already offers a plug-in hybrid version, which makes it particularly strange to discontinue it now, given the sudden resurgence for hybrids, which last week's Roman report talks about in depth, as it caught Nissan completely off guard, resulting in a big missed opportunity when they opted to dedicate all their R&D resources to making electrification happen sooner. It seems like companies who have dedicated hybrids have an advantage. So why is Volvo getting rid of one of theirs? Well, it might have been a pricing issue, as the plug-in hybrid still retails for around $52,100, which is more than the current BMW 330e and the Alfa Romeo Tonale, according to a Car and Driver cataloging of current plug-in hybrids. Regardless of the reason, the statement from the Volvo representative just seems like a polite way of avoiding the elephant in the room, which is the poor sales for the S60, which hasn't gotten much higher than 12,000 units in the past 3 years, according to the Motor One article, which notes that the BMW 3 Series and the Mercedes C-Class each sold nearly 3 times as many units. The EX90 will retail for $79,995, so I suppose the hope is still to capture a luxury clientele that's willing to spend big for what they seem to believe will be the next EV fixation. It's supposedly offering range in the 300 region, along with nearly 500 horsepower, and honestly, it should offer something to justify a starting price tag that's over double that of the current EX30. Now, I don't know that the S60 will necessarily be mourned to the extent of so many other sedans being discontinued, but it does carry on the unsettling trend of sedans being written off in larger numbers. Yes, many will continue as electric options, but the electric option isn't always as affordable as its internal combustion counterpart. Of course, the counter-argument that I think a lot of automakers are relying on is that while you may pay more upfront for an EV, you'll pay less over the life of the vehicle. And I think this is partially what emboldens automakers to charge what they do. Not just a desire for a larger return on the production cost of an EV, but the knowledge that the market will bear these high prices because people are willing to pay a bigger buy-in on the hopes of making it up on the back end, whether through fuel savings, service savings, or federal EV tax credits. In this sense, any resurgence for hybrids is seen as short-term as automakers move towards full electrification en masse, forcing the reluctant hand of motorists looking for new cars and lower lifetime costs. As a result, the S60 becomes a disposable sacrifice on the altar of electrification and profit margins, as so many cars have been and will be in the years ahead. Alright, so for the Jaguar F-Type here, and actually at this point in general, I'm just going to stop talking about how X car is being discontinued because the company plans to go fully electric, you know? Let's just accept that that's the case from here on out, coupled with something like poor sales or the market drifting away from whatever car is being shelved. It's typically one of those or some combination of them all. And frankly, this is a whole other fresh influx of absurdity because after spending spending over a half hour back in October talking about their bizarre plan to take a gap year and not make any new cars before going fully electric in 2026, Jaguar went and did a total rebranding. New logo, new EV line, a car called the Type 0 that for all the world looks like a remote control for a high-end stereo system. Jaguar has no desire to be loved by everybody. Yeah, it looks like they're well on their way. But all this change towards electrification meant that Jaguar ended production on the E-Pace, the I-Pace, the XF, and yes, the F-Type. A car I naively thought might stick around as a bone for enthusiasts and to keep a single toe in the internal combustion business. But I guess that was my own fault for not staying up to date on Jaguar's market strategy until I actually started researching for that video a few months back. The F-Type is a car that deserves a lot more attention than it gets in enthusiast circles, in my opinion. Jaguar could have gone with a more ostentatious look, or maybe gone smaller and lower to the ground, really cramp you in there, which really feels like the automotive equivalent of a high-end restaurant charging you a whole bunch of money for a very small portion. But either way, it seemed like they made this car just curvy and small enough and low enough to give you good aerodynamics, which, when coupled with the road feel, the raw power, that exhaust note, and the kind of looks this gets you, makes for one hell of a driving experience. And look, while I'm sure the Type 0 will offer a car that is theoretically better in most ways, whether through fuel savings alone or just pure acceleration, taking all of those things into consideration, even if the Type 0 ends up being better, it still feels like a genuine loss to have a car like the F-Type discontinued, as it provided a last remaining link to that heritage and tradition that Jaguar boasts about so proudly, while seemingly rushing to get away from it. Of course, I know that automakers have to evolve to survive, and kudos to Jaguar for being forward-looking. But even with the amount of time they've put into this, announcing their electrification intentions as far back as 2021, something about this still feels kind of abrupt, you know? But then, this is the automotive equivalent of ripping off the Band-Aid, right? Because why pretend that there's still going to be a future for internal combustion? Why not just get on with the show? And that's what Jaguar is doing, for better or worse, at the cost of a gem like the F-Type. Still, I'm glad we got it in the first place. On the subject of luxury sports cars, the Lamborghini Huracan is one of the most prolific high-end options because it's essentially the starter Pokemon of Lambos, which makes it no less desirable or exclusive to an average guy like me. The Lamborghini Huracan debuted online, believe it or not, just 11 years ago in December 2013, before having its world premiere at the Geneva Auto Show in March 2014. Oddly, the Huracan is the kind of car that feels like it's been around a whole hell of a lot longer than it actually has been. Moreover, it almost feels like a legacy nameplate unto itself, despite existing below the top of the range for Lamborghinis, and despite the notion that being below the top means it should, in theory, be more accessible. Yet you could argue that it really isn't, because Lamborghinis generally aren't accessible to your average Joe. It's a loss that follows from last year's demise of the Audi R8, with which the Huracan shares a 5.2-liter V10 engine, although the Lamborghini version is modified for more power. The Huracan is a car that presents the argument that maybe not all experiences should be accessible, even the ones that nominally are accessible. Because this car is an argument for exclusion, because even the base model of the starter Lambo costs a cool $250,000, with the Huracan STO going for close to $100,000 more than that. It's saying that this is an experience that, by its very nature, not everyone can have, thereby making it more desirable. Yet it fetches that high dollar value because it's designed to be an experience worth having. Moreover, an experience worth bragging about having. I have no first-hand experience with these cars, and my fondness for them is mostly the byproduct of my nephew growing up loving the Huracan. It's his dream car, and while I've mostly tried to instill in him an appreciation for, cheaper things, he's passed this reverence for them upwards to me, and I can appreciate the draw that these cars have. A combination of unfettered acceleration and high-end curb appeal that isn't actually curb appeal because you'd have to be insane to park this on a curb. Yet the Huracan has seen its final day to be supplanted by the plug-in hybrid Temerario. Temerario? I don't think I'd have ever predicted that direction, but it does show an acknowledgement of the aforementioned moment hybrids are currently having, as even luxury enthusiasts are looking for something that straddles the line between the savings of an EV and the performance of internal combustion. But for now, well, see you in the next life, Huracan. Maybe I'll be able to afford you there. You ever have a celebrity pass away and you're in shock because you could have sworn that they'd passed ages ago? Like when it broke that Phil Donahue passed earlier this year, biggest daytime talk show host of the 80s, appointment television across America. When word broke that he'd passed, I was just baffled because I could have sworn he'd been dead for decades, which I suppose is a byproduct of how, because no one ever seems to truly retire in the entertainment industry, you just sort of assume that if you're not hearing about them anymore, they must have croaked. Or maybe it's just proof of the Mandela effect. Either way, that's sort of the Chevy Malibu to me. When word broke that it was being discontinued, with the last one rolling off the production line in November, it came as a surprise to me because I didn't even know they were still making them. Maybe a better analogy is that the Malibu is the automotive equivalent of Grey's Anatomy. What do you mean that show is still on? What do you mean it's still successful? For all my hand-wringing about how economical gasoline-powered sedans are gradually fading away, I didn't even really notice the demise of the Malibu, which is Chevrolet's final gas-powered sedan. It's an underwhelming end to a model that was among Chevy's most successful sedans ever manufactured, selling approximately 10 million cars across 9 model generations. Although part of me wonders how many of those 10 million cars were from airport rental fleets. Oddly, my fondness for the Malibu is mostly limited to the 2002 model year, since it was one of the very first cars I ever got to drive in my youth. But at no point was I under the impression that it was some great car. Maybe previous generations were. Maybe subsequent generations were. I don't know, but at least for that time period, it was more that I recognize how perfectly it slotted into the lives of people who just needed any car and didn't really care about what, so long as it was sufficiently comfortable and wasn't actively in the process of breaking down. The Malibu has that scrappy, underdog characteristic to it, that because it's so invisible, it's almost kind of endearing. Much like the Camaro, this isn't the first time the Malibu has been discontinued, as it was canned in model year 1983. Its 4th generation overall, yet its first as its own model, having begun life as a trim on the Chevelle. And it's been a relatively consistent part of Chevrolet's catalog outside of its brief decade-long discontinuation prior to returning in 1997. But bringing in solid numbers relative to cost and expectations isn't really enough when market trends are moving away from this sort of thing altogether, at least in its gas-powered form. If nothing else, the Chevrolet Malibu is a loss for affordable American-made sedans and rental car services across the nation. One of the last sub-$20,000 cars on the market has left the building, despite continuing to post exactly the kind of increased sales numbers you'd expect of a sub-$20,000 car in this economic environment. Yes, the Mitsubishi Mirage is being discontinued, which includes both the Mirage hatchback and the G4 sedan. leaving the Nissan Versa as the only new car you can have for less than the cost of 900 copies of E.T. the Extraterrestrial in 4K off Amazon. And not even then, because the Versa is allegedly due to be discontinued sometime in 2025, so that's pretty much a wrap on the most affordable avenues into new car ownership. Of course, let's not pretend like either the Versa or the Mirage are particularly mind-blowing cars. You know, the Mirage is exactly what you'd expect of a car whose only apparent purpose seems to be the creation of motion. It's not flashy, it's not spectacular, and it's not really supposed to be. It's the Malibu of the Mitsubishi lineup, and like the Malibu, it's continued to sell reasonably well, even if the numbers clearly aren't what they used to be. There was actually an increase in Mirage sales in 2024, with the car selling some 24,000 units this year, making it the second best-selling Mitsubishi of the year, behind the Outlander. For comparison, a Jalopnik article from October found that the company had sold just 9,344 units by the same point in 2023. Now, whether this is indicative of the strength of the Mirage or the weakness of Mitsubishi, which has its own issues as part of the Nissan, Renault, and maybe potentially Honda portfolio, I don't know. But unfortunately, this late surge doesn't appear to be enough to save the Mirage. Although what's more peculiar to me is that Mitsubishi doesn't appear to be replacing it with anything. They're seemingly just pressing forward, despite the obvious gap in the market that these increased sales are suggesting will need to be filled. While I don't know that the death of the Mirage is the death of affordable new cars in perpetuity, much less the death of good, affordable new cars, I do think it represents a change in ideology in the auto industry. A car made cheaply and sold cheaply probably brings in less money than a more expensively produced model that can be sold at a premium, even if the volumes are lower. Doubly so if it leads to a boost in public perception, but then that's all just theorizing on my part. For now, we lower the casket on another affordable car, and that alone is worth mourning, regardless of that car's quality in life. Now, before I throw to the Oscars-style in memoriam montage for the rest of the dearly departed vehicles of 2024, I would like to thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing to our channel and making sure the bell icon is tapped so you're notified. And please consider leaving a like or a comment or even sharing the video. Let's get some discussions going. And if you'd like to have our back in an even bigger way, please consider supporting us on Patreon so we can continue to bring you the best content we possibly can in 2025. The link is in the description. Unfortunately, I couldn't go too in-depth on every single one of the roughly 25 vehicles being discontinued, and I'm doing my best to make sure that this montage doesn't miss any, but no guarantees, I guess. With that said, I hope I offered you a decent look into the variety of the cars leaving us in 2024. And I'd love to know your thoughts on these cars that are going away, and which cars you'll be missing, which cars you'll be glad to be rid of, and if you had to say goodbye to a personal car you loved or hated this year. I love reading stories, man, so give me anything you've got. I hope 2024 was better for you than it was for these cars. Have a wonderful, safe, and happy new year. And may 2025 offer you better than you even thought possible.
It's been a long night, it'll be over soon. This too shall pass, as nights do. The thought of your face, another calm lake, the holiday games, the corny jokes that might have been made. Oh, thoughts about you, what echo nights do. Sometimes the world I know is better than I've known, but sometimes, for all I've grown, I miss the great unknown. Fireside talks alone with a similar face to mine. Beyond the cold and snow, another green place to drive. Looking at the past ahead, futures in a day gone by, fishing by the riverbed. Let's try fabricated memories. Yesterday's a box can hold. Memories of love to life in film rolls, from warm nights to road salt, from bug bites to cold walks. You were making it up, and I think I am too, passing on old traits as we do. Sometimes the world I know is better than I've known, but sometimes, for all I've grown, I miss the great unknown. Fireside talks alone with a similar face to mine. Beyond the cold and snow, another green place to drive. Let's go, anywhere the dirt finds road. 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 Sometimes the world I know is better than I've known, but sometimes, for all I've grown, I miss the great unknown. Fireside talks alone with a similar face to mine. Beyond the cold and snow,